Oh, hey, look at that.
What is that?
It's for us, it looks like.
For us?
Yeah.
They leave us.
I mean, they left us a card.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun, love the desk. Oh, that's so nice. But you know what that means then?
Who's that?
We're gonna have...
It's our contender spring!
It's the Path to Pro takeover.
The Path to Pro takeover,
And we're
Rich.
here, live in Burbank, Sunday morning
Overwatch League!
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. What am I watching? Cannot believe what I've seen. And they've done it. I've done it for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. You cannot be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming for the backside. Sheesh!
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again.
And Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hello and welcome to each and every one of you out there. It is the Overwatch League Watch Point pre-show. It's week 5, day 3, the last day of this Spring Stage Qualifiers. I am your host, Rich Rad, here alongside my co-host, analyst, and longtime duo partner, Kenobi. And you know, it's an exciting moment for us because this truly begins our day of the Path to Pro takeover.
Yeah, get ready, chat. it's happening today. The Path Pro takeover. You are in for a treat. Absolutely. We got some fun stuff planned and some great matches coming in hot.
We really do. And we can take, before getting into all of those exciting moments and fun times, we can take a look at the standings and see how we've all gotten to this climactic point before transitioning out of this Spring Stage Qualifiers. As we can take a look at the two at the top. You know, yesterday was solidifying a lot of things. It was really that big match that we've got today. But, I mean, overall, there's been some unique upsets here I think that we're all a little shocked by.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some teams in this top 7 that you're seeing, and you're like, why are they here? Not some other teams. Well, I mean, as we look further in, but you can already see Atlanta Outlaws guaranteeing themselves after their results yesterday, going to that midseason madness. But in the bottom of the table, we have New York Excelsior and Shock and Defiant, shockingly, no pun intended, in that 9th and 10th spot. A lot of people going into this season, I don't think expecting them to be anywhere near this point of the standings. So there is, for Toronto, I mean, they still have a lot to play for today in particular because they need to win and win convincingly to guarantee themselves that spot in the last chance qualifiers. London going to be playing the fans of the Las Vegas Eternal today.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at that schedule, that first game, which is going to be one that everybody wants to keep an eye on. In addition to that, we do have our second match, which I think is going to be a good one as well. Justice versus Gladiators. We're rounding it out a little bit later for Shock versus Uprising, and then ending out the day with Titans versus Excelsior. And I'm just overall looking forward to this last day so we can really just tie everything up with a nice, neat little bow, and we've got our gift that's going into knockout.
Make sure, I mean, everyone is, everyone has crossed their T's, dotted
You were
their
going to
I's.
get that. We were going to mess that up, but it's okay.
The wrong way. Every time, that's like a danger to do on broadcast.
It really is.
But I think,
it's like math.
Very much so. We can't do that one.
No.
But going into like what we've seen today in terms of like the matchups that we have, one of the things that we have is this matchup between the Washington Justice versus the Gladiators. And the Washington Justice, I mean, had a really, really unfortunate showing, I think, on Friday. Down 0-3 against the New York Excelsior. They did not look anything like what we saw going into this. And you can see from Get Amazed, I mean, Get Amazed with this tweet right here, called it shameful, Rich.
Yeah.
And I tend to agree. I mean, take responsibility for that because that was not a good performance from the Justice at all.
Yeah, there was just no holds bar. A truer than truer statement comes out online, and we can now look into today and acknowledge that this is a moment that they do want to gain this redemption. They do not want to find themselves in a position like they did before to have this, happen again. And, in addition to that, we've been talking about it over the course of these several weeks. We can't go without mentioning that, San Francisco Shock as well. We've got, a lot of things that we've seen and developed with this. Jake had talked about it yesterday and going into what San Francisco Shock has really been able to attempt to do, but they really are just a shadow of their former self.
Complete another shadow. I mean, while Proper is still doing proper things, as we're going to see in this highlight, there's only so much Proper can do to be able to just 1v5, right? There is not a consistent play style invested into just saying, proper go kill 5 people. There's no way that you can consistently do that, especially against some of these teams that we have towards the top of the standings, right? Towards the bottom of the standings, yes, maybe you can get away with just out-mechanicking the other team, but there's no way, if you want to consistently be at the top of the table like we've seen Shock be for so long, you cannot just have it be on the back of one person. Proper is very, very good. Let's not forget Rookie of the Year, MVP, but man, it is so much to handle for one player.
It's almost kind of like that little moment we just saw there with the Mei just flying solo in the air. Yeah. It's like Proper every now and again, just like, hey guys, like,
help me,
like, help
please.
me. I'm here, I'm coming back down. But with us, kind of talking about that, and, we can't go without saying and talking about the East specifically. There has been so much development there, and we actually have an opportunity to have another pair from the Path to Pro give us a little bit of a walkthrough in what's happened.
Hello, it's Doran Hurix for your East recap to break down everything that went down today, and boy, did a lot go down today. Hurix, we started out in Group A with a couple of heaters, 2 map 5s to open up the day. The showdown, Hangzhou versus Guangzhou, went all the way to 5. Hangzhou pulling out a sick reverse sweep there. The craziest part, to me, that wasn't even the series of the day. Dreamers went up against Poker Face in the lower bracket in what was an absolute barn burner. Capped off with Spectra pulling off an insane 66.7% pulse bomb attach rate over the course of all 5 maps. That's gotta be one of the most absurd statistics I've heard my entire life.
Tough to beat. Group A went well, but Group B is heating up as well. We've got a big storyline here. Infernal moves on past the fuel into that winner advance to MSM, and now we see O2 Blast getting ever closer to a rematch here as well. They took down Panthera 3-1. Definitely looked like Panthera heated things up since their last showing in Game 1 in the first day of the knockout stages, but O2 Blast was too much. Now they look to take on Fuel before maybe seeing a rematch against the Infernal.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys have quite a lot of homework to do, because normally you just go watch the good match we'd recommend it to you, but all 4 today were just heaters, so I'd recommend them all. In the meantime, we'll send it back to the desk.
Tremendous appreciation to both Doran Hurix, our partners in crime in the contender scene. We've gotten so far 2 of 3 of the duos. Yeah. Excited to see them. But again, they're talking about such stellar gameplay that we've been seeing coming out here, and I cannot wait to see how it continues to advance over the course of these weeks to come.
Yeah, I mean, the East bracket looks really cool, and I'm just going to let my, Chinese Overwatch fanboy out just a little bit here. I was really, really impressed with this Hangzhou Spark being able to make that reverse sweep against the Guangzhou Charge. I mean, these are players that I've been covering since 2018 in Chinese contenders. Gusha, Shy, Elsa, who's now 20 but changed their name, Monk, Lengsa, Leave, all of these players I am just in love with, and it's kind of like a quintessential Chinese super team, and I'm really hoping that they can manage to find their way into that midseason madness, because this team, on paper, way too good to not be in that tournament, I feel like.
Well, I mean, there is the opportunity to see them compete at such a high level, but again, these teams are on the brink now, fighting for their tournament lives, and we're going to be able to see them on the big stage in South Korea, where, that's right, the midseason madness is going to be on the horizon. So let's take a look at that. Oh, it's so exciting. $900,000 US for that mid-season madness global tournament. Had to make it sound more
not
showy
olives.
With those. I know, not olives.
Yesterday
no olives
we said
here
olives
today.
On the desk, and it's like 900,000 pitted olives.
Pitted olives.
I think that this is a little bit of a better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would take dollars over pitted olives.
I would also do that.
I mean, yeah, I really don't like olives. Seriously, none of them. But with us not liking olives here and having $900,000 on the line for that, we also do want to just mention that tickets are on sale for the Midseason Madness. We have Seoul, Korea tickets available to you. You got to get that if you really want to see this. I can't even imagine the space.
Yeah.
Like just being in that type of
Arena
environment.
looks really cool.
And it looks so cool from a distance. But, you know, if you are going to be entering, you know, into that and participating with whether friends or it's those that you meet for the first time, you can also sport your favorite team jerseys. And make sure that you grab the official jerseys that are 20% off right now. So you got to get them at shop.overwatchleague.com. And there's a lot of good ones. I know you're looking at that Spark one.
If the Spark go to Midseason Madness, I will guarantee right here on the show, I will buy one of their jerseys. I will buy. I've been holding off because I don't want to be hurt again by the Hangzhou Spark, but if they do make it to Midseason Madness, I'll full send it on that jersey.
All right, I'm waiting for that tweet.
I'll tweet it out. I'll tweet out the order confirmation for sure.
Alrighty, but with that being said, now we do have, you know, the over-the-horizon events, the things that are to come. There's still a lot more excitement today for Overwatch, but before we get into that, we actually have a little bit of an excitement with you and I, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to be some dancing fools indeed, so we want to give you the rules for this. So we're going to see what kind of moves we specifically have. So we'll get to watch a hero specifically dancing, and only at one time we get to watch it. We get that little segment to see it, and then Kenobi and I are going to repeat that and do the best that we can as we have our third contenders duo. We have both Moxie and Dog in that window screen right there to be the judges, making sure that you have the right understanding. Again, we're going to get that one chance to be able to actually do this dance, and your judging is going to be our answer.
Dustin,
we need to
check
know.
your PayPal right before. I mean, sorry. I'm sorry. What?
Okay, let me,
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
All right, yeah,
That's
got it.
cheating.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
All right. Terms and conditions, we know them. We know them now.
That's good. Okay.
We know them. We're well aware. Let's take a look at these dances for you guys. You're going to have to actually pull off. I'm glad we're not out there, Moxie, because bit of a stick bug myself. Hopefully, Kenobi can match Rich. We've seen him maybe a little bit beforehand. We got the Cassidy up first. What do you guys got for us, Rich and Kenobi?
All right, so we're
Oh, this is a classic.
it's a little
Let's see the line dance, guys.
somewhere in the world. We're gonna do a little bit of that and just got the high noon. Yeah, I'm gonna tip my hat. We're gonna do that. You know. Wait, I gotta get the belt to show. Yeah, that's good. That sounds gonna be like that. So
you good?
That is pretty good. The belt do be adding.
All the heels going as well.
Yeah.
The hat tip, I mean,
I think we got this one.
This one was way better than when we did rehearsal.
Yeah.
Well, it's a competition. You're not working together. So I think that, to be honest with you guys,
I despise your dancing.
Oh, that is okay. Well, there you go. I mean, that's already some trash talk on the side of Rich's side. I think, honestly, I don't know, Moxie. What are you leaning towards here? I'm a bit confused. I'm conflicted at the moment.
I mean, I have to give it to Rich. Like, the hat flare every single time he tips it, I could just imagine hearing Matt Mercer going, "Milady," every single time.
Milady.
Sorry, Kenobi. We're going to have to give it to Rich for this one.
That's fine. There's still two more.
There's still two more.
Okay, comeback time. Reverse sweep.
All right.
Let's see what else we got for you guys. What other dances are we gonna do? We got Moira. Okay, this one's a little bit harder.
Oh yeah,
as you could tell, I'm not even gonna memorize it. How do you?
I'm like,
I mean, you have to really lift that leg. Yeah.
Oh my God!
That's the other knee. That's the other knee. That's the wrong knee. Get out of my space with this. Yeah, I can do this part.
They started off so well, and now I feel like they've kind of lost it.
Yeah. It's the posing one. That's how you do it. Okay. Right?
I don't know.
No, Rich, you're not supposed to look at the screen again. You get like 10 seconds and you have to
Rich,
Kenobi takes it. Kenobi takes it because Rich looks too long.
I'm looking at you though, not the dance. I'm like,
No, hey, listen, we got to move on here. I think Kenobi obviously won it. You know, obviously it's tied up 1-1. Let's
all right.
be considering. This is going to be the tiebreaker, guys. It's all on the line.
Oh.
Guess who it is? It's Wrecking Ball.
I want to see someone get down on the ground.
Is it the Wrecking Ball dance? Or is it the...
You guys already... Look at what...
That's just going to be...
It's the Hammond. You have to do the Hammond, not the
You can do either or. No, I think you can do... Wait, you can combine it.
That's it, right? We going to do that?
Yo! Whoa! Okay, can't move. He's stuck a little, but... Oh, God.
Do I get it?
Do I get it?
Do I get it?
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got
it. Kenobi's left already. He's gone. Rich is absolutely dominated the dance floor at the moment. What move? What outplays, honestly, right there. Looking like the Atlanta Reign of this season. Congratulations.
I can't beat that. I cannot beat that.
Sorry, Kenobi, but yeah, Rich took the W today. 2-1, close matchup, but unfortunately,
I got one.
You did get one. You did get one.
No.
Absolutely. Well, okay.
Good job, Kenobi. Good job, Rich.
All right. That took a lot out of me, friends. So, we've gotten the verdict. from both of our two passive broadcasters.
You know, I'll take this over here. Chat, why don't you go ahead and just vote for Rich, you know, as the best answer? I think Rich was obviously, just you can vote in chat, but I think it's like, I mean, come on.
It'd be what it do.
He gave his body for the bit. I don't think we can ask for anything more.
Improv theater doing that. But now that we've concluded our game, we are going to go to a short break where we will have the Vegas Eternal and Toronto Defiant going head-to-head, where Toronto Defiant has their tournament life on the line. So we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, after an exciting game that we just had. And you can also share in this action today's games with the community. Why not share this moment with your friends, your family, and those with like minds, as we can have you go to that QR code that is right there. Overwatch League watch parties are here. There you go, Kenobi. Let's put that game show action onto that. There you go. Right underneath the Vanna White thing. It's like but yes. So we do have that for all of you to participate and join in, as we can take now a look at today's schedule. And again, this game to start off is still a very important one.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one that it's probably the one with the most stakes out of today, obviously, because Toronto Defiant is fighting for their lives to get into the last chance qualifiers. If you can take a look at the roster, and this roster, I mean, it's been so interesting watching this team perform, because coming into this, American Tornado, one of the most sought after rosters, and not really performing up as well. And on the other side for, you know, the Vegas Eternal, they've looked a little bit better in these last coming weeks, but it's still going to be a tall, tall mountain to climb for the Vegas Eternal to try and, you know, win this, because if they end up winning this, London will get into the last chance qualifier. So Toronto, a lot of pressure is on them, but it is the Vegas Eternal, so they're kind of being thrown a little bit of a softball at this moment, but I think that they still need to perform and perform well, because there are a lot of questions about the squad.
Yeah, I hope they have their ice picks and their cleats just to climb and scale that icy wall, as it's a slippery slope. But we can also talk about our predictions predictions that we've decided to go into this. I mean, I don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise. I know that I guarantee many others that would be on the desk that we get the reveal of a 3-0 from both of us. I
don't really know.
To be honest.
I mean, the thing is like there is still like a lot of pressure on the Toronto Defiant for this one, but like. The Vegas Eternal have looked good and better, like playing a lot more to their comfort and having some of those moments where they can, play what they're comfortable on. Rack Attack on Brig, Luke Minos BAP, Malthel on Hanzo. Like these are things that this team is very good at and adept at playing, but still like there just seems to be that disconnect between them and like the rest of the league. So I think that this is still going to be Toronto 3-0ing. I would like to see it be a very clean 3-0 because I think Toronto needs some momentum going into last chance qualifiers, especially after what happened yesterday against London.
And I'm really also looking to get some insight as well from our casters that are going to be taking on this first game. But before we do that, we want to take a look at what your chat predictions are. And my goodness.
I'm surprised actually that there's a 5 there.
I can definitely count on one hand the percentage that is favoring Vegas right now.
That is a convincing, for the. Actually, I wonder what it was like yesterday when it was Toronto Defiant.
I think that was like the lowest one. Or we can let's put a pause. That's the highest percentage.
That was pretty high.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can now bring them in. We just wanted to make sure that we get your insight before talking, so we can get some words from both the Dog and Moxie coming in, my friends. What are your takes on this? We must know.
You guys are freaking 3-0? You get 3-0?
Yeah,
really?
3-0.
For how they
Just look at the spice. He's been eating the chili. He's one of the 5% who thinks Eternal takes it.
You guys are big AT fans over here. I mean, listen, I'm unbiased, obviously, as a caster. I'm biased. Would never make
of course.
But I think this game's going to be close. Vegas looked good. You got Maltho on the Hanzo. I mean, man's been popping. He's the Jimmy of the West. Guy's kind of coming into his own.
I mean, the big thing here is that
I'm a little more on the fence. I don't know.
I'm also with Moxie.
I want to see them walk away with a win.
All right. Well, I mean, the thing is that
I want to see them walk away with a win. No team wants to be undefeated.
We have to understand the stakes here in this respect because realistically, we are going to have it be that London needs Vegas to win 3-0 or 3-1 to be able to survive. And we've got some great tweets right here, by the way, leading into some words, some choice words that did come from Dog. Dustin, you're going to have a few tweets that we get to react to here shortly. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, Dustin was on one yesterday, and there were some people who weren't as happy with you, Dustin. I think there were some people who were not happy.
Nobody's ever happy with me, dude. Nobody's ever happy with me. Let's have a listen. What's going to happen? This player in particular, which is Sparker. I mean, obviously, he played amazing. The overall cohesiveness of this team was really because of Sparker to find those opening picks. It kind of was the last slot they needed. Nice little flex at the end of the match from him as well to show off the, let's be honest, non-existent muscles he has. But besides that, he do be flexing on us in game.
Dustin.
Obviously. Listen, I could explain. It was like a last-second quick thing. I pulled like a leg day. I just came flashed in the pants. It's what it is.
They're going to break your legs with comments like these. What are you talking about?
I would not.
This is what happened afterwards.
I mean, look at that broad shoulder.
Yeah, he posted his back. He via Twitter not roasted, but flexed on me, obviously. Quite literally flexed on me. I mean, you can't see in the jersey, to be fair. And then also his teammate, Hottie, came back, also supported him. Say, do not call out my gym brother.
If Hottie's in
feel my wrath. So
if Hottie's in it, Dustin, you're cooked.
Yeah,
this is just like
seeing Hottie do those push-ups on stage.
You're so cooked.
Like you're not gonna fight with him. It's the whole gang.
Hey. No. Pull up my tweet, my Instagram from like 2 years ago when I was working out, bro. There's some good pictures there.
Flex now.
Okay.
Come on,
well,
we gotta
go back 2 years.
Gotta go back 2 years. Somebody's gotta hit the. All right, there it is. Well, because you have the strong arm at least a little bit there. I saw some definition. We'll allow both of you to strong arm this next match, taking it off, and giving us quite a show. I can't wait to see how it turns out for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Kenobi, as well. You guys are amazing. I think, Moxie, myself, and you, this game is going to be closer than people think, honestly. I think that both of these teams really have first, we're like on the line for Vegas, right? They need to win this game just out of like going 0-7, whatever, in this stage. It's not a good look. They really need some momentum moving forward. And for Toronto, obviously, since there's so much on the line, there's a good chance that pressure could be too much.
Yeah, it's also really interesting too that we have the tier 2 takeover in terms of talent. We also have it in terms of players too, because you've got Vegas Eternal, who are the legacy left behind by Odyssey, and on the other hand, you have Toronto Defiant, the legacy, as Dask talked about, left behind by American Tornado. So we do get to see two juggernauts of the American contender scene going toe-to-toe. As up first, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, and I feel like this plays a little bit more into Toronto Defiant's playstyle, given the fact that in the past, in fact, when they were actually winning contenders up against Dark Mode all the way back in 2020, it's off of the back of Speedly's Echo, and it's on this very map where he's able to truly pop off with that pick. We might not see it, however, as it is a niche pick that Defiant can pull out in the back pocket if they feel like they need to.
Yeah, Speedly's had a very interesting path, hasn't he? Kind of coming in to the reign, a little bit hyped up, you know, kind of as that young and upcoming talent, and now has transitioned to the Toronto Defiant, where, you know, not exactly the start they want going 2-5, but maybe if they get this win over the Vegas, that could, you know, lead forward, give them a good chance in the last chance qualifiers.
Well, we're actually going to see a Rhine mirror, so it feels like Defiant have actually been influenced by London a little bit more, as both of these teams are going to be rolling out the Symmetra TP, but Defiant actually commit the Symmetra in full, so they're going to be able to set it up on that point first, and Eternal now have to walk into them.
Yeah, let's see if the Eternal play it well, where they just kind of let Dove charge on the outside to find those one-shots, but also dealt with an Icicle from Speedily. Nice shot from him to force Dove back. Maybe not getting that pressure that he really wants. Looking for that Baptiste in the back line. Also, really it's about as many charged shots as you can get here onto that Sojourn. He hasn't even shot off one just yet with that railgun. Now has it built up, but immediately they know it. So they charge into that Sojourn to make sure he can't get that value. Both Reinhardts actually back and forth charge into each other, but both of them just take the neutral fight while this Sojourn is setting up, and as is that Symmetra, so Hydran just charged up full, and no railgun shot yet either for Dove. Cannot find that kill, eventually resulting in collusion, Speedily getting Rack Attack and Vulcan down. And that's the tough part with this Sojourn. If you don't get those open picks, you're just gonna get ran on by Hydran.
I mean, it's not just the Sojourn, it's also Vulcan. He's immediately off of that Reinhardt because of the amount of pressure that Hydron is outputting. From a Sojourn, unfortunately, saw a change where you lose that massive amount of railgun charge off of shields. Symmetra still gets that full charge of the beam off of these Rhine shields, so we're going to see Vegas Eternal actually opt into the Ramatra to try and poke some of these players off Defiant away from that Reinhardt shield and funnel them towards Dove on the off angle with that railgun alt fire.
On this fight, the Vegas Eternal walk into the point. The Maywall not exactly clean there from Speedily. They do slip on by it, but the Symmetra ultimate does pop out. Dove, nice shots again, immediately on Ultraviolet. OG down, removed as well. Collusion on the backside, though, with the Fire Strike, and Hydran is still here. We've seen them clutch time and time again. Could they do it again on the point? Speedily drops the May ultimate, as well as the beat drop from Rack Attack with 3 members on this team to try and make things in their favor, in which it does so because both supports were removed early on for Toronto Defiant. Eventually, Ultraviolet comes in just to stagger, throws the Immortality Field. He actually gets a kill under Rack Attack while falling there, but they got up that percentage to about 60%.
Defiant still actually deciding to run with this Symmetra at the moment, wanting to be able to TP Colluge into these fights as quickly as possible. OG hitting onto that sound barrier in this next engagement too is going to be able to have it to try and allow Defiant to live through the Blizzard and the Annihilation that Eternal are going to be sitting on, as they need stall. They need to be able to win this fight to actually prove percentage to challenge Defiant, but Dove!
How did Hydran get that pick from across the map? Symmetra, you rarely see that. Towards the point, they drop the beat. No beat on the other side, but they do have that Annihilation as well as the Immortality Field to sustain. Is it enough for the Vegas to hold on to? It doesn't look like it. Hydran, nice job from him. 3K at the end. Luke Mino jumps off the map to make sure he doesn't give any stagger ult charge either.
Oh no, the overcommitment from Eternal, down a player. They try to just chunk through the fight with 2 ultimates thrown in, but it just means when they lose it, it's all the more punishing because now they don't have stall potential. Defiant will have an Amp Matrix as well as a Blizzard to come through, and Eternal, yes, they have an Amp Matrix and an Overclock, but Defiant have the point to be able to hide around behind.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit interesting to see if the Vegas Eternal can actually capitalize off of having these 2 very, very important ultimates with that Baptiste and that Sojourn ultimate, while they actually get hit by Speedily's May ultimate on the point. The Blizzard hits flush. Also, here comes that Symmetra and their own Ant Matrix, so it looks like the Vegas Eternal really couldn't get a good setup. They dropped Ant Matrix and that Overclock, but it results in nilch. The Toronto Defiant are going to win on Gardens and take round number 1.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to acknowledge when you're lacking that burst damage potential of the Sojourn, that the fight is lost. I understand why they overcommit. They know that they're so far behind in terms of point percentage. They feel like they have to just throw ultimates in the hopes that Dove is going to be able to power slide across that gap and come back in the hero of the hour with that ultimate. But it just doesn't play out for Eternal as we head now into Control Center, and that means that we're very unlikely to see any change of these tanks. Kaluj can stick with this Reinhardt, the Symmetra, and the Mei still there for Defiant, and this is the map where it's more meta than on Garden, so Eternal really have their work cut out for them.
They do, and I think for the Vegas Eternal, they're obviously leaning towards having Dove on more of that hit scan DPS role instead of Maltho playing that Hanzo, which is kind of where they found success, at least recently, but you know, with things changing as frequently as they have been, it can still go in their favor. Already going out of that white room into the midst of a brawl towards where Kaluj is. They actually find him early. The teleporter was there to save Kaluj, as the rest of Toronto Defiant, kind of on a different page, just wanted to play safe. And in fact, they'll just take Kaluj out of that fight, give up the point temporarily, and wait for him to come back.
Yeah, good read from Eternal, understanding that it's a Reinhardt composition they're playing into, so they actually don't swap Dove off of that Symmetra, so he's able to burn through that shield, and no one from Defiant can peel because they're walking into the pummel. Now Defiant, however, going for a very fast contest, actually stop Eternal from picking up that first percentage.
Yeah, they come back towards that point. Immediately, Ant Matrix is committed from Ultraviolet over the top. Can they find the kills? Vulcan actually gets charged while using the ultimate. Nice charge from Kaluj onto Vulcan. Ultraviolet also connects onto Dove, and even though they did flip up the point eventually, they'll get it back in their favor as the Vegas Eternal only get up to 10%.
Yeah, and Vulcan will 100% want that Annihilation back because now Eternal don't have it to try and break through into this next fight. Lumino does have the Ant Matrix, but Defiant are going to be able to, with this Lucio composition, immediately disengage it. So it's about how much value can Eternal find off of the rip.
Yeah, they're walking in at the moment, waiting, like you said, off the rip. Maybe that's going to be an important factor for Vegas as they walk in, dropping the Symmetra wall towards the point, speedily building up towards that Blizzard. It's been a big catalyst for the Toronto Defiant. Maltho, nice shot through that Ant Matrix to take out speedily. Hydra on the left side gets that immortality field to sustain himself. Dove goes down because the beat drop from OG sustained them as well. Eventually OG falls actually to Maltho, drops the Blizzard on the point too. You'd think they could have gotten more value, but with that Mei ultimate committed, the Blizzard from Maltho to find those 3 kills in this fight really has given Vegas Eternal a breath of life of here into this point. They're going to reclaim it as well, and Toronto Defiant only up to 45%.
It's the Ant Matrix. The fact that they wait for Speedily to use that Mei wall early, that's when Lumino goes for the Amp, and as a result, Defiant don't have the wall to block the initial burst damage from the window. Defiant do still have ultimates to work with, however, and you're a Reinhardt into a Ramatra. The second you see that shield, you could just walk past and shatter.
Yeah, there's so many fights with these teleporters. They walk into Vulcan, drop the Blizzard. Raktak tries to counter with a beat drop. In fact, none of them get frozen on the side of the Vegas Eternal, so they did a good job counter-engaging in Ultraviolet to try to give the Toronto Defiant a bit more of advantage here. Drops the Ant Matrix and actually connects onto Vulcan with the rest of his team, and in fact, flip the point. Even though there's 4 members of the Vegas Eternal alive, they're going to get staggered here. Maltho does eventually find Kaluj, but the point flips back for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, the key factor for Defiant in this next fight, however, is that they're still holding on to the Shatter. So they're actually going to be able to have it to land onto Vulcan. And remember, this is the patch where Annihilation does not just eternally tick through. If you're able to disengage it, it's going to be cancelled out.
They're going early. They want to stop Vulcan from setting up here. The charge attempted to come through, but a nice boot to force Kaluj away, but the Shatter connects onto Vulcan and Maltho. They both fall instantaneously. 80% now on the board, and they used a bit of ultimates, but the Vegas Eternal in a bit of a rough spot.
Gorgeous Shatter connects onto almost everyone on Eternal. Also means that you're not able to throw the lamp out to save your Ramatra, so Annihilation dwindles down to nothing, as Defiant now get to play incredibly aggressively. Even if they get pushed on by Eternal, they're going to have that Symmetra TP to be able to fall back.
Well, there's that TP into Mei wall. They knew they were coming white, so Toronto Defiant focused up on that area. In fact, it looks like Raktak is the one to touch the point. Kaluj comes back for him. Hydra on that front line, trying to get some damage onto the people coming to touch that point. The immortality field was already used by Lumino and taken out, but a nice Mei ultimate from Maltho, and Dove with the follow-up damage of Lumino as well gives him that point flip last second.
Well, it's one that Eternal needed. The problem is they have no ultimates to work with in this next fight, and Defiant have liked to play quickly, so Eternal aren't even going to get the time to be able to build up either ultimates or point percentage to match Defiant. They need Malfoy to come in with an early pick before Giant can collapse onto the point.
Yeah, this ultimate disadvantage is going to be a big deal. maybe Rack Attack could get that beat, or Vulcan goes the annihilation, but Toronto Defiant are really not letting them set up here. Dropping the amplification matrix is ultraviolet towards the main side, but knowing that it's kind of all the way back here, they don't play too aggressive. In fact, it's Malfo again, Mox. You talked about it with the pickoff on the ultraviolet in the amp matrix. That's massive from him, but he does get traded out by Speedily. The beat drop is here. Maybe the ult deficit was too much. The freeze comes through onto Vulcan with the Blizzard. Speedily eventually finds him, and unfortunately, Rack Attack's beat is eventually pulled off. Dove also falls. That's all of the damage gone. Kaluj also shatters. Luke Mino and Toronto Defiant are going to take map number 1.
Yeah, ultimate deficit, unfortunately just too big a hurdle for Eternal to be able to climb over. But still, signs of life from the team, really able to move forward into control center, a point where arguably the Reinhardt composition is even stronger than at Gardens, but deal with it far easier than we saw on that point of Gardens, where they really seemed to struggle around playing around collusion. The fact that Defiant would just huddle behind that Reinhardt shield time and time again.
Yeah, I think Toronto Defiant did a fantastic job, and you know, we kind of talked about how recently the Vegas Eternal have been looking better, right? Obviously, throughout the season, it's been a rough start, similar to, it's actually been worse than the San Francisco Shock, to be honest. But with their lineup, right, Malfo has been a big, proponent of them popping off with him on the Hanzo. Maybe towards that utility May role, it changes the dynamic. But obviously, next map is going to be Blizzard, where we'll go for that map number 2. We'll see if the Vegas Eternal can come back after a short break.
caution, cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I am trapped in the noise. Can't stop for the talking. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch me, please caution.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some changes in this matchup so far between the Toronto Defiant and the Vegas Eternal. Obviously, map number 1 on Lijiang Tower goes in the favor of the Toronto Defiant, but now on Blizzard World, we have some substitutions. Sam will be coming in for Hydra, it looks like, Moxie.
Yeah, no surprises. As we head towards Blizzard World, it's likely that Defiant want to field towards something like the Sombra and the Tracer, and I know that you're expecting, or at least hoping, that we're going to see a different change-up on the other side as well, that Eternal are going to push towards having Malphal on that Hanzo. I'm in the same sort of line of thought as you in terms of that one, being able to use those Sonics and catch the Sombra stealth. Really crucial to giving your backline a lot more survivability.
Yeah, I think it's, if you're on the same train of thought here, it just makes sense based on what we've seen previously. And on a more open map, you know, obviously you can maybe adjust to having Malphal in the Han. So I can understand why on Lijiang Tower it's not exactly feasible considering Mei is such a prominent character on that map. But maybe on something like Blizzard World, this seems like it could be their play. But still, you're against the Toronto Defiant, who are arguably have been the better team so far this season.
Yeah, Sam also has an incredibly good Hanzo as well, so if he does want to go toe-to-toe in terms of distance and forgo that stealth dive alongside Kalush, the option is there for Defiant. But talking about predominant heroes, Rakatak is known for his Brigida, so he's going to be trying to play as safely and as closely to Luke Mino on this Ana as possible, because Vulcan is a brilliant target for peeling, but is also just an absolute ultimate battery for these Hanzos once defense matrix is gone.
Yeah, really has to be cautious of those arrows coming in. A quick rotate from the Toronto Defiant towards the inside angle to not allow Vegas Eternal maybe some poke damage in the main side to avoid being picked off. But, you know, during this rotate, it's kind of, you know, prohibiting their Hanzo from finding opening picks too. But they do come through that backside. OG gets taken down, poked incredibly low, but has the armor and the damage reduction there. Nice nade. Was that a 4-man anti-unit from Luke Mino? Not eaten by Kalush, but eventually the Toronto Defiant heal it up. They get healthy and come above this top side of the point, kind of rotating all around the Vegas Eternal. Neither Hanzo able to find that pick off that either team is looking for at the current moment. Malphal goes really low, all the way down to 1 HP, but it's Rakatak to fall early to a dive from the Toronto Defiant. Dub does trade it back with OG falling on the other side. So both Brigitas removed. Kalush comes back into Luke Mino, who is now left alone, and Ultraviolet is also over here. Connects on the anti-unit. Vulcan lost mech, and Toronto Defiant win this first fight. Now just have to clean up Malphal and are going to take this point A.
I mean, it's the fight that's won on rotations for Defiant. The fact that they're able to loop around the back and remove that high ground control for Eternal just means that there's no place of safety for the backline. And the fact that Rakatak isn't actually playing alongside Luke Mino, he's having to help Vulcan out on the front line so that Speedly isn't able to just blink past and jump on that Ana. Really goes to show how pressed Eternal were for controlling that space. Now, however, they're going to try to take it away from Defiant, that high ground again in their line of sight, so that the Divas can just sit up there without having to use a booster cooldown.
Malphal, nice pick onto Sam over the high ground. That's what the Vegas Eternal need in order to win on this map. 4 minutes and 38 seconds. Dove has this pulse bomb ready to go. He's waiting to use it because of that defensive matrix from Collusion. Also the shield. It's kind of hard to fit in that pulse bomb, but Malphal over the top of this turret, just looking for damage down below. Speedily goes down this low ground with those heals from OG with the rally, but the Nano Boost comes out from Luke Mino to peel off of that Tracer dive from Speedily. In case of the pulse bomb, hit a counter pulse bomb from Dove, connects into the wall, so no hit from that. OG now gets Nano Boosted and runs towards the other side as they have the ultimate advantage. D-Bomb goes very far into the back line and connects on the Ultraviolets a bit late in that fight. Vulcan also eventually will fall, but Toronto Defiant come out on top in this one.
Yeah, really good plays coming out from Defiant, just making sure that Eternal don't really get to have that control that they were looking to establish. As we can see that Luke Mino actually thought about maybe swapping to the Moira for survivability, given the fact that Speedly and Kalush just tried to hunt this Ana down time and time again. Rakatak on that break, still going to be playing up towards the high ground, so that Malphal does get the opportunity to pepper these arrow shots into Defiant, maybe find a one-shot that's going to push this attacking side immediately back.
Yeah, Sam kind of is playing like a counter dive angle, aware of this Tracer really just trying to play for his life. Will now take that high ground angle, but really not too aggressively because he knows Vulcan can rotate onto him very fast, but still, with that ultimate advantage, the Toronto Defiant are sitting very, very strongly at the moment. They have a good setup now on the high ground. An arrow actually connected from Maltho to the shoulder of Ultraviolet, but no headshot for him just yet. Sam attempts to walk out here, but Vulcan gets poked down incredibly low, comes back to Lukemino, who has built up that nano boost Dragon Strike towards the cart to potentially zone it off and try to push it in as Vulcan comes through and touches the point. A nice pulse bomb from Speedily on a rack attack, who was trying to maybe avoid that pulse bomb. Cannot at the end of the day. Speedily, a nice pulse from him. Maltho though does trade it back. Ultraviolet went down and cannot build any nano boost in this fight. OG, knowing his support duo is down, has to rally and then go aggressive with this. The Dragon Strike tries to zone off that payload, but it might not be enough to stop the Toronto Defiant from capturing this second point. They're slowly going to stagger out here. Rack attack comes through to touch this point, but with 2 minutes and 26 seconds, they now capture the second point, moving on to third.
Yeah, Speedily goes absolutely nuts in the backline at the same time as Collision is actually able to defense matrix Dove's pulse bomb. So Eternal not able to find that zoning ultimate of pushing Defiant back and giving themselves a little bit of breathing room as they're still being hounded. Vulcan on that Diva does have self-destruct if he does come under too much fire. Just trying again to take away this high ground control from Defiant so that Sam on the Hanzo and Speedily don't just get so much freedom to be able to push onto Lukemino on the Ana, who's just not been having a great game at all, because every single time he makes any movement, Defiant are just on top of him.
Yeah, they're all over at the current moment. And also you have Ultraviolet shooting his backline because he's given so much space. No dive really coming through onto him. Speedily really pressuring his backline. Pulse bomb connects into Lukemino. What a great job he's done so far. Sam also connects into Vulcan, who was attempting to remech, and now Rack Attack, with that shield being absolutely destroyed, has nowhere else to run, even with the rally. And this is just a dominant performance so far from the Defiant.
Vulcan's going over to the Ramatra to try and punish if Defiant try to huddle through so that the Pummels can connect onto as many players as possible. With that block as well, might be able to survive long enough for Lukemino to be able to board into the Nano Boost. It's the only chance Eternal have.
Entering into Vulcan as he attempts to touch the payload. Rack attack goes low again and falls to Speedily once more. And Dove does trade it back though. Nice pulse bomb from him to attempt to make it even in this fight, but a rally here could sustain them, although Maltho and Dove are finally getting those kills that the Vegas Eternal need. Connect on the two Toronto Defiant members, and surely OG is going to have to reset and regroup.
Yeah, Dove landing that pulse bomb as well as the nano boost from Lukemino, able to land onto Vulcan and keep that Ramatra topped up on that payload, means that Defiant aren't able to actually fully push. Sam's going to be going on to the Genji as we see OG and Rack Attack both swapping onto the Kiriko for extra survivability when the Tracer try to hunt them down with the pulse bomb.
Yeah, I like that. That's kind of an interesting swap as well. Gives some pick potential too with those kunai. And Sam now comes over that right side as the Vegas Eternal kind of split off with their DPS and backline. In fact, his Rack Attack's on this left side too. OG well aware of that, comes through to support that flanking angle. Dove has to recall in front of literally everybody, but can regroup to the rest of his team, but has to give up that positioning. Vulcan goes incredibly low, and the pulse bomb yet again from Speedily. I'm curious what his attach rate is so far, but Maltho, nice shot from across the map. The log connects into OG's face to get rid of that support player of the Toronto Defiant. Potentially going to slow them down, but they're all over the payload. Maltho, though, Dragon Strike connects onto Sam, who was low after a shot came through from Lukemino, and now Dove can go aggressive on this backline. Is holding that pulse bomb, though, because they have such a big advantage. And that's yet again another reset for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, Dove as well, pushing onto Ultraviolet, actually had a domino effect of forcing Collusion to boosting away from the frontline duel and peeling back for his Ana in case that pulse bomb tried to come out onto his support. As now we're going to see full swap come through from Collusion onto the Winston to be able to try and push after with Sam and Speedily there for the follow-up. Swapping a composition though does reset your ultimate charge, so he's going to have to build up Primal, but does have the nano boost to be able to really find that cleave.
Dove has to recall, still has that pulse bomb ready to go into Ultraviolet, but it's not using it. In fact, nobody else looking at him because they've already taken out Vulcan on that front line with that Kitsune Rush pulse bomb from Dove. No recall, he might have thought he had it up in time, but Speedily came back from the peel. What an intelligent play from the Tracer player of the Toronto Defiant. Now up 2 members. They just rotate towards that payload. Maltho trying to make something work, but not even near the payload is anybody the Vegas Eternal, so the Toronto Defiant will capture out. with 24 seconds.
Yeah, Defiant understanding that they literally just need not even a full fight win, but to keep Eternal occupied long enough that they can finally push that payload through. That's why we see Kalush actually swap onto the Winston. Doesn't have to build up a Primal. Ultraviolet already has the Nano Boost, and that's normally what these Winston players wait for, right? The dive doesn't fully come out with that commitment until the Ana has the ultimate to allow them to really have that threat behind those jumps. As Eternal, with that Nanoed Winston in their face, have no choice but to bend the knee and give the ground, allowing Defiant, despite not finding a team kill, to at least be able to finish off the map.
And now, on the defensive side, Moxie, it seems like Defiant with Sam, maybe not getting the pickoffs that Malthus has been, but really Sam kind of pressuring maybe this front line, allowing Speedily to really get a lot of work done. It feels like this Tracer of the Toronto Defiant has been a nuisance, really a thorn in the side of the Vegas Eternal at the current moment.
Yeah, especially because he's keeping Malthael's full attention. So all of these Sonics aren't really going into trying to figure out the Tracer's location and marking Speedily, which as a result puts even more pressure onto this backline of Rack Attack and Luke Camino because they have no clue where the Tracer is going to be until Speedily shows up and just burns through one player in the blink of an eye.
8 seconds left to their attack. For the defensive side, it appears the Vegas Eternal are locking towards that Brigitte Hanzo composition again, or sorry, Hanzo composition again on the defense, and Vegas Eternal doing a very similar thing, teleporting out of spawn, see if they opt to rotate in a similar trajectory to Toronto Defiant, but they look like they're just going to go through that main side and set up their aim on that left angle.
OG just playing Bouncer at the moment, protecting Ultraviolet if that dive comes through onto the Ana. It's going to be down to the Hanzos! One shot is all you need, and Malthael finds it!
What a nice shot from Malthus on that right side of Speedily trying to hide above the high ground, but once you're kind of in those neutral angles, Malthus really gets to work, and Dove also to find Sam. That should open things for the Vegas Eternal. Maybe the Toronto Defiant will attempt to regroup as a unit and recontest. They've done it previously. Speedily is back in this fight now. He can easily touch the point, still has that recall. Eventually will touch the last second, but has to recall. Can anybody else touch? Nope, Kalush attempts to, but they'll just try to keep their lives as the Vegas Eternal capture point A and now take this neutral fight in second point.
Yeah, good split focus coming through from Eternal to make sure that both of the entrances in that fight are checked out by Defiant, as no one able to touch on the point. And we go into streets with, oh, Kalush is able to actually boost after Vulcan and remove the Diva mech, and Vulcan as a result goes straight into the drink.
Well, yeah, he would have been fine, but got flailed by OG as he left. So really just kind of a bit aggressive play from Vulcan, trying to make something work for the Vegas Eternal. I mean, I respect the idea. Unfortunately, didn't work out, but that gives, you know, Toronto Defiant time to build up those ultimates in which they use the nano boost on OG and to send him into dive. How many times do you see this now? These Brigittes just go aggressive with that rally. Oh my God, Dove pulse bombs himself, and Sam takes him out of the fight as well as himself. So that might give some space now in the spawn doors, as Dove at least has those close spawns, and Toronto Defiant will have to wait for Sam to come back. So they'll attempt to regroup here now.
Yeah, but more time burnt off the clock, and that essentially makes up for how fast Eternal were able to push through from A, as the rally from that choke knight comes out from Defiant to push onto these members of Eternal looking to cross into that corner. More time that they just have to give over to Defiant.
Yeah, maybe a bit too telegraphed, though. Vegas Eternal were expecting Toronto Defiant to come back into this, knowing they wanted to wait for Sam. They needed to make some sort of play on that front line. Two ultimates use Speedily's pulse bomb and the rally. So now Rack Attack, knowing that, uses his own rally to go aggressive. They spot out Ultraviolet, but nobody's really in position to dive him, just letting him sit aggressively behind this pillar. Nobody's set up. I don't know where Dove is, maybe looking on that left side, or somebody on the side of Vegas Eternal looking for him. Looks like Dove's just taking the 1v1 and eventually dies towards the mini. Maybe ill-advised, little off I don't know, pace of his team. Interesting play from him, and now Malthus goes aggressive towards the mini, also falls. Both of the DPSs of the Vegas Eternal falling in what seemed to be a massive advantage for the Vegas Eternal will crumble.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough as well for Eternal to break through this choke, because anytime that they make any progress of ground, Sam can just throw in the Dragon Strike, Kalush, the self-destruction. That progress is immediately going to be reset to having to get through choke once more.
Dragon Strike now from the Toronto Defiant to separate this backline. Vulcan drops the Diva bombs to make sure no more pressure can come through, but it's Sam to find Malthus on the inside. The Hans are trying to re-peek his head, but will get his head removed by Sam on that fight. Now Toronto Defiant, knowing they have the man advantage, will then push forward. And this is that aggression that we would have liked to see out of the Vegas Eternal. Instead, on the other side for the Toronto Defiant, they will be the ones to press the gas, and will come forward towards the spawn of the Vegas Eternal now.
I mean, Defiant may well be able to guarantee that position into Last Chance Qualifiers off of this map alone. Remember, they only needed 2 maps, and London are going to be watching. There is absolutely nothing they can do but hope that Eternal are going to be able to turn this around, but only with a nano boost in this next fight. It doesn't feel like that's the moment to be able to do it. The best that they can hope is that they burn a couple more ultimates from Defiant's side so that they are better equipped in the fight after.
Yeah, Dub trying to take that left flank, but deals now with Speedily, and the nano boost Brigitte yet again onto OG into that backline. Ultraviolet wants to go aggressive too, but he gets anti-gated a bit too aggressive from him. Maybe Vulcan also booted him off the high ground. Vulcan also follows through onto Kalush, who was throwing an aggressive Diva Bomb, so stopping this push so far from the Toronto Defiant. And eventually Sam did get the pick on Lumino after going aggressive, but the Vegas Eternal will reclaim the card.
But that's 1, 2, 3 ultimates now taken away from Defiant. And they will have Dragon Strike and Rally in this next engagement, but Eternal, because they're actually able to find those kills without ultimates other than the Nano Boost, are going to be set up for this next fight as well. And they've now got that poke phase on lock. Malthael is going to potentially be able to find another opening headshot onto another member of Defiant to open the fight up.
Yeah, when you rely entirely on your Hanzo like this, it's a little rough to get a victory for the side of the Vegas Eternal. The rally then comes through from OG. Now they dive into the backline to really shut down Malthael, already removed. Look at that, just immediately dives on him, although Ultraviolet goes low into the backline. Just Vulcan diving onto him alone. Now the rally just to try to counter OG in his own on the front line. Dub is going to get the cart into the payload at the very last second in the second point. Okay, that's what we would call a C9. I know there's a lot of arguments. What a play from Dub to capture on second point. Toronto Defiant a bit too aggressive. They're still fighting towards the end here, not caring. The objective was just captured, and forward spawns are now received.
Yeah, reset the sat nav, guys. Make a U-turn. That's not the destination you need to be at the moment, as Eternal doing a very good job of just playing smoke and mirrors, right? Defiant think that they're pushing onto Eternal, looking for that full just fight claim of the high ground once more, and in the meantime, Dove on the Trace was just pushing the card. Malthael even throwing in the Dragon Strike a little bit late as well to keep Defiant distracted so they're not able to turn onto the Tracer, as Dove now just going for that Ash pick for a moment to try and punish Defiant holding this close to Eternal spawn before swapping back to that Tracer.
Yeah, this is an interesting angle for the Toronto Defiant. Very rarely do we see teams set up on second point Blizzard World to stop the cart once it's in third phase. It's not moving yet, so it's working for them so far. Use the Nano Brigitte Rack Attack Shield, blocks the pulse bomb from Speedily. Vulcan eventually finds Sam, and yeah, we're seeing why potentially this is not really a normal thing that a lot of teams like to do. Sam does get picked, and eventually Vegas Eternal surely will get some kills here, but they're not doing so very quickly. The Diva Bomb from Kalush to try to zone. OG does find Malthael, but eventually Vulcan gets slept in this backline, just trying to delay that rally from getting a lot of value. They're still not getting any payload progress, the Vegas Eternal, even though they're in their own spawn. This is brutal. This is disgusting. 3 members of the Toronto Defiant, now 4. I'm surely they're going to regroup in a second. Vulcan also lose mech. OG connects on a rack attack, and Malthael as well. Vulcan will remech on that payload. They get a little farther into that third phase, but man, this is rough for the freaking Vegas Eternal, man.
I mean, how do you collapse onto Ultraviolet? That's the problem that Eternal are dealing with right now. Because they're stuck in these C spawns, they have actual no way of pushing onto an Ana of Ultraviolet who's set up all the way on B's high grounders. Oh my goodness, guys. There's such a thing as too much, so I feel as Sam just sends a Dragon Strike into Eternal spawn.
Bro, I can't. How do we cast this? Like, it's OG goes down to Malthael, though they do come back in this fight. They Dragon Strike the spawn doors, which will eventually result in them maybe being a little bit overconfident, because even if it's overtime for the Vegas Eternal, if they capture out, you know, they'll still have a chance on their attack, since the Toronto Defiant only captured out the objective with 24 seconds.
The problem is that Eternal are so far away from that finish line. We're going to hit into overtime, and they're not really running anything other than this Ram Shield that can block Kalush's self-destruct. So if Defiant literally just wait for overtime to activate and then throw self-destruct in, Eternal are going to have to abandon the objective.
Yeah, they have to abandon the objective, so Vegas Eternal have the payload for now. 7 seconds left now, going in towards that overtime and last fight territory. Kalush still has that Diva Bomb. Pulse available for Speedily as well. Malfo looking for that opening pick every time. The longer these fights go, the more it gives opportunity for Malfo to get picks, but also Sam on the other side. Nice pick from him with a rack attack, and the Nano Boost came through onto Vulcan. Maybe not the target he exactly wanted, but Sam going aggressive with the Storm Arrow from that top side to connect onto his counterpart. Nice shot from him. Speedily, another pulse bomb as well. I believe he's had about like a 50% sticky rate as well. Sam to find those final blows. The Toronto Defiant will stop the Vegas Eternal in third phase.
Well, Toronto Defiant are going to be looking incredibly happy with themselves, as that is one massive part of stress of this match taken off of their shoulders. Taking those two maps, they are guaranteed to be able to qualify into the last chances, and London, unfortunately, despite coming out on top of this very team yesterday, are not going to be able to make it any further.
I mean, it's so interesting that a lot of these teams, by the way, we're just looking at a little bit of replays, nice shots from Malfo, the few highlight plays the Vegas Eternal had. Yeah, it's nice for the Toronto Defiant to push forward, considering they did, like you said, lose to the London Spitfire yesterday. And obviously, you know, this is like, I think, a good sign for the London Spitfire moving forward, potentially. Like, obviously, to get that win over the Toronto Defiant. I've got to be honest, Moxie, watching this game, you know, watching the Vegas Eternal versus the Toronto Defiant, it feels like the stonks of both teams for me are just dropping. Like, it feels like the Toronto Defiant are, like, not a great team, but, like, the Vegas Eternal are just, like, on a bad team, and just their morale is just absolutely decimated at the current moment. I just want them to potentially come through on these next maps, regroup as a unit, come back, show up a bit on Shimali Monastery, maybe get something going on the future matchups. Obviously, Toronto Defiant, they gotta feel good, but the series isn't over yet. Obviously, they want to get that win. After this short break, we'll see if Toronto Defiant can close out on Shimali. Welcome back, everybody. We have a substitution in the matchup between the Toronto Defiant and the Vegas Eternal. Hydron coming in for Sam last map. Obviously, Sam playing a lot of the Hanzo. Hydron maybe going to play something different on the next map, which will be Shambali Monastery. Toronto Defiant look to be obviously the better team so far, Moxie. 2-0 over the Vegas Eternal, who are 0-7. Obviously, for the Toronto Defiant, that's good news for them because, like you said, that secures them that chance in the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, 2 maps was the magic number that Defiant needed to be able to clutch out. Even if they'd lost, even if it had gone to 5 maps, as long as they'd been able to take 2 maps away, they would be able to secure their position in those last chance qualifiers. And by domino effect, that does mean that London are officially eliminated from being able to make it into those and having any chance of making it into mid-season madness. But heading into Shambali Monastery, I'm hoping that we're still going to see Eternal push to take this map. They were having some really good opening picks coming out from Malthael on the Hanzo on Blizzard World and on Shambali, where some of these line of sights are just so long and so open. The Hanzo is the player that you rely on the most for those opening picks.
Mox, you're sounding a lot like me before the match where I was in the Vegas Eternal had a chance, and I was just like, yeah, they're gonna have a chance. You sound like me right now. I'm hoping that Malthael can find those opening picks, and don't know if that's gonna happen. We'll see. Obviously, he's gonna play the May on the defensive dub, gonna be on that Sojourn, and like you said, Moxie, maybe London Spitfires have a bit more time to hit the gym, considering they're not going to be in the last chance qualifiers.
Wow, you really just want to ignite another Twitter feud.
Hey, listen, I love seeing Hattie on Twitter. He's the go. I love, dude. It's so fun.
I'm gonna get some popcorn on the stove and sit down at my PC tonight and see exactly what all of our viewers have cooked up, as well as our players, because. I'm pretty sure London could quite easily just bench press a whole lot more than you could at any moment.
Damn. Okay, well, I'm getting roasted by Omar Caster right now. What the hell? What's going on over here? But Vegas Turtle obviously going to be locking the Sojourn. Same with Hydron on his own. You know, coming out of spawn doors immediately. Both teams just building up their railgun charge. Immortality Field used on both sides. Both of them eventually will fall as well to Sam and Malthael, respectively. Vulcan goes incredibly low in the front line now without the Immortality Field. Surely he will fall. Yep, OG eventually connects onto him, and so does Rack Attack fall to Hydron as well, and that's just a bit of a clean wipe now for the Toronto Defiant, who have built up some good ultimates.
Yeah, if you want your answer to the question of why Hydron was subbed in for this very map, it's so he can play the Sojourn. And he excels at the Sojourn. We've seen him play it on push. We get to see it here played on Shambali for all of the reasons why Hanzo can be incredibly crucial. Really nice open lines of sight and a lot of pressure, taking away some of those opening angles that Eternal have when those spawn doors open.
Yeah, this map is so interesting to me because, like, obviously I've never played on it professionally, and it's such a new map as of recently in Overwatch 2. Window dropped by Luke Mino on that backside in this little ramp where a lot of teams, actually, I don't know if a lot of teams like to fight here necessarily. They drop the window there. Luke Mino goes incredibly low. Eventually, Immortality Field will fall. Maybe that's why they give up a lot of the space. Luke Mino now kind of caught out away from his team, is going to be charged at by Kaluj, but the rest of the Vegas Eternal there with the peel eventually, or the Toronto Defiant drop the Immortality Field to save Kaluj on that fight, and no but deaths just yet. Just Immortality Field is being traded up, but it's Hydron yet again finds Dove on that off angle as on the front line. Kaluj goes a bit too aggressive into the front line, cannot get the beat drop from OG. The May ultimate, the Blizzard, connects onto OG to freeze him up here last second as well. Eventually, Hydron yet again finds those kills that are required for the Toronto Defiant as the overclock is popped as well. Nice 2K, now 3K for him onto that point to give them that first point.
Yeah, really good positioning as well of the power slide. Hydron just cutting off Eternal's chance of exiting when that overclock starts to come on through. If you want to disengage the Sojourn ultimate, unfortunately you have to run directly into the Sojourn themselves, and Hydron is not going to miss that close a shot, as Eternal will still have a majority of ultimates coming into this next fight in comparison to what Defiant had to throw in. Mistiming that barrier unfortunately meant that they lost both the Annihilation and the Sound barrier for Defiant to have in this next fight.
Yeah, rough fights so far for the Vegas Eternal. They try to walk in, drop the amplification matrix into the main side, but a counter one from Ultraviolet, and Kaluj through it can just pummel on through Malthael's face, and he falls no longer in this fight, knowing that the Vegas Eternal are going to try to back up, wait for him to come back. They haven't really... They tried to explode with some ultimates, but every time they do so, they just get countered. Now, on that front line, Vulcan drops the Annihilation, but actually falls to both Sam and then Hydran finds Rack Attack. Even though they have the ult advantage, they're the ones to die. Dove eventually tries to back off through this off angle. Toronto Defiant, though, now 5 minutes in that third phase.
Yeah, no mortality field, no signed barrier. Vulcan is incredibly squishy when he goes for that annihilation mode, and all of Defiant just immediately laser focus the tank down. Dove not really getting that space to breathe either. Hydran doing a very good job of just continuing to apply the pressure since he didn't die. He's still sitting on that railgun charge. Dove unfortunately having to build it up anew.
Sitting in this main side, Carp being pushed in the third phase. Hydran now waiting maybe on this right side. Baiting out a Maywall, potentially almost gets his head ripped off by Dub, who's playing back, yet to use that overclock. Now he uses it, but what value does he find on this left side? It's actually good value. Connects onto Hydran, connects onto him to get rid of him in that fight. Lukemino also finds Sam too, and now this is finally going to push off the Toronto Defiant and give the Vegas Eternal a fight win.
Yeah, there are some really hard pushes for the attacking team to be able to take fights on Shambali. On B, if the defenders are in control of the high ground, a lot of the time you just lose players in the rotation and time is burnt off of that. Heading into C, trying to get out of that tunnel and move into the open space is another problematic area, especially if you're running into something like a mate who can just wall off that other push that you can come through from side room.
Very aggressive push with Sam, dropping that Blizzard onto Vulcan on the cart. Immortality Field is there and beat drop, but that's not enough to save him because there's also an amplification matrix there from Ultraviolet on that side. And now the Vegas Eternal, they attempt to trade it back, finding Ultraviolet. Eventually Sam finds him. Lukemino also connecting onto Sam, but it's Hydran on that main side with the overclock, just looking for these stagger kills though. Rack Attack finds Kalush. These are some good stagger kills from the Vegas Eternal because now in this fight it's only OG and Hydran.
Yeah, but Defiant have been able to break through from choke, and now the fight is out in the open. Hydran gets a lot more space to be able to play around with, and Eternal have to go for the contest on that cart, hoping that the little pillars, the statues that they have, are going to provide enough line of sight cutoff that he's not going to be able to find those snipes.
Look at the aggressiveness from Hydran, just constantly knowing he's in a good spot to play aggressive and find that poke value. Looks for Dub on the left side with the charged up railgun shot. Annihilation from Gluge also is popped, but it's countered by Vulcan. However, the beat drop overlayered for Toronto Defiant gives him that health pool advantage. Malthael will fall, even though Lukemino attempted to drop the Immortality Field. Eventually, Vulcan falls over. Nobody else here. Lukemino falls. Rack Attack running across this left side just to delay the payload for a bit longer. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. Toronto Defiant capture out on that third phase.
Yeah, Annihilation Mirror is always going to go in favor of the Ram who has a sound barrier to be able to bolster their health bar. So Defiant are going to come out on top of that engagement. And for Eternal, it's just about managing that sort of numbers that they're going to lose on the disengage. The problem is that the card is so close to the finish line, they can't disengage it fully. They're forced to take the damage and hope that they're going to be able to slow Defiant down. But Defiant are the exact opposite. 2 minutes 28 for a full push of Shambali is absolute light speed on this map.
Yeah, that's so fast. It's literally. I mean, I'm curious all the times that we've seen on Shambali Monastery. 2 minutes and 28 is definitely up there with the best of them. And obviously, for the Toronto Defiant side, they're looking good right now, Moxie, compared to the Vegas Eternal. I mean, is it fair to say that putting Hydran back in the game gives them a bit more of an edge than maybe other compositions with like Sam and Speedily, or is this theory crafting that we don't really need to do since we're not coaches?
I mean, again, if you want to play a Sojourn who's going to be able to power slide around these Maywall cutoffs and provide that extra little bit of pressure, as well as shutting down some of those really tight corners that the defense, especially when they're playing a Ramatra, want to play around, so that when all of the team are pushing forward, similar to a Reinhardt, you're set up around a corner to be able to cleave into as many of them as possible. You're not standing in that space if a Disruptor Shot is taking your health down. So Hydran's doing a very good job of taking what should be advantages for Eternal and turning it on their heads.
All right, well, let's see on their defensive side. I mean, you're right, Hydran really has been a difference maker for the Toronto Defiant. The Vegas Eternal attempt to walk out of spawn with the teleporter onto the top. That's a very interesting ill, giving Rack Attack an integrated out of the spawn, but they do lose him to Hydran on the backside. Immortality Field connects onto Maltha to keep him alive for a bit longer. Dub also finds Hydran. These are opening picks the Vegas Eternal desperately need to try to turn this map on its head. They eventually will connect onto Sam, OG, and Kaluge to give them that first fight win.
Yeah, Sojourn into Ramatra is always really tough, right? Because unlike the Reinhardt, if you're a Ram, once you use that shield, you're not actually going to be able to move it. So if the Sojourn just saves the power slide, you're always going to be able to move straight past it, as That Symmetra TP is pretty nasty. That change of tempo, Defiant were just not ready for Eternal to quite literally drop on their heads. This time around, though, that Symmetra is gone, and it's going to be a straight-up mirror.
Is it legal? Admin, please check. Admin, where you at? On the front line, Toronto Defiant tried to split at the choke point. Vegas Eternal looking to dive onto Kaluj on the inside. Sam with the peel wall. Counter wall for Malthael to try to Malthael to support that push, but no kills just hit. Now Ant Matrix into the open with no Maywall to save Sam. Eventually falls to Dove. Nice job to take advantage of such a long hallway. Now they can run onto Kaluj's side, but aren't getting these kills exactly fast. Kaluj might even escape with his life to give Sam time to get back.
It's going to be Vegas Eternal coming in so close to so many ultimates, but Hydron's so close to that overclock as well. An absolute arms race between him and Malthael on this mate to hit that Blizzard in time.
They walk in, Vulcan looks to fight Kaluj in the front. Malthael as well is there with the May wall to maybe zone off the amplification matrix, but in this case, he actually may ultimates. He throws the Blizzard out immediately out of coming out of the ice block, but he does fall. The Immortality Field was also used to try to save him, but unfortunately, it was a bit too aggressive of a play. Dove found OG, and the counter from Toronto Defiant was there with a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, Blizzard's a little bit too late as well. If it's trying to counter the Ant Matrix has already been used before the Blizzard gets thrown. I think he was just trying to make sure that Defiant weren't able to play off of the opening that Ant Matrix could have provided for Hydron. But no matter what the choice is, Eternal still lose the ultimate, and now they're going to be relying on support ults and this overclock coming through from Dove to be able to lock the members of Defiant down. But Defiant have the space, they have the buildings to be able to reach out from line of sight to make sure that Dove just doesn't get the time.
Yeah, I think you've analyzed it perfectly. They jump down to the front line. Amplification Matrix here. Hydron, though, connects onto Malthael, who's trying to run away. The beat drop not there to save him. Now is here to sustain the team as an overclock from Dove allows Vulcan to find 2 pummel kills onto Ultraviolets and OG. Luke Mino also finds Sam. So it looks like on this first point, eventually the Vegas Eternal surely will capture it. Hydrant does find 1 kill off the back, tries to maybe get to that window, but it's a bit too far. And eventually, Vegas Eternal capture first point A.
Okay, so that was actually Defiant going a little bit too over-aggressively after Baptiste, as they sent 2 of their players, OG being one of them, to try to track down Luke Mino, who's able to actually execute over the side of that building and make it to the other side. And in the meantime, Eternal are winning the frontline fight because you don't have a Lucio from Defiant to be able to reposition in time away from the burst damage that's coming through from Eternal's side.
Yeah, I mean, the discipline is there for the most part for the Defiant, but in that situation in particular, not really. Sam then goes for that front line shot by Dove. Nice job by him. He's finally kind of slowly working his way back into the series with that railgun shot onto Sam. But Toronto Defiant, again, this is that discipline we talked about, just waiting for Sam to come back into this fight, knowing they got picked off early to not give Vegas Eternal an edge.
Sam is close to a Blizzard as well. Kaluj going to have that Annihilation. Vulcan has it as well. And neither Lucio is actually going to be able to have a sound barrier. So it's all going to come down to which of these teams are going to be able to bait Immortality Field out first. Look, however, at Dove. He's found a side lane. He's looking for that angle to be able to push Defiant back.
Yeah, and it's Vulcan on the front line too with the Annihilation to enable that. Hydron, though, coming back with an overclock, and that really is going to be the difference maker with the Annihilation of Kaluj on that front line rack attack. Maybe a little bit of movement. No, eventually Sam does find him with the Icicle. Too many people to deal with there, and Toronto Defiant came back, and now 2 minutes left for Vegas Eternal. Potentially we'll have to deal with Spawn Camp from the Toronto Defiant.
Well, we could see it. We really could see it, as they're going to have that window access, and that is a bird's eye view right onto the main road, and it's going to force Vegas Eternal into potentially taking a much longer and costlier flank if this fight does not go their way in terms of overall time that they have to work with.
You know, Vegas Eternal's rotation has been scouted out through that window, like you mentioned, so they are well aware what the Vegas Eternal are trying to do. It's a very long rotation for them all the way around this pillar side. Now pretty much switching locations towards the defensive side. Toronto Defiant moves towards the aggressive side. They drop the May wall to zone out that backline. Amplification from both Baptiste use a May ultimate of Blizzard committed on to Vulcan, but he zoned it out. Nice job from him. Sam also ice blocks into the open, tries to find something, get an overclock from Dove. What does it find? It's immediately into a wall, and also the disruptor shot. But now the May ultimate, the Blizzard from Malthael, connects onto 3 members, but do they have the follow-up? Yes, on Ultraviolet, no Immortality Field to save him. Rack attack connects onto him. Sam also falls. Great work from them. They work through the progressions, and the Vegas Eternal will win that team fight.
But but it's a lot of time burnt off the clock. They had to actually wait through 2 cycles of the zone coming out from Kalush before they were actually able to take the fight onto Defiant. And Defiant are going to get another chance to be able to contest. Eternal cannot afford to lose it, otherwise they're never going to see the payload again.
I would like Maldiel to maybe go for like a Maywall there to try to slow it down, but nope, just comes back towards this choke point, opts to just take the neutral fight, and it works out for them. Luke Mino shuts down Kalush. Can anybody else touch on the payload? Look at this one, but Vulcan and Dove find 2 more. Hydra and OG fall. The rest of Toronto Defiant come through just to stagger onto the point. Vegas Eternal move on to third.
It's the fight win Eternal needed, and it's clean as well coming through from them. No ultimates expended. Defiant now going to have to try to make it through spawn, as Dove is just waiting, trying to build up that railgun charge to be able to pressure Defiant into making sure that they don't get the stalwart hold over choke before the payload's through.
Kalush over the top right, just poking out the back line. Dove maybe wanting to set up a bit more aggressive angle on that right side, and it does work out for him. Nice shot from him onto Sam. Without the overclock, gets the railgun connection. Kalush does try to pummel into Vulcan, but Vulcan's already dropped the Annihilation to counter Kalush on the front line of the rest of the Toronto Defiant as they commit that overclock and get no value.
Ultravart's going to have an Ant Matrix, but Dove has the means to be able to deny it. That overclock, as well as Malthael's Maywall, if he's going to be able to time it right, will not allow Defiant to be able to anchor around this Baptiste utility. Instead, it's going to have to be picked from Hydra, but he's so far away from the overclock, and Dove already has it in pocket.
Yeah, Dove ready to go with this. This is really going to be a big test for Dove to find shots with the overclock to get that value that his team so desperately needs. Luke Mino, or sorry, Ultraviolet drops the ultimate over the top left. There's 1 kill. Looks onto Hydran through that window. Cannot find it necessarily. He's trying to spam it out. Look for someone on the back line, but he's missing a bit too hard. Hydran notices that. Can now come back through, but nice shot from him onto Ultraviolet, who was jumping into the air as the Symmetra, or the May ultimate from Sam connects onto that front line. Eventually, Kalush was also frozen, and now it's just him and OG on the point. Ultraviolet switches to Kariko. Can he come back to give him the Suzu in time? Nope. Kalush falls OG as well. Nobody else here touches. In the Vegas Eternal, they're extending the series.
Yeah, 1 minute, however, in the time bank. It's not the blistering pace that Defiant were able to set on the board. And the problems for Eternal do not stop there. Remember, they were able to break very quickly out from point A with a surprise factor of that Symmetra TP. Defiant are now going to be fully expecting those same kinds of shenanigans and are going to position around it accordingly.
Yeah, okay, let's see if the Vegas Eternal on their attacking side. Okay, let's see if they can pull off. You think they can pull off that TP again, Moxie? You think a little cheeky
I think
play?
Once the cat side of the bag is not going to go back in. They can try it. Dove fielding that Symmetra at the moment. They are the attacking team. They can swap off of it. But Defiant are going to be wise to the fact that this is a potential play.
Yeah.
And they are going to be waiting with that Maywall and that zone from Kalush as well. If he can just put it onto these members of Eternal. This is where we can see the sim TP right onto that high ground ledge. And everyone just immediately TPs down, and Defiant get hit by a double anti-nade rack attack. Running that Ana actually swaps off of it. It's only for that first initial push. So he can actually connect that anti-nade, and no one from Defiant has the heals. They're not running the Kiriko. They can't cleanse it. And Eternal are able to find such a clean fight win. And it looks like they're going to do it again. Rack attacks on the Ana, Dove on the Sim.
Different spot, though. They go through that left side rack attack, waiting to take the teleport. He's faking it like he's going to take it, then drops it into the back line, connects on the Hydra, forces the Immortality Field. So that's already cooldown down. And they don't even need Lucio speed. They can just play on that front line, knowing that cooldown is not available. They would probably appreciate the speed, but now another anti-grenade onto Kalush and no Immortality Field rack attack. The swap to the Ana works out amazing for the Vegas Eternal. Hydran, though, does trade it back. Also finds Dove somehow with those 2 kills, but surely it's not going to be enough. Rack attack, was that like a 4K on final blows there? Nice work from the Vegas Eternal.
So Rack Attack on the Ana connects every single anti-nade and also lands the sleep onto OG. So Defiant don't have the means of actually being able to speed boost away from Eternal. No surprises, Rack Attack is actually going to stay on the Ana, as Defiant aren't running a dive. They have no means of being able to push onto the Ana aggressively, forcing Eternal to turn around and peel. So you keep the Ana utility and your support alive.
Yeah, screw it, I guess. I mean, just stick on the Ana if it's working. Another anti-grenade onto Kalush. Maybe force Ultraviolet's Immortality Field. Nope. Not this time. Ultraviolet is a little bit wiser to not use that, but he did use that Regenerative Burst also on a long cooldown. That's the difficulty with Baptiste. A lot of these things are on super long cooldowns, so you need to be careful not to waste abilities. Sam goes really low in the front line, forcing the Immortality Field from him. Kalush on that front angle where the amplification matrix attempts to go aggressive. Nice amp matrix on the cart, by the way, so it can constantly rotate. Nano boost available. Raktak drops it onto Vulcan, who pummels into the back line. Doesn't even need the speed, can just run onto Ultraviolet 2. The sleep came through onto Kaluge. They got out Ultraviolet's Baptiste window too. This is looking solid for the Vegas Eternal.
They do lose Rack Attack, and without a Lucio, it is going to be a little bit harder to be able to ferry him back into this composition before Defiant are ready to push. But Vulcan's going to be able, there it is, Rack Attack onto Lucio to be able to recontest with his team Maywell from Sam to make sure that Eternal aren't able to actually poke down a member of Defiant early, as they're going to have to drop from the high ground and contest this team.
Very aggressive from Luke Mino, trying to do a little bit of poke, maybe a bit too greedy, cost them this fight, but they had to do something. They do have some ultimates, so maybe they could have made something work, but Toronto Defiant will come back after the checkpoint was received and stop the Vegas Eternal.
1 minute, however, Eternal had to work with, and they were able to pick up the full duration of point A on Shambali, which is no easy feat, especially since Defiant were expecting that Symmetra TP and still fall afoul to the shenanigan strategies coming out from Eternal's side. However, Defiant have 3 minutes and 11 seconds, over triple the amount of time Eternal had to work with, and there were so many fights for them to be able to work with and build ultimates and just steamroll over Eternal every single step of the way.
Yeah, that's what we call in the pro scene a bit of a cheese. You know, you can get cheesed on from the Vegas Eternal who ran that Ana. If there's a cheese emoji in YouTube chat, please use it. Obviously for the Vegas Eternal now on the defensive side, you're going to be locking the Lucio, knowing, right, the Toronto Defiant, they can't, like, fuel them again with the Ana, especially on the defensive side, right?
Yeah, it feels like Defiant are a little bit allergic to the Gorgonzola, right? They fell afoul of the Reinhardt strategies coming through from London yesterday. Eternal trotting out that Symmetra Ana synergy as well, something that they're not prepared for. They're not able to adapt fast enough, but now that we're going back into this mirror matchup, this is where they've looked the strongest.
You're right. Let's see if on the defensive side, maybe a wall from Malthael can separate this backline of Toronto Defiant, but they do a good job just blasting down the May wall when it comes through. Kalush walks towards that cart immediately, not really pressured out by the rest of the Vegas Eternal, but now that May wall comes through from both of the Mays, Vegas Eternal and Toronto Defiant's May, dropping that cooldown. Kalush looks for Vulcan towards that payload as well and dropping some of those abilities there to potentially zone it off, as well as Hydron building up to those railgun shots, right? This guy's been absolutely lethal so far with it, but does only look for the tank, knowing Vulcan is kind of the weak link for the Vegas Eternal. Luke Mino not there with the immortality field in time to save him. And now for the Vegas Eternal, you're just looking to build some ultimate stagger on the payload. Sam also connects on Luke Mino. Dove falls. So does Rack Attack. First fight victory for Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, so the Sojourn going after the tank actually has a significant impact on Eternal. Not only is Vulcan forced away, not able to create the space for Dove and Malthael to work with, you're also boxing Luke Mino in terms of throwing in that Baptiste utility. Do you throw the lamp out? Because that's what Defiant are waiting for. They're going to be able to blitz the lamp and immediately blitz your tank down after. Luke Mino unfortunately holds on to it, and as a result, Vulcan does go down regardless. As Defiant now, Ultraviolet have the amp matrix, not on the payload itself, so it's not going to move, which does mean that Eternal have the means of being able to disengage and come back in with an amp matrix of their own, but Dove peaks.
This is the problem when both of these teams drop the amp matrices, right? Obviously, a lot of the mechanically skilled Sojourns are going to want to take that duel, and Hydron comes out on top with that kill onto Dove, knowing he's not here. The Vegas Eternal have to take this fight, even though they're in a bit of a weird spot. Malthael drops the Blizzard, does connect on the Kaluge, but he has the beat drop to sustain. Now Counter Blizzard comes through, connects on the Vulcan and Malthael with the overclock. This is far too much damage for Vegas Eternal to try to stop the Toronto Defiant's push. Rack Attack does die on that payload as well. Eventually just waiting for it to push through. GG's comes through from everybody as they capture the checkpoint. Toronto Defiant will be your victors, and obviously moving towards that last chance qualifiers, that bodes well for them moving forward.
I mean, when Hydron wants to show up on the Sojourn, he shows up in style. The entirety of Shambali, every single overclock, every single ult fire that he had, really felt like he was connecting onto those members of Eternal, and Defiant were able to pick up those 2 maps that they need, as well as another series win, and will be feeling incredibly happy heading into those last chance qualifiers, where they have a chance of making it to Korea for that mid-season madness.
Moxie, that's a large. I mean, we talked about ice walls earlier and bringing your picks.
I said a chance, okay? They have a statistical possibility of making it through. There's significant work that needs to be done for this team. We were seeing a couple of times that there was overcommitment, especially when they thought that they saw one target isolated and vulnerable and just hounded it down, as opposed to spending 5 seconds, seeing that they're not going to find it, and immediately just pulling back. That was a problem that continued for the entirety of the series, and I think that's something that they're going to need to look at moving forward.
They had their bright spots, right? The Toronto Defiant, you're right. 3-0 over the Vegas Eternal. Obviously, a lot of teams 3-0ing them so far in the season. They've looked, previously better earlier on in the season. Then coming towards the latter half, we have Hydrant just absolutely going insane. Obviously on the Symmetra, and is going to be your player of the match. When on the Sojourn as well, just kind of diffing Dove in a lot of these team fights, truly looked like the better player today.
Yeah, again, when they're knowing what they're going to be coming up against, they have a game plan. The fact that they field that Symmetra and stick with it, fully understanding that Kaluj is going to be pushing onto that Reinhardt and that Vulcan is going to want to try and match it as well. Just being able to put that little bit of extra pressure with that being fully charged up, as well as use the turrets to be able to control the point entry, allowed Defiant to walk with control and really bite into Eternal's mental as the entire series progressed.
Yeah, that mental aspect is a big deal, like you mentioned. Let's take a look at the Hydrant stats. Obviously, this is a good sign. As a Toronto Defiant fan, 11k damage per 10, with only 5 deaths as well. And every time he popped the overclock, you could tell this guy was going to go insane. Really just half of his final blows through those overclocks as well. Truly is a standout player. There's a reason when we talk about Hydrant being a star player for the Toronto Defiant. And there's a couple of things that obviously you'd want out of the Toronto Defiant, Moxie. Really, they've shown signs of having good discipline, but at times they did falter, right? You'd want this team to maybe really rally around Hydrant a bit more, maybe focus up, not throw fights as much as possible. Really want more of those regroups like they did earlier on. A lot of these things, a lot of signs point to them potentially finding something later on in the last chance qualifiers. I'm tripping on my words. To make sure I don't do that anymore, we'll have Rich and Kenobi back for you on the desk after a short break.
Welcome back to all of you lovely individuals at home. That was a game of Overwatch, wasn't it, Kenobi?
Sure
That was a good
that
one.
was definitely a way to describe that game.
Yes, absolutely. But, again, with the results from this 3-0, it does solidify the final, like the standings, everything. We know. We know it all. So at this point, unfortunately, as hard as London was able to root for this to go in their favor, it unfortunately did not. As before we dive a little bit further into that, there was some exciting Overwatch, but there was some exciting dancing, and apparently there was a poll conclusion.
I wonder who won this. Wow.
I won. I won.
Just show it. Where is it? I'm waiting for it.
Yep, we're gonna have it. Where is it? Do we have it? Do we actually have it? It's gonna be the tweet. No, we got a tweet.
Oh,
Let's see the tweet. Here we go. That's gonna be a good one.
Oh, we have a tweet instead.
What is this? Oh, it's from Zoe. Oh, I hope I'm doing okay. Kenobi and I are working our best.
Listen, nothing's broken yet. Personally,
nothing's on fire.
On the desk.
It's still intact. Everything is well structured from the ground up.
Yes.
For now. I don't know about that.
Disregard the patches running everywhere that when you come back and like all the
like
wood
the
that's
shoe
like
scuffing that's over there
there's
for
gonna
me
be
and
like
my body.
wood planks in front of this. Like it's gonna not be a great time, unfortunately.
It's gonna be a good time though for this next game because I think this is gonna be a good one. But before we really dive into that, we'll recap and specifically talk a little bit about this match that we just had. So we know that Toronto had a lot of trouble. Same thing when it came to Vegas. There's a lot of things that you and I have highlighted, and you and I have seen these players for an extensive period of time through collegiate, through contenders, and now coming into this kind of stage. And they did claim this win, but there's still a lot of points to work on.
Yeah, this was a 3-0, but it wasn't really like the cleanest of 3-0s, which is kind of what I would be worried about with this Toronto Defiant team, because this should have been one against the Vegas Eternal, where they come out, get some momentum going into last chance qualifiers. But I do want to give some credit to the Vegas Eternal, specifically Malthel. I think Malthel did have a pretty decent performance today on the Hanzo, and it was something that I think the Toronto Defiant weren't necessarily expecting. But there are still just some small things that if Toronto can clean up, they can look like a good team. Specifically, Hydron, I think, really, really performed well. But this back half is like one of those things where I'm just like, this cannot be happening to a team like this who is like as typed up as they were going into this feels like it should have been just a complete wash, and we were, an hour in and out. But there was some time it took them to. They got full capped on Shambali. Like there was some time it took for Toronto Defiant to really close this one out. Once they did, though, they did look crisp and clean. But luckily, they are going to be heading into that last chance qualifier. So now they have a lot of pressure off of their shoulder. They're already in that tournament. So now for the next couple of weeks, they can just say, okay, let's really start to focus in and hone on what we can fix, because so far this has not been the qualifiers that we've wanted.
Absolutely. And again, with the way that they've been playing, losing sight of those significant things, just like that, back cap, the C9 on that payload, you really have to start refining it. And we have such high hopes for them because, even looking back when we were being able to cast them and talk about them, it just seems different. It's disjointed, and they have a lot of that work to do. But I'm excited to see what they can do from here to be able to continue developing into the right direction so that they're going to be able to actually have a formidable chance to compete.
And I think that's the thing about, going into the last chance qualifiers is that, like, again, having that time is going to be so good for this team because there was a lot of pressure, right? Talked about how many times that, like, this American Tornado Corps, all that they did in contenders, all of the victories that they had, and just unfortunately, it's not really translated over into the Overwatch League yet, which is, I think, is something that we were really expecting this team to do more so than anything else, and it just hasn't been there. So hopefully, given now that pressure is off and they've kind of just like now they have a set path to be like, hey, we just know we have to go into the last chance qualifiers now. If we can, start to ramp up in a bracket type of situation, maybe there's a chance for us still to get to the midseason mayhem.
Absolutely, and we have a chance to actually speak to one of the players, Kaluj specifically. It's been some time since I've had a chance to chit-chat with them. So, Kaluj, how are you doing, my friend? It's been a while since I've had a few words with you. Don't want to knock that over as it's getting a little closer
I don't know what's
to you.
Going on here. All right.
Just hold
you have someone stabilizing behind you, but
Oh, you know? Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just have you just flexing one arm
Hold the door, hold the door.
We'll just have that the whole time.
There we go.
So I do want to ask, going into this, what is your, looking to now the last chance qualifier, the way that you've been playing, what is it that you're looking forward to specifically and to develop to actually compete in that last chance qualifier?
I'll just clean up our team play in matches. I feel like in matches, we don't really play like we do in scrims. A lot of people would be surprised how well we do in scrims and then show up to these matches and just play completely different than how we usually do. So probably just like transferring the results in scrims to matches a lot better.
So kind of talk to me a little bit about you specifically, because I think that's something we've seen from you, Kaluj, is a lot of like tanks. I think you've played 6 different tanks throughout the entirety of the qualifiers so far. What has that been like for you? Because I know that you're very gifted on a lot of these tank plays, but do you kind of like this idea where like you can play and think that you can, pilot every single tank at a high level? Is it like a lot of mental RAM that you have to use, or it's something you're just like used to?
Last year it was something I had to get used to, but I feel like this year it's coming to me a lot easier. It's kind of more like, I don't know, figuring out how to play with these guys better. I feel like a lot of times I do struggle on like some of the main tanks, so it's stressful, but I got a lot of people trying to help me out and become better on these tanks.
You got your boys with you.
Yeah.
Got all your pals. Well, we really appreciate the time to chat with us and, give us that insight, looking forward to what is ahead of you, sending nothing but positive energy to you. We've been, along the adventure for a lot of you on your squad, so looking forward to seeing how it continues to develop. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Awesome.
He held up the background really well.
Yeah. No, the whole time.
Just
Gotta do what you gotta do for this. I mean, that was like me dancing over there. You just have to do what you have to do. So, but talking specifically about like their history and how they've gotten here, we cannot go without also speaking about the Contenders Spring Series as well. And we've got that on Monday and Tuesday, specifically watching to make sure that you guarantee those drops and gaining that Reaper and Lucio Contender skin. So make sure that you check out overwatchleague.com/path to pro for more information. And we're going to be there on one of those days.
Tier 2.
We'll be back there.
We are going to be back there. That's our old stomping ground right there, Overwatch Contenders.
Right.
So make sure that you follow everywhere where you can. Support Tier 2. No bias here, obviously.
No.
Between us talking about that. But I think that it's going to be interesting, how Contenders shapes up going into, something like a new meta potentially, or like how we're going to be seeing these teams, especially when we see like the East competing with like Overwatch League. Like it's going to be, I think Contenders is in a really cool spot right now.
Yeah. As now we're going to hop into our next game specifically, which is going to be Washington versus Gladiators. And again, we've got a lot to really discuss on this. As you can take a look at the schedule, that is our second game for the day. And we know from what we talked about at the top of the broadcast, the amount of weight that has been put on the shoulders of Washington Justice with what their match was just earlier this weekend. And they are truly looking for an opportunity to redeem themselves. And we do get to take a look at the roster for today.
Yeah, and I mean, really the roster comes down to a lot of Alpha E, I think, in particular, because I think Alpha E has been kind of the shining star for this team, the DPS lineup. I mean, going into this week, they were the first in teamfight total wins, as also we can take a look at the Gladiators roster. Not really needing any introduction, right? I think when you look at every single one of these players, very well known. Kevster, one of the best DPS we have in the league. Kai, I think recently has really shown up, and also the integration of Funny Astro back into this roster a little bit more so now that like Brig and Lucio are coming back in, I think has really helped the Gladiators out. But for Washington in particular, it's so interesting because we've seen like 2 versions of this team. We've seen a team that's like really, really on point, crisp and clean, going in, and then there's the other side where they just like shells of themselves and they're 0-3. Going into this week, they were the first team in all of Overwatch League in terms of first pick rate, where they're getting those first picks, and that's because they have talented DPS like Alpha E and like Flora. Unfortunately, though, when you look at their team fight win percentage after those first picks, it drops down to rank 11. They are only 45% in terms of winning those team fights after those first picks. So yes, Alpha E and Flora are doing a great job of getting them, but the team sometimes just does not have that ability to clean up a fight. And in the mid fight, you cannot come incorrect against the Glads.
No.
They thrive in that mid fight. They are going to really, if it's ever in a chaotic situation like that, I'd take Gladiators 10 times out of 10 in those mid-fight situations because of who they have on their roster.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we're going to be able to get our predictions here so that we can give you insight in what our thoughts were specifically. And as you can see, I think we both agreed to the right direction. 3-2 in favor of Gladiators, but this is still going to be competitive. I think that it's going to be
I really hope so.
Absolutely necessary for them, especially with what we saw earlier from that tweet. It is something that they really took to heart, and they want to guarantee that this can be a win for sure, but if not a win, then a very, very
you have to look competitive here, because they kind of would take them out of this like area where there's like these top teams, right? And like they've been like Washington's been 3-0'd by Boston. They've been 3-0'd, I believe, by another team, Atlanta or something like that. But one of those other top teams. And here, just putting up a good performance from Gladiators, I think would be great for them. And this is a very hefty Gladiator side, which obviously makes sense, especially
Shields
after what,
up indeed.
Especially after what we saw like on Friday with New York. I think Gladiators right now, there's reason for them to be confident from the chat in giving them that 80%. Yeah.
Definitely shaky for sure. And now we also, take a look at in comparison. You had mentioned a lot of the DPS dynamics. What we've already seen previously. But we also have to discuss a little bit about the tank lineup and that matchup, Dante going against, these other two from Washington and what that's going to look like for them, because Dante is more so, from what we would look like, a favorable matchup for them.
Yeah, I think Dante has had some, the Winston is something that gets talked about a lot with Dante, but I think the biggest thing about Dante in terms of whenever Dante's playing tank is his smarts, right? I think he's one of the smartest, really good understanding of a lot of things with Ramatra, with Junker Queen. Yes, the Winston sometimes not looking as phenomenal as the best Winstons that we have in the league, but still I think that Dante is kind of this stalwart presence that really helps out the Gladiators, and it'll be interesting to see how Washington are going to go up against it. Are we going to see a lot of mirror Winston? When are we going to see Ben Best? Are we going to see Ben Best? Those are questions that are going to have to be answered by the Washington Justice.
And those questions are going to be answered as we're going to toss it over to the casters so they can give us the answers. We're going to be heading on back over again. Hello, you lovely individuals. Gonna bring us a second game. Excited to have you again.
Yep. We're back for that second game. Thank God that we're not seeing the Justice versus the Vegas Eternal. Otherwise, we might spicy Ben Best tweets. You know what I'm saying? But okay, in this matchup here, Moxie, obviously, that's broke it down perfectly. Thank you, Rich and Kenobi. For the upcoming matchup between these two teams, should be competitive. I think between the Washington Justice and the Los Angeles Gladiators, I think everybody's expecting this matchup to be hyper competitive.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to getting to see this Tracer first off, because I'm honestly surprised that Kenobi didn't touch on this. He, like me, really has a soft spot for Alpha U because of all of our backgrounds on Chinese contenders. Getting to see him just pop off for Billy Gaming and then picked up for the Spark, and then now getting to move over to Washington Justice. This is a Tracer player that you have to watch out for, because he doesn't just play the Tracer. He's so flexible with things like the Genji and the Echo in his back pocket, but he's going up against Kevster, who is currently one of the leading Tracers in the entire league, who also can play more than anything that isn't just the Tracer. So I think it's going to be a lot of versatility, a lot of flexibility coming through from these compositions.
Well, and that's why this weekend has been so amazing to watch. A lot of these teams that are really even close match-wise, or close team-wise, have been not playing against each other the entire stage. But now towards the very last bit, when all is on the line, all the seeding's on the line, we finally get that matchup, like you said, between Alpha E and Kevster.
Well, starting off on Antarctic, we're not going to see the Reinhardt. Bembas not in the mix at the moment for the Justice. Instead, it's going to be the Ram coming through. Mirrors across the entire board. So again, it really is going to come down to the better positioning and the better Hanzo as a result.
Yeah, both Hanzos kind of posturing up. You see Flora towards that coastal side, looking for the other Hanzo, which is Kai, back of the map towards the more inside angle. Uses storm arrows to check that spot. Either no kills yet for either Hanzo. And in fact, it's Mir with the pressure from that front line, able to find Dante. He's already gone down. Also, ice block used from Kevster, forcing him to fall. And it's interesting that we mentioned, the Tracer v Tracer matchup, but in the Mei versus Mei, it really is more utility and less star-based.
Yeah, it really is about whether or not you can counteract that Mei wall, as well as using things like the block to be able to soak in damage and also stall out that point. And that's going to be something that's available for Justice right now that they've been able to win that first fight. Alpha Yi, if things go south for Justice in this next engagement, will be able to stall for a good percentage of the point that Gladiators are just not going to be able to act him from. But Lastro, because so much poke came through from Gladiators, has been able to keep pace with Terror reasonably well for the AMP.
Los Angeles Gladiators coming through from the front of the ship will move on into the middle, drop that barrier to maybe zone off the backline. Alpha E playing around Mir where it seems like Dante's Mei, Kevster playing on a different angle. Amplification Matrix used from the Justice in a defensive angle. Gladiators disengage it, now drop onto the side with their own Amplification Matrix, but Flora through the Amp Matrix connects onto Kai. Dante, though, did trade it back. Mir falls, so you don't have that point presence either once he's gone. Making sure that flip comes through for the Gladiators now is just Dante, now able to pummel onto that backline to get up to that 5-kill streak and take that point back.
Yeah, getting to play with Funny Astro's Lucio as well. The speed in full swing so that Dante is able to use those pummels, catching onto all of those members of Justice stuffed up in that such small space as they try and disengage as cleanly as possible. Kevs are going to have that Blizzard as well for Gladiators to be able to use. It's going to significantly alter how Justice are able to approach this next point, as Flora doesn't really want to go for that full steal off the ground. He's going to be such an easy target for Kai if he does.
Kevster waiting with that Blizzard towards the point, trying not to get poked down from those outside angles that the Washington Justice are utilizing. Teru jumps on top of the wall. Kevster now commits the Blizzard into that back line as Mir tried to go aggressive with the Annihilation, able to get the beat drop as well. Outside of the Blizzard, Alpha Yi, nice kill onto Kevster before he can get the beat drop. Kai, though, does trade it back. Mir falls yet again. Dante goes incredibly low, and eventually Alpha Yi takes him out of the fight. So now both of the tank players are removed. No Ramatras here. Los Angeles Gladiators trying to find some value, but Flora on the Hanzo is able to find Lastro and Kai, while Alpha Yi cleans up onto Funny Astro.
Yeah, really good beat coming through from FD God to allow Mirror to hold on to that Annihilation for as long as possible. And then when both of those tanks are removed, it's Flora who finds that headshot to be able to uneven the numbers between themselves and Gladiators. This point has been on an absolute pendulum swing between these two teams, something that we don't typically tend to see, because if you're in control of the point, you're in control of those choke engagements. You can allow that Hanzo to lengthen the distance and hit those headshots before the fight begins. But both of these teams doing such a good job of clean rotations, not losing a player too early.
Exactly. Those clean rotations now up forward. Gladiators rotate towards the point and another Ant Matrix, and pretty much the same angle used before, but a counter one came through, and Mir trades Kai out, but FD God goes down. So now it's Ramatra on Ramatra, and Mir unfortunately didn't have peel from anybody. Astro came back for that Ramatra player, and now the Justice stuck without a tank player, try to just stagger the point up to 99, in which they do so, which is a benefit for them long term. But the Gladiators know flip it after the overtime takedown.
The pendulum swing once again in motion, swings towards the east, and Gladiators will be in control of this point. Kai approaching that Dragon Strike as well. Flora sitting on his. The problem for Justice is that they're going to have to use it to potentially try and split Gladiators, so they're not able to find value off of Kai being able to do the exact same to Justice as they make this next approach onto the point.
They're just sitting back at the current moment. Justice playing, or deciding where to go, rather, maybe trying to confuse Gladiators, but they still enter that front of the ship again. Flora still sitting with that Dragon Strike as well. Immortality was used early from the Justice. We have to pay attention to that cooldown because Kai has his own Dragon Strike. Flora sneaking around the back, drops the Dragon Strike as he knows that Glad's go aggressive and picks off Funny Astro. What a Dragon Strike from him. Teru also connects onto Dante as the Los Angeles Gladiators are in full dismay. The rest of the Justice now regroup around the point and will capture it off of a phenomenal Dragon Strike from Flora.
Oh my goodness, that's why you have to mark the Hanzo if you know that Dragon Strike is available. Justice literally reveal everyone but the Hanzo in that engagement, baiting Gladiators into thinking that they have the upper hand. Justice are coming around the coastal side of the boat, so Gladiators for Kevster and Kai are just free to be able to primary spam down that distance. As we can get a look at the replay, he's got the Sonic out already. He knows exactly where Gladiators are going to be playing from. Funny Astro is the one that gets hit by it first, and the lamp just isn't in position. Lastro's so far away from his Lucer that he's just not able to throw it down in time to be able to save him before Funny Astro's already taken out, and he just has to go for the 1v1 duel.
Nice job from Flora so far. Very impressed with this Hanzo play. Different compositions though, Moxie. Look at this already coming out of spawn.
Well, there's the Winston dive that we were expecting to get to see. Mirror onto that, Teru onto the Ana to be able to build that Nano boost as quickly as possible. But the big difference is actually going to be DPS. Flora and Alfie going for full commit to the dive. Kai playing displacement, trying to keep Lastro alive.
The hack came through with Dante, but is able to jump back. Mir also trying to get some peel from his team. Does have Teru off on that off angle. On top of the wall, just getting those heals onto Mir. You know, able to jump there from the box, just gives his team a lot of that backline presence and gives him some good angles. FD God goes incredibly low, but he's got the support of the backline. Nade still available to Astro, and the rest of the Glads now drop towards the point, while the rest of Justice kind of play around it, waiting. Are they going to give the point? Nope. Looks like Alpha E's touching last second, but they're taking some damage every time they do so. Nice nade connects onto Dante. Surely is going to force him back. No! He just full dies. I don't know if he had jump cooldown or what. Alpha E connects onto Dante with the rest of the Justice, and surely with that pick onto Dante, the Glads will not find any more value and have to back up.
Yeah, Kai's hacked as well, taking even more pressure from the follow-through from Justice, who are going to be able to claim that first point and really make it hard for Kai to be able to infiltrate back into these angles on that Ashe to pressure Teru down, because look at where this Ana is playing from. He's super aggressive at the moment, playing off on those high ground angles, but if he does take pressure from the Ashe, he's going to actually be able to just move ever so slightly to his left, breaking out of line of sight and cycling back into that Ana heal.
Oh my god, a sleep dart came through onto that dive with a nano boost, and Alpha Yi finds Dante again, who came through and touched the point. Dante, unfortunately, not having a great time on the Winston so far. Justice, only one ultimate user and a pulse bomb in that fight. Now have a pretty solid advantage.
Flora's going to have the EMP, is already in the back line too. He's passed the spy check. He is detected for a moment and has to actually translocate out as a result. But he's still just going to be there ready and waiting for Lasher to make the move and initiate into this next fight with Nano.
EMP, anti-grenade. Dante doesn't get the heals from the nano boost and falls immediately again. But nice sleep dart. Eventually is going to run out onto Mir. It was a good connection from Lastro, but now it's just Mir running freely on this point. No Dante in sight. Bob, though, does come through, kind of a bit of a tank in replacement for Dante. Gives Glads a good opportunity in this fight, and they do have the rally, so a lot of ultimates committed. FD God used his own rally, but now in a retake position, they have to deal with these aggressive nades from Lastro, who can just use these defensive nades to keep his team in it. Dante also commits the Primal Rage to connect on the FD God, who had to back up. Kai finds Mir as well in that same fight, giving him that flip. Nice bob from Kai to open things for them.
But this could be a very fast flip in the next fight. Justice still equipped with a nano boost to be able to push Mira aggressively onto Gladiator's backline, and Lastro a little bit further away from the nano is not going to actually be able to put it onto Dante to be able to peel for the Ana. Instead, it's going to come down to Kevster to try and find this pulse bomb attachment.
Flora gets poked, but does get healed up immediately. Backs out of there with his own translocator. Mir now walks towards the point, get the nano boost, jump for the high ground of Kai, who went aggressive to find Teru. So that's a nice pick for Glads, but is it worth it to lose Kai? We'll have to see. Eventually, Mir has to jump out after his bubble cooldown is utilized. Glads regrouped on the outside. No point flip either. They just want to wait for Teru to come back.
Yeah, 100% worth it. You trade that every single day of the week. Teru had used the nano, but without that Ana, Mira just doesn't have the confidence or heals to be able to push onto Gladiators, and as a result, they're ahead in terms of ultimate charge. The problem is that Flora has the ultimate to take all of those options away from Gladiators. EMP is in play.
Yeah, but Flora was scouted out by the side of Kevster, who did a great job walking on that left flank. Pokes him out early. Flora now looking to potentially EMP Dante. Doesn't really want to go for it just yet because his translocator almost got found out. Oh my god, translocates to avoid the damage of Kevster. And now Kevster backs out of there knowing that Sombra is in that angle, used the pulse bomb, but doesn't want to give up the position. He still wants the opportunity to take that left flank, so he jumps on top of the wall to now come all the way back through. Lastro still sitting with Anna, who's now 80% on the board. Entering nearly classified territory, and EMP connects with Teru's Ancient Grenade and Alpha Yi onto Funny Astro, the back line. Lastro trying to escape with his life, potentially. Might get staggered here from Alpha Yi. Looks like he is. And 85%, this is going to be a rough recontest now for Glads.
Yeah, Gladiators were able to steal a lot of percentage though, because Flora was found out so many times in trying to set that EMP up. Gladiators have been able to cycle towards 84%. The problem is, are Justice going to allow them to come back into this engagement, because Alfie is just guarding every single possible entrance to this point.
They did touch. Eventually, Kevster does recall though, and he's going to fall. He got hacked. So eventually Dante comes back, but they're down a member, has that Primal Rage ready to go, but Mir's still using his. So with the ultimate advantage, you would think the Justice are in a pretty favorable position. The rally on the point though, from Funny Astro. No support ultimate committed yet for the Justice either until now. The nano comes through on the Kai. Kai tries to equalize it, build up that Bob. Nice pocket from Astro, but Dante is removed. Bob is not being built. 94, 95%, but Astro is removed. Everybody else is gone, and the Justice will win on map number 1.
Justice as well, getting that hack to connect onto Kai, who was so close to that Bob ultimate to be able to throw onto the point and keep it contested for Gladiators to maybe be able to turn it around. Justice just looking incredibly comfortable on this dive composition that they are so renowned for. We said to ourselves, are we going to see the same Justice at the start of the season, or is it going to be the Justice that really struggled against New York Excelsior in the last week? This is the Justice we're used to. This is the Justice we love.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they look amazing so far. Good for them to take that map number 1. Obviously, I think standout, Moxie, was Flora. Round number 1 onto that Hanzo, really able to find a lot of that value, and then also, you know, Teru and Mir combining on previous maps. I think they're looking a lot more cohesive than they have in previous weeks. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's not just the fact that he's playing that Hanzo really well on Icebreaker, it's also the fact that when he's playing on that Sombra, he's drawing so much attention towards that backline, trying to figure out where the Sombra is. Because remember, Kai was on Hanzo for Icebreaker, not on Hanzo for sub-level, which means no Sonic, no way of catching this on Rite of Stealth. Instead, it just comes down to old-fashioned spy check, and that significantly ate into the amount of poke that they were able to output.
Interesting decision making. We'll have to see if they run different compositions on the next map, which will be Hollywood after a short break.
fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot nose kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to this exhilarating matchup where Flora obviously did do a bit of a carry job there with the glasses emoji from the Justice Twitter. Appreciate them. And the social media game today has kind of just been on fire. Obviously, if you're just via Twitter on any of the social media accounts, we got London Spitfire making some memes. Justice continually, riding that line. And for Justice as a team, they're also performing incredibly well versus the Gladiators, which obviously, if you pay attention to the desk and also chat predictions, everybody thought this would be a close game. But at the end of the day, people still predicted Gladiators. Justice looking to stop that, already taking map 1.
Yeah, Hollywood going to be coming up next, and we do have a substitution. Babel is going to be coming into play for Gladiators, and I'm really excited for this map in particular because Gladiators, they'd shown Kai previously on sub level towards that Ashe over the Hanzo. Ashe and Hanzo, it feels like are at a constant tug of war to see which team prefers which DPS, especially when defending this point A of the map. It can be so hard for attacking teams to be able to make it through the poke that an Ashe and Hanzo are able to output.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring it up because, yeah, previously on Antarctic Peninsula, it seemed like Kai had a hard time with the Ashe finding a lot of value, right? Only built one Bob in that entire round, I believe. Maybe, like you said, it will work out a little bit better here. But Justice also, you have to shout out them for potentially playing around it, right?
Yeah, so again, there's a reason that you play the Ashe, having that coach gun, as well as a lack of Kiriko on the other side, not being able to cleanse those dynamites. So you're always finding value. Even if the dynamite doesn't find a connection, it's still not allowing the attacking team space for some of these really hard, aggressive plays that they have to make if they actually want to be able to see the point itself. As we're about to see a set play of the Anonade come through. I love seeing these as an anime because I'm like, okay, write that down, get the exact angle, Curse has to be pointing at this tower exactly, and it hits no one.
every time it doesn't hit anything. But the cooldown with it makes it a bit tougher pill to swallow, but at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter. I never practice those, to be honest with you. That's why I'm out of the Overwatch League now, Moxies, because like I always just toss it up and like, oh, maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't, who knows, we'll see. At the end of the day, a lot of the maps do require a lot of preparation and practice from these pro players, and Babel obviously showing his prowess on the Inna Flora. Meanwhile, on the Hanzo, previously last map did a good job. Let's see if it can replicate that performance. Sonic unfortunately only hits in front of him towards that hydration station on top of this little area, but not finding any of these players that are setting up the flank on him. It's just Kevster now going for that dive with Dante. Kai also dealing with a dive on the front line. It's that change back and forth that both of these dives are actually not getting a lot of value because the peels from both teams are doing a good job, but now Mir comes back through the counter dive. But Kai, well aware of this, playing with his Brigitte, just playing at the back of the map, but this affords some space for the Justice, but an anti-grenade onto Flora, almost finds him, but he gets healed up. Mir, though, so much damage, you don't want to see that, though Dante does fall on the other side, so eventually both Winstons are taken out of it. However, already a minute, Moxie, is off the clock.
Yeah, so much space, however, not really created for Gladiators with this Ashe because Flora is running the Hanzo. And Ashe has good value in terms of shutting down AoE with the Dynamite, doesn't have the one-shot potential that's available for Flora, so Kai is having to play alongside Lateral on the Break Shield, otherwise he's just going to get one-tapped.
Nice sleep onto Mir, but immediately countered by a pulse bomb from Alfie. Eventually, FD God does fall on that front line. Dante also connects on the Mir, even though a pulse bomb from Alfie was nice. The rest of Glads just commit onto the back line of Justice and end up successful.
This next push is where we're going to see the full commitment of the dive, however. Terry's been able to build up that Nano Boost Mirror so close to the Primal as well. That Winston can just go super aggressively to take away that high ground that Gladiators have been putting Kai and Lastro removed from the fight, but still getting to chip poke damage into these members of Justice before they're actually able to see the point itself.
Bit harder for Flora to get these opening picks too. Glad's really knowing the angles he wants to shoot at and maybe spam. Kevster also on the side flanks, doing a good job shutting down Alfie at every chance he can. Gets a lot of those Brigitte health packs too. Dante gets poked down, forced to use the Primal Rage. Also gets the Nano. So they layer ultimates. We'll see if they can get a kill here. No, it's Alfie who gets the kill. Lastro committing the rally out of the back line. Teru eventually falls. So does FD God before he can build the rally. So it might have been scary. Flora does get Dante, but now Kevster is here with the follow-up in a 1 versus 2 now against Alfie and Mir, but the bubble is here, can get back with the health packs too. And Justice, this is looking really scary for them there. Teru down, he used his ultimate, and Glad's now hold only a minute left for the Justice.
Yeah, not a single tick either picked up for Justice, and Kai and Kevster both sitting on ultimates that can make it a lot harder for Justice to be able to work with Kevster, waiting to see whether or not Justice are going to take that same flank angle to avoid Kai's damage and come around the back of the point.
They go through main though. Kevster now comes through the back, tries the pulse bomb. Flora does not hit, or has to recall. Flora commits the Hanzo Dragon Strike, knowing that is available. The rally as well from FD God to peel off the back line. It's not enough to stop Kai though, who just counter dives the rest of the Justice. Mir is also slept. Has to commit the Primal Rage, only 38 seconds left. Flora did find Dante, also onto Babel. And now, this is what we like to see. On the previous maps, Flora was the one to pop off for the Justice. Really gives them this first point. Already 2 ticks. It's not over just yet. The Justice, or the Glads, could recontest last second. We'll see if they do so. Yep, Kevster comes through with the point, has to recall, but it's a bit too tight of an angle once it gets up to once it gets that high in terms of the tickage. Dante now has to back out with his life.
Yeah, Kai had unfortunately already thrown the Bob out in the fight prior, so it was down to Kevster to blink in, and as a result, when he has to recall out, no one else from Gladiators is actually able to throw themselves onto the point in time, so they prioritize holding onto this high ground so they can have a bigger impact in this next fight, as opposed to potentially losing that high ground and losing the value that Kai can bring, as well as allowing Babel a safety ledge to perch on.
Yeah, and hang above this bridge is a nice angle to play as a flex support, and especially when you're not dealing with a Widow, but you're still dealing with Hanzo. So Flora on the opposite angle, obviously able to find those shots. That's why you see Lastro kind of bodyguarding him on the high ground. It's basically the best thing you can do as a Brigitte is just give that in a lot of support. But meanwhile, on the low ground, Kai is hanging out down there. A bit of an aggressive angle. Oh my god, almost gets the sleep onto Bevel. Because he doesn't have sleep, Mir knows that cooldown is removed. Pulse bomb from Alfie to try to find something, but it just zones the rest of Glads. Good peel from them. Now they counter dive with Dante going aggressive. The Glads turn that defense now into offense. The sleep dart comes through, but it doesn't matter when Kevster got a 3K in that fight. Eventually, Mir surely will fall too. Give him all the final blows. We might as well give him a 5K, right?
I mean, Gladiators had such a good change of gear as well. They give up that ground, acknowledging that Teru's nano boost from Mirror is coming out first, so they allow Justice temporary control of the high ground. The second that they see that the nano boost is gone, out comes Babel's nano boost onto Dante, and Justice are pushed off of the high ground back onto the low, and right back into poke phase from Kai, who's so close to the next Bob.
It's so clean. I mean, it's such an interesting off angle that Kai's playing on the low ground too, instead of starting high ground. Come back for the peel on Mir, nobody to support him. He was maybe attempting to use the Primal Rage in that fight, but got shut down by the rally stun play from Glads. That's one ult used. Now 54 seconds left, Moxie, for the Justice.
Mirror does have the Primal left. He got so close to the rally alongside Flora's Dragon Strike, but Gladiator's still holding this high ground, and Justice don't have the nano to be able to oust them from the perch.
Yeah, they've got to deal with Dante on the high ground, but now goes for the dive aggressively, aggressive dive rather from Mir onto the bridge, but doesn't really find any value directly. Just kind of sitting above the perch, now dives onto Kai, who has that Bob ready to peel. Primal Rages as well to get out. Kai holding onto the Bob still the entire fight, and Dante now comes back as well out of his Primal Rage. Justice have built up a strong amount of ultimates. They built the rally, the Dragon Strike as well to commit those two ultimates. The peel for Dante, who went aggressive, maybe expecting the nano. Bob does get Mir though on the front line. Pulse bomb does not connect onto the back line, but Bob's still getting so much damage onto the back line, allowing Lasher to go aggressive. Kevster is also here now with the nano from Babel, can just smash Teru's face open, and it's just Flora on that card. Overtime, unless he does some crazy clutch, I think it's over for them. Alfie drops the pulse bomb. It does connect on to Kai. Mir's back in the fight, so it's not over just yet. Teru has to come back from spawn with that nano to give Justice any semblance of hope. Overtime almost goes away. Alfie does touch that payload, but goes to the health back. But Kevster one clips him after the recall, and FD God falls. Now the nano boost is here on Tamir, but look at this. He's just zoned towards that cart. The peel is there, but it's Flora to get Kevster towards his own spawn. Mir does not have his ultimate. He's against the rallying Brigitte to the IMAX. Eventually will fall, and the Glands hold Justice in Streets phase.
Gladiators did such a good job of just positioning on B. You talked about the fact that Kai wasn't really playing off of the high ground that a lot of the time we see the DPS, either the Hanzo or the Ashe, play from, and it's all down to Gladiators forcing Justice into making a decision. Do you dive the Ashe on the low ground? An easier target for sure in terms of geography, but in terms of utility, you're feeding yourself into full dynamite tick as well as the coach gun, which can immediately limit the impact of the Winston jump. Or do you go for the Ana, opening yourself up to being poked down from the Ashe left alone on the low? And Justice unfortunately just never were able to tell which target was the best to opt for, and Gladiators continue to hold on to the high ground above them time and time again.
It's just such a unique and unorthodox playstyle from the Glads, and on their offense, obviously, it's going to be a bit different for them. They want to be the ones to pull off that aggression. As we take a look at a replay from Kevster with a pulse bomb onto Flora in that back line as well. Oh my god, it's connected with the Brigitte actually, and also got the kill on the Flora. Now Teru also got taken out, but Justice in that Streets phase couldn't do much, like you said, Moxie, against that setup.
Well, if you went for the low as well, you had to deal with Kevster, who had an absolute stunner of a game. You get to see it in the replay. I think my favorite thing to watch for Trace is not the pulse bomb, but it's just the cleanliness of that pulse bomb blink into melee follow-up, so you really can just get the most amount of damage possible. As Kevster's going to be looking for a first kill, if possible, on the Widowmaker before swapping towards the Genji. Gladiators want to rip the band-aid off, trying to push onto A as quickly as possible by collapsing onto Justice and removing any chance of holding the high ground.
Is Semir on that right side on the Ramatra, playing more towards the light room, kind of just poking away at the lads as they walk in. Difference of playstyle allows Flora to find Kai too. Tried to go up to the top of the high ground, but he's picked off by his counterpart on the Hanzo. Nice work from Flora. Glad's gonna wait for Kai now.
Yeah, they have to. They need to wait for Kai because he's the one that has to deal with Flora. If Flora is left alive on the high ground, he's going to be able to storm arrow through Dante's Winston bubble, and Gladiators aren't going to find the safe engagement that they're looking for to keep Babel alive.
I like this, taking some proactive angles on the left side, maybe looking for a dive as well with the Genji, immediately sonicking to know where that backline goes. Flora already taking some pressure, needs some support from FD God on the inside. Alpha, he already built up a pulse bomb, by the way, Dante. Anthony goes incredibly low, but has that support. Kai not able to find the shot. Good movement so far from Flora to try to counter Kai. Also, Alpha E's here with that pulse bomb at the top, but it's Babel to find Teru on the backline. Pulse bomb does not connect either. Gives him that opening pick, also throws out the nano boost. I mean, just perfect ANF gameplay from the Glads. Eventually, though, Mir does pummel down Kevster. Great counter dive from them. Maybe he's going to give them a recontest here last second.
Justice definitely want to try to tap onto it. You can see them hiding in the sidelines, just waiting for the right time to move. Zone comes out. They have to go now, and it is the nano boost to make sure that Mirror can tap.
Nice job. Nice sleep on Tamir, though. Now the nano comes through on Tamir. The dive from Dante. Soft dive. Tries to get the high ground, but he doesn't have any support. No ultimates anymore because Babel used the nano earlier on. Nice work from Mir. Recontest for Justice is successful.
Yeah, Mirror's going to hold on to Annihilation, Flora the Dragon Strike too, and that means that they're going to be able to sit on those two ultimates so that Gladiators aren't able to hit the emergency panic button of Kevster's Genji Blade to finally be able to pick up this last tick.
Waiting for that Blade, like you said, and they also have 4 ultimates ready to go. Lastro with the rally. Meanwhile, FD God going to have a rally of his own in a bit. He's at 85% early dive from Dante. Just a bit of a soft dive, actually, to build, to just get some space, rather, towards the bottom of the puck. Oh, Flora! Oh my god! Deletes Lastro's shields and then gets the headshot with the Storm Arrow. I mean, what do? No ultimates. You're just done as the Glads have to reset again.
Silver lining for Gladiators, waiting this long means that Nano Boost is about to come online for Babel, but I mean, Justice, they're just finding these picks time after time after time. Hollywood A is just so punishing if you wait and hesitate for that moment to strike, especially if there's a Hanzo on the other side looking for that one pick necessary to win the fight immediately.
Pulse bomb from Alpha Yi. Oh my god, almost connects onto the back line. But like you mentioned, Moxie, a bit too telegraphed of a dive. Dante has to go in. You know the Genji's surely going to follow. Dragon Strike and Rally are here to peel. Astro has to rally to commit towards the point. Primal Rage from Dante on the inside. Doesn't even get a lot of value to the Dragon Strike comes in, but with FD God, with the Rally, stays healthy. He's trying to get the Brigida, but he just can't. Eventually, finally does, but has commit all of his cooldowns just to find him on the off angle. In the meantime, Kai really does a good job enabling Glads to finally capture this point too, getting a kill, but it's Mir again. Found a pummel kill earlier, now finds Kai 2 as well as Alpha Yi connecting onto 1. Dante's gonna have to back up knowing his team is so low. 25 seconds left, just his whole.
Glads have one shot at this. Babel just needs to press Q, and Kevster can look for this Blade, but Flora is going to be distancing himself and waiting for that one tap to finish Gladiators off before they can attack.
Lastro goes low, Nano Boost Blade, here it comes, onto the Brigida. That's 1. How much more value do we find on it? He comes back for the Ramatra, who's using that Annihilation, which actually counters Kevster. Kevster is scared of it, has to back up. The Sleep Dart comes through. Lastro did fall, and now he's also got the Nano of Teru and still has Annihilation pummeling onto that back line. Dante falls, Kai does as well, and it's a first point hold for the Justice over Glads, which stopped Justice in the Streets phase.
Like I said, we're in for a very interesting series indeed. Justice are able to take Hollywood, not just able to take the map, but able to pull off a full hold. Mira, Alfie, Flora, Teru, FD God, all of them had absolute clutch moments where even though they're down players, they're able to turn a fight around, and a lot of it just comes down to utility management and positioning. The fact that Flora really pushed Gladiators into those lengthy rotations, allowing Alfie to just continue to apply pressure, blinking from that high ground to push onto the backs of Gladiators, just ate into such a large time bank that very quickly dwindled out of play.
You're right. I mean, it's a lot of that positioning, a lot of utility used, and really good gameplay so far from the Justice. Obviously, you know, for the Glads, you would think, okay, we win with that Tracer duel, right? You have Kevster versus Alfie, you'll take that. Like, I'm sure Alfie's a fantastic Tracer, but on the defensive side, Glads had Kevster doing a lot of work. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, when you change up the composition to put Kevster on Genji, and then have Kai be your carry with the Hanzo, it doesn't really work out because Flora proved on Antarctic Peninsula that he is that guy. He's able to shut down Kai and really pop off, especially when he's needed most.
Well, Flora as well, just being on the Hanzo, immediately puts into question that Winston and Genji synergy. The Genji isn't there to find that immediate one-tap. He's there to play off of the targets brought low by the Winston, but we never really got to see Gladiators initiate a full dive where Kevster gets to play off of those targets brought low by the Winston who goes in first, and a lot of it again comes down to Flora with the Hanzo zoning the entire team away.
100%. Now Justice look like in a great spot. Obviously at the map point, we'll have to see what happens if Glads can make their first sweep on the next map, which is Shambali Monastery.
Cannot come through, but now Shelby's
Funny Astra.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Oh,
yeah, that is it.
Oh, wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive. Rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Welcome back, everybody. The Justice are up 2-0, and obviously after a Gladiators hype video, it's good to see, good to hear, you know, a little bit of the previous names in Overwatch again in their hype video. But obviously Justice, Moxie are up 2-0 over the Gladiators and are looking incredibly strong doing so.
And I mean, this was not the game score. I'm sure a lot of people expected. The desk predicted that it would be Gladiators. They thought it would be close, granted, yes, for 3-2. Chat had other ideas. It was 20% holding on for a Justice win. Everybody else backing the Gladiators. But when they've looked incredibly strong defensively, when they've had to attack, it's been an entirely different matter. And on Shambali, well, defensively favored, the map definitely is. If you struggle on your attack, however, it's going to be really hard to see this pillard move any form of distance. So good news for Gladiators. Unfortunately, they're going to be defending first, so they'll be happy about that.
Yep. And probably no TP play in this one. I think there was some disputes happening in the chat over that. The vent. But Moxie, on the defensive side, obviously, like you said, they're good at defending the Gladiators at times. Why do you think that maybe when they have to play aggressive, everything kind of is falling apart for them so far?
Again, like a lot of it, when you look at their Hollywood B, was on positioning and making the other team really have to make bad decisions to be able to fully commit to a fight. And Gladiators excel at being able to do that. And with Lastro and Funny Astro both in the mix of a Lucio and a Baptiste, that's exactly what they're going to look for. And you know what? Another matter entirely is the fact that Kai just gets to hold these angles, wait for his moment to strike, and find those headshots that Gladiators use to be able to just chunk their opponents down.
Yeah, maybe you just need a bit of a warm-up game. Maybe a bit of a setup shot. You know, it's like in basketball, you just need some layups. That's kind of like Kai needs to find these early shots, get those headshots to maybe get going for the Justice on the defensive side. Justice eventually, or Glad's on the defensive side as Justice walk out of the spawn. Flora, never mind, shuts down Kai immediately as Kai was starting to get warmed up. Flora's like, I've already been here, buddy. You should have been on this train years ago, because Flora's hitting those shots. Dante goes incredibly low and again kills Funny Astro, then Storm Arrows the rest of his squad. That's a 3K for Flora.
Oh my goodness, this Hansa, like you said, looking on absolute fire at the moment, and it really is going to be up to Kai to keep Flora in check. Otherwise, Gladiators are going to have to use a lot of this utility incredibly early on, and that means that Mira gets to go so much more aggressively than Dante if Immortality Field is already used from Lastro.
Oh, Kai, there we go. He's hitting the pick onto FD God on that right side angle. These Hanzos starting to kind of just prove why this character is so good at meta. A lot of teams like to run Sojourn on this map, but Hanzo definitely has his place. Alpha Yi was a bit of a secret angle on the left side. Immortality Field on him because he used all those cooldowns to get there and now had to back out of there. Justice have the ultimate advantage, but are against the Dragon Strike in a Blizzard. And the defensive side, over the top angle, Teru drops that amplification matrix, but a May ultimate Blizzard from Kevster is there as Mir is deep into the backline with Annihilation, finds Kai. What a play from the tank player, though goes incredibly low, but gets traded out, trades his life just to dive deep onto the Gladiators backline, and it ends up worth it because they win this fight, and surely will get the checkpoint.
Yeah, Mira makes that sacrifice, putting himself into line of fire, dueling Kai, so that Kai, so low in health, doesn't actually have the confidence of connecting a Dragon Strike through Teru's ultimate, and as a result, Justice get full use of it. Maywell now coming through to make sure the Gladiators aren't able to recontest, given that Latro does have an amplification matrix, and Justice do not want to have to give up this ground, now that Gladiators are automatically gifted high ground.
And now we get to see where Glads decides to fight at the first corner. Looks like is the area they want to fight. Terra goes to the window. Oh my god, we see a lot of FTs do that. Almost get caught. Actually did get caught out by the Maywall, but Immortality Field is a bit of a, some people will say broken ability. He just gets to live with full HP. Now a Blizzard goes into the back line of Lastro, who has the Immortality Field, throws it down. Dragon Strike also here just to find him because the beat drop was layered. But unfortunately, Lastro eventually will fall. Mir did pummel him down. They did lose Flora though in this fight, so Kai, understanding that, drops the Dragon Strike and still is free reign to do whatever he wants. They still have the Ant Matrix as well as Dante's ultimate as well, but you still got Mir in the side of you just kind of being in a nuisance. As you try to go into the front lane, you drop Annihilation, you get Teru, but you trade out Funny Astro on the defensive side, and Mir doesn't fall, does get zoned off, and eventually gets Kevster. Dante is gonna surely fall here, right? He gets low, has to die on this cart, just doesn't have any teammates though, and eventually will fall. What a weird fight for the Glads.
It was incredibly scrappy. I think Gladiators thought that they had a little bit more control of the situation because Dragon Strike from Kai actually separates Mirror away from the squishies of his team. That's when Dante with Funny Astro alongside him decide to throw in that speed amp as well as the Annihilation, looking to try and find the kills before Mirror is able to peel. Knowing that Gladiators losing those players earlier are going to be able to rotate and regroup faster, but now it's just eaten into their ultimates that they have available in this next match.
Ooh, Kai again. Flora removed. I think he's gotten 3 opening picks so far. Kevster also onto Teru. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out of Kai so far for the Glads. They do at least one more team fight win. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Nice 3K for Kai.
It's just, he makes it look so clean, and now he's going to make it look so dangerous. He literally gets such a good angle, but Flora, every single time we talk about Kai, Flora just comes in and proves that there's another Hanzo in this lobby, and it has been an absolute seesaw between both of these Hanzos in terms of who's coming in with those first picks and allowing the team advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately for Justice, Funny Astro could just run back to spawn, but now Kai, Sonic Arrow at his positioning kind of given away. Doesn't have a lot of support there. Ant Matrix in the main Maywall here. Kai again, Alpha E, FD got removed. Also still has the Dragon Strike, but surely doesn't think he has to use it as the Immortality Field falls. 3 kills for him, and like we said, maybe Kai just needed some time to warm up. I mean, how many kills does this man have? He's going crazy.
Another fight seen off from the side of the Gladiators, another push on the high ground for that angle of Kai to try to find these picks to come through on the respawning members of Justice. This is the problem that we encounter time and time again on Shambali. When there is a Hanzo in play who's hitting these shots after shots, you have to go for the longer rotations, and they're going to go for the even longer one. It's not the middle, it's the full wrap around the back.
Yeah, they go all the way around, like you said. Have the Blizzard ready to go towards that cart, swap through. We saw this in the Vegas Eternal match previously, where they rotated all the way around on the cart. The Dragon Strike, though, from Kai, and Mir actually stays in it for a bit too long. Kai, through the left side window, actually picks off Flora. Nice job from him to find that opening kill, and now you have ultimates for Justice. Do you decide to commit them? Looks like the answer is no. Kai again finds FD God. He is no longer in the fight. I mean, you're not going to commit ultimates for Justice. They're hoping for just a quick one, as you have 40 seconds left now to cap out.
And the problem for Justice as well is that because they went for that longer rotation, yes, they held on to ultimates, accepting that it was a fight loss for them. They're losing time. They have one last push left, and Gladiators are holding on to so many zoning ultimates. All they need is just sit back and wait for Justice to be out of seconds, as they have no choice but to go up through main into the gauntlet that is going to be Kai's shots.
Yeah, and sit back. They choose to do so. In that window, Kai's still looking for that duel with Flora, making sure both Hanzos are well aware of it. They ping him out, but Kai is aware that he knows Flora's looking in that window, just jumping over the top side. Still has Dragon Strike. Beat drop enables him to drop the Dragon Strike as well, to go aggressive, and actually picks off Kai. Nice work from him to take out the Hanzo on their side, as a beat drop was committed. Ant Matrix is here, and Dante's Annihilation seems to be finding value, but he's stuck in a Blizzard from Alpha Yi, and the rest of the Justice clean up on Gladiators on this point to give them this third checkpoint.
No snowball ultimates, however, available for either teams. Kai, a little bit away from the Dragon Strike, should be able to build it up, definitely before Flora, if he's able to land some of these poke arrows to come through onto the members of Justice, as they're just having to spam into the respawning side of Gladiators, so that payload picks up the most amount of distance entirely uncontested. As due to that slowdown on B, Justice don't have a lot of time to work with.
They go through that main. They're already at that choke point, and like you said, not a lot of time to work with. 1 minute left. see if they try to take a fast fight. Really, in this neutral game, both Hanzo just looking for that opening pick, but it's Mir again on the Ramatra. I mean, he showed up earlier in the matchup, now coming alive late as well. Immortality field here, Alpha Yi with the walls. I mean, it's just Kai to go down to floor as well. Really clean fight for Justice without ultimates.
Gladiators holding on, knowing that they do have the Dragon Strike and Justice are so close to the overtime, but it is so risky because Flora is going to have a Dragon Strike of their own. It's going to come down to whether or not he can find these opening picks onto Gladiators, as they have no choice but to throw themselves out into the open, and they walk into the May wall.
They do walk into the open now. The Dragon Strike comes into the payload. Teru comes for that left angle. Dante goes incredibly low. Dragon Strike on the cart to zone as well. Immortality field removed. So Dante goes low and doesn't have a lot of that support. And Flora, well aware of that flank from Kai, shuts it down. 2 kills for him in this fight. And now Gladiators have no ultimates and they're out of members as well. Justice will cap out in overtime, and you can see the excitement on the side of Justice and Flora in particular.
I mean, I'll repeat what I said earlier on. Gladiators on defense look incredibly strong when they're in control of the space prior to the fight starting. When they have to actually re-engage after they've lost that initial setup for Kai to already have control of the angles, it's almost like we watch a different team entirely. And Justice, by being able to win that fight previously and coming with something like the Maywall to really force Gladiators into contesting the payload first and going for the kills and setting Kai up second, allow Flora to have far more control in the DPS duel.
Yeah, I mean, great teamwork. And like you said, it seems like Glad's having trouble holding onto that space. But in the meantime, they're on the attacking side. Maybe they can rely on Kai a bit more here, Moxie. Maybe just hope he gets these opening picks. I mean, we know, everybody knows this, played against any Hanzo one-shot Widowmaker comp. You're just like, okay, just pray my Hanzo gets kills. It's like, Flora is able to get these kills. Kai at moments was, but it really was. Look at the shot. Oh my, what a... Is that luck or is that skill? I don't even know, to be honest, as somebody that doesn't play Hanzo. I'm just going to say that's luck. That's what Astro's probably saying to cope with that shot, honestly.
I mean, funny, Astro's body doesn't hit the ground until after his primaries have actually almost connected onto Flora. That is how fast that Hanzo shot came out the second that Funny Astro revealed themselves playing for that poke around that wall. As Gladiator's now going to be on the attack, and this is traditionally where they've struggled in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say nerf Hanzo, okay? Just hashtag nerf Hanzo. Anyways, Gladiators walk out of the spawn. Dante runs towards that payload, turns into that humble form. Astro gets his revenge, finds Flora. Maybe we got a nerf Lucio. Nice shot from him. Kai as well, regrouped with his team, could just look for that off angle and takes out Mir as well as Alpha E. Shirley's going to fall too. Usually, a lot of these teams just want this first fight because there's not a lot of good angles to take a fight at, so Justice are going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, really good forcing of Mirror to use that shield incredibly early on so that Kai, like you said, is able to take that off angle and still pressure the members of Justice who are behind it. And they're stuck in a really rough spot. They either go down to the Hanzo poke or they have to go straight into all of the other players on Gladiator's side, as Kai's been building up that Dragon Strike far faster than Flora.
Yeah, sitting at a very aggressive off angle, now double jumps towards his team as Kai. Flora is looking for him on this left side, throws the Sonic out to make sure nobody's in that room, as well as the cart is pushing up the ramp. Glads want to walk forward. They send Dante through the main. It forces Alpha Yi's ice block as well, knowing Kai's in this right side angle. Flora's trying to fight it, but in the meantime, on the front line, Lastro connects onto FD God. They do not have the Lucio anymore. They're building up towards the window. Come through in that right angle, but a nice immortality from Lastro to keep them healthy as well. Ant Matrix from Teru to try to sustain, wait for FD God to come back. You have the immortality field. He's here in this fight, so it's totally even so far, but a Blizzard onto the point. Shirley is going to connect on Tamir. No immortality field to save him. Fantastic ult use from Glads to capture point A.
Still holding on to ultimates for this next fight as well to be able to snowball Justice, so that Justice aren't able to find that same ground that Gladiators were able to slow the payload to such a devastating degree as we headed into B. Alfie does have Blizzard. Mirror's going to be able to use Annihilation as well to potentially catch on to all of the players of Gladiator side if they do get frozen up by it. But that's 2 ultimates invested. I'd far prefer to see them cycle through and wait for things like the sound barrier to be burnt out first.
Ooh. Yeah, the more space you can put between yourself and that payload to fall back on, the more kind of like lottery chances you get on the Hanzo. Kai again, FD God removed. Now Dragon strikes that back line to zone off Teru and Flora, using that immortality field to try to sustain there against Dante with his annihilation. But the counter ult usage is so good from Justice, the Dragon Strike counter, and also the annihilation from Mir, with the body block to just sustain in this front line, can now run onto Kai. The rest of Glad's fall. It looked like it was going well for them until Mir and the Justice come back.
They tried to beat to save Dante so that he was able to out-sustain Mira with annihilation, but the Ram doesn't actually receive the heal, and as a result, Justice are able to chunk him down while Mira gets to remain standing, as Teru now is looking incredibly dangerous, so close to the Ant Matrix, and win control as well of that space, as we see Gladiators forced into taking the same rotation that Justice did, knowing that Hanzo, who's hitting these shots, is in play, because if you don't take the rotation, exactly that happens.
What a shot from Flora, Kempster down. And if the rotation is, like that, easy to call out, easy to notice, of course.
Oh,
Flora's just gonna hit those shots over the top. Kai's been doing the same thing over and over again. Flora's caught onto that. He keeps trying to wall climb up, look for these cheeky shots, but if you keep repeating the same angle, of course Flora will notice. Glads will now try to walk in. Kempster building towards the Blizzard, but it's Flora again. Kai, why do you keep taking these jump spots? Flora's aware you're gonna do it. He's built up the Dragon Strike Ice Block committed from Kempster, and Flora hits the flick shot onto him. The rest of Glads will now surely be cleaned up by the Justice, who are looking clean.
Okay, one jump shot trying to scale up that wall and provide an angle of surprise where you already know that you're expected, I can deal with. But twice, Kai has been just feeding too much into these sonic pressures coming through from Flora. He knows that he has to win the duel, otherwise his team can't step forward, but he's just playing too confidently, and again, Flora finds him.
Moxie, are you calling Kai a feeder right now? Is that what you're saying? Flora's built up the Dragon Strike. It's only 5 versus 4, so it doesn't need to use yet. Justice will now sandwich Gladiators, who are stuck in this cave side, but Justice don't want to go yet because they know Kevster has the Mei ultimate, so they're totally fine playing around this payload. It affords Kai some space to get back, but while the fight's going on, Flora is sitting with these one shots from across the map. Every time he launches an arrow, you're worried your head will be removed. He's maybe aware that Kai would be on this flank, but now notices he's not in the main. His team pings him out for him. Flora now sits back. Maywall to slow him down for now, but he's sitting back with a Dragon Strike ultimate still in the bank of both teams. Amplification Matrix used for Lastro. Justice are aware of that backup to give Flora the opportunity to find a pick as the Glads walk in, but no pick just yet for them. The Ant Matrix eventually will run out. Astro needs to build up this beat for this fight. FD God knows they have a beat advantage. Immortality field used in this fight as well as that Blizzard from Kevzer to zone off Alfie, who does not have a Blizzard of his own. No kills just yet. Mir now comes in with the annihilation onto the backline. It's free because there's no support ultimates. Kevster takes out Flora, which would result in something if Mir wasn't going on a rampage on your front line. Now a minute left for the Gladiators after all of your ults were just used.
Yeah, everyone sort of snuck in and replaced all of the keys on their keyboards with Qs. And unfortunately for Gladiators, this actually works out in the favor of Justice. Even though both teams committed so much, Justice again have control of the high ground, and again Flora gets the chance of finding that first pick onto Gladiators, and they don't have the time to build any other ultimates. They have to go in with neutral abilities alone.
Kai, again, goes for that jump angle. This time he has wall in front of him, so doesn't have to worry about Flora taking his head off in this fight. Both of the Hanzos kind of playing like spiders, just running along those walls, looking for the one-shots. Blizzard committed from Alfie as they try to get onto Dante, but Dante has found FD God. That's a crucial kill. He goes incredibly low, but the immortality field is not there to save him. Kevster also falls, so does Dante. As long as you have Kai, you might have a chance. 6 seconds left. They can't wait for their team. They gotta go for this fight here and now. Kai's gotta do something, but it's so hard to do anything when Alfie is just taking out Funny Astro. The rest of your team drops that payload, and guys, it was not close. It was not close. A 3-0 for the Justice over Glads. What a statement win for them.
I told you, Gladiators look incredibly strong when they're defending, when they already have that grind to be able to just win that poke phase off of the pressure and rotations that they force these teams into making some really uncomfortable rotations around the map. But Justice able to have stellar standout moments both on the attack and on the defense. Flora able to play their hands to an absolute standout degree, no matter what side he's playing on, is the true difference maker for Justice in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. I think that Flora so far has proven to be one of the best Hanzos so far. Obviously, I think recently Hanzo's become more prevalent in the meta, Moxie, but what do you think of the Justice chances moving forward, coming into the last chance qualifiers? Meanwhile, Glad's a little bit dicey now leading forward.
So for Justice, this is brilliant for them. We were talking a bit before the broadcast about sort of the gatekeeping teams at the moment. I know Titans is one of them, trying to field into the top, but not quite making it into the ranks of the likes of the Reign and the Outlaws as well, trying to push into teams like the Mayhem. This was Justice's moment to prove that they could sit with the big leagues, that they would be able to challenge these upper teams. And they do exactly that. They're able to walk away with such a dominant win over Gladiators despite being the underdog. And you can see the happiness on this team's faces as they're just absolutely overwhelmed. Flora being embraced by everyone, as everyone on the Justice understands how much of the victory is credited to the player on your screen right now.
What a likable team, Moxie, right? They have Get Amazed, obviously, in their lineup, and then also Flora and the rest of them just have a lot of, there's a lot of good storylines with this team. It's so nice to see Justice do good, but for the Gladiators, obviously, I mean, you got to maybe think of some things leading forward because you have to deal with Hanzo's at the skill level of Flora, right?
Yeah, I think for Gladiators, there are a couple of moments that they can definitely look at in terms of VOD reviews. Kai challenging Flora despite Sonic's being open. Like, I get why you're going for the angle of surprise, but when you do it consistently again and again, it stops being a surprise and starts being so predictable that Flora's literally just waiting with that crosshair hanging over where he knows the hands is going to be popping up.
Well deserved from Flora so far, and obviously since Alpha E's been taking the narrative and taking the headlines from a lot of people, obviously this guy truly had put on a show today versus Kai. One of the best hit scan Hanzo players that we have in the entire league and over Gladiators too. So I'm curious how things move forward into that last chance qualifiers and also for those 2 games that we have later. We'll see you guys after a short break. We'll come back with the desk.
있는데. 3, 2, 1, 루시오 돼. 한줄 라이스. 하자. 봐.
We have now seen quite an eventful match, my friends. I mean, that's coming back with a vengeance, Kenobi.
This looked like a completely different team. I feel like than what we saw on Friday. That was not the same team that loaded into that server against the New York Excelsior. This was a completely different and utterly mind-blowing performance from the Washington Justice. What a way to come back.
Start to finish. I mean, we can definitely acknowledge that, with that tweet that we had earlier today.
Okay, well, Prod,
we know.
We thought it'd be close. We did say we'd be close.
We were off by 1 for Washington Justice, but you were right on the Gladiator side. They didn't get any.
We said it'd be close, and it was not close. It was just the other side.
No, it was, yeah. We'll allow that to bask and just... we had to do them. Yep.
Full credit to Get Amazed too. Yep. I love what we saw earlier, like when Get Amazed made that tweet and said, shameful performance. What we saw from New York Excelsior against New York Excelsior won't happen again. This is the best way to put your money where your mouth is. This was an impeccable performance from the Washington Justice, especially going up against a team that is very capable, like the Los Angeles Gladiators, which is one of those teams that's kind of middle of the pack. They're not really at the top tier, but they're kind of towards the top of the tier after, the big boys. And Washington Justice came in and just punched Gladiators in the mouth.
Yeah, definite change of headspace. They really did come out from start to finish, honestly. There wasn't ever a beat that was skipped. There was definitely some play out the gate from Gladiators, but once it started to get into that momentum shift and you really had Washington start to take advantage, they never let go. They had a firm grasp of the entirety of this series.
Which was my question going into the series, because Washington Justice, I talked about this in the before we talked about this match, they are the best team in Overwatch League in getting those first picks, but they were never really able to secure team fight wins after that, right? Their team fight win percentage after first picks was 45%, right?
Yeah.
That's not really great when you're getting these picks so heavily at the start. And this match, it looked much better for them, right? Every single time they were getting these first picks, they were instantly going in. They looked so crisp and clean, cleaning up these fights, and that's something I really want to see from the Washington Justice, and they showed it in spades in this match.
Yeah, and just even outside of that, after those initial picks, the way that they've been able to continue taking advantage of it, never really, again, allowing Gladiators to gain a foothold. They were always just playing behind the 8 ball. They were never in a sense of, stability that they could feel strong to go back into this. And if there was those attempts, like was mentioned on the cast, trying to peek, it's a little too risky. You find yourself getting punished and just constantly getting shut down from it.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this matchup too was that the Gladiators, they have all of these really good players, and we know how prolific the DPS lineup is, but someone who I think deserves a ton of credit and who has probably not gotten as much as they have been throughout the entirety of this season so far was Flora. Flora was absolutely playing out of his skull piece, bro, today. I mean, every single shot that he was on with Hanzo felt like it was going to hit the head of someone else on the Gladiators. And you can see kind of Flora's stats here entering this week and how good they've been, how much they've potentially flown under their radar as a Hanzo player, right? Second in solo kills per 10. I mean, Flora has been kind of more of the Scottie Pippen out of these two DPS because of how good, right, we saw Alfie playing and how good Alfie has been statistically and just dynamically for this team. But today, this is one of those moments where I think Flora really showed their stuff, and against some very fierce competition on the other end. Kai is no slouch when it comes to the Hanzo, but this was a Hanzo absolute masterclass from Flora. It felt like every single time there was a pick coming first, it was coming from Flora's Hanzo, and there was just nothing the Gladiators could do. I mean, we saw Kai try to ego a couple of times, did not work. You cannot come at someone who's playing at such a high level like Flora, and you have to, if you come at the king, you better not miss.
Yeah.
And someone who was not missing, Flora. Flora did not miss a singular beat.
Well, and the thing we've also talked a lot about with Gladiators too is that Kai has allowed Kevster to really be enabled. And since that's constantly being picked up, you don't get that opportunity for Kevster to do what we've seen repeatedly. And even with Kevster, there were, a little slip-ups here and there. It wasn't as proficient as we've seen before, but you can see
everyone hugs him
from this.
Everyone's hugging him.
This moment after the game, they all felt absolutely elated.
I mean, that's Get Amazed, coming to hug. I mean, it was a carry performance from Flora, and I think that the Gladiators, for them, it felt like there was this kind of I wish I would have seen a little bit more in terms of like switching off. They played like a lot of Ashe, and I think that it was very much like they were trying things. But this, I still want to give full credit to the Washington Justice and to Flora. I mean, this was just an amazing performance from them, and I think that like going forward into the Last Chance qualifiers, great momentum.
100%. And with us being able to see their performance 3-0 dominant, we do get a chance to have an interview as well. Extremely excited to have you here. Hello, my friend. Can you hear me okay? How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, there we go. Hello.
You gotta be feeling great. You have to be feeling great.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, Kenobi, you had one that you wanted to get out the gate to go right with how this panned out.
So I just want to ask you, because it feels like your team is so good at getting those first picks, right? I think it's one of the things that like defines your team, whether it's Flora, whether it's Alfie, you two even sometimes, you know. How has that kind of, with your team, affected your level of play? And like, is it something you rely on Flora and Alfie getting these picks and then just instantly turning on a dime and going for those kills?
I think we have a problem together against Nixo. Like on Friday, that we struggled to focus together and play together as a team, and that's why Amay said it was really disappointing from us, because we know we can play better. And yeah, I'm sorry for the fan that watched that match on Friday as well.
Well, I mean, you may be apologizing, but we can tell right now with the performance that you had today and the way that you have been able to have a 3-0 score against Gladiators, who a lot would say is, you know, a real challenge. You proved yourselves, like, commendable, to say the least.
Made up for it. Made up for it, for sure.
Absolutely made up for it. That's an understatement. So, you know, another one for you is, you know, being, you know, a DPS player by trade and, you know, transitioning onto, you know, this tank role. How has that been for you, Mir, specifically, and, you know, as you develop alongside with Ben Best?
I think it's really hard, because I'll be honest, my monkey is not great. So we try to lean toward the more off-tank, and we just try to make it work as much as possible.
Awesome.
Okay. Oh, all right.
I mean,
it worked today. It was really good today.
It did. Just overall performance. Again, we cannot compliment enough the way that you performed. Both Kenobi and I will be able to take a little bit of the shade, because we did not have you as the victors, but you sure proved us wrong. A lot of those out there wrong. Effort. And you know, you truly
it was a team effort. Yeah.
Well, thank you so very much, Mir. We really do appreciate your time. Looking forward to seeing how things continue to go moving forward. And again, great job today. Thank you so much.
We'll try our best. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you, Mir.
Yeah.
What a nice interview that was.
I love it when we get interviews
such a
like
wholesome
that.
interview.
Yep.
I really like that one. That was great for me.
And again, the other part, it's not only just the wholesomeness, it's like you can just feel like the passion, the energy, like the character behind
They're
that.
feeling so good after that one too.
Absolutely.
As well.
And the apologies, like, you know what, hey, you're coming back in strong, nothing else matters right now. So extremely excited, you know, for that. And you know, as we do see the conclusion for this one, we still have, again, so much. We're at the halfway point. Today, Kenobi. We've gotten a couple of matches. We can now take a look at our
3
third
Overwatch.
one. Yeah, 3 Overwatch.
Weirdly, I did not expect that second one to be 3-0. The first one I also didn't expect to be 3-0, actually. So, like, this is uncharted territory, I think, for what my predictions were going into the day.
It seems left side heavy, but with this next one, it might be a shifted weight a little bit as we get to take a look at the Shox roster here. Again, we've talked about this time and time again, and they do have a challenge going up against Boston, and what we've seen Boston really develop as.
Yeah, Boston, I think, has been really good in terms of, like, the issue with them has always been, like, I think that they have this tendency to kind of, like, play hero ball a little bit, which makes sense when you look at the roster that they have, right? All of them, you can argue, are, like, at potentially the top of their roles in terms of any of the heroes that they have, but I think that, like, one of the things that we also have to talk about with both these teams is I want to call this, like, the control bowl. Because I think both these teams, not really the greatest at control, unfortunately, this season. We know about the Shock, but Boston's kind of getting into that territory as well. They're not looking too crispy and clean on that.
No, and I mean, again, we've got a lot of stats on our end that we get to look at and evaluate, and we can confirm that control is a roll of a dice at this point, as we even have a tweet in regards to that, so we can, you know, dive a little bit forward. The comedy behind this, someone has to win the control, right? Like, that's gotta happen.
Yeah,
There's no drawing in this.
Loser has to post the meme. It's just how it goes here for both of these teams here on Control. The win record's not really showing it. For the Shock, I feel like it's been a thing for them for a long time, but again, Boston's starting to rise to that a little bit, but someone who I think we should talk about, especially after what we saw previously from the Boston Uprising, is Izayaki back into the lineup. Izayaki, I think, is someone who it's interesting to me because I think when Izayaki was out from the collapsed lung, Twilight was playing, and Twilight was playing absolutely bonkers. I think you could argue was playing the best Ana anyone is playing besides maybe Shu at the current moment. And then Izayaki comes in, takes the spot, and Izayaki is also playing some of the best flex support we've seen after a collapsed line. Like, this is, I think that this Boston Uprising team the support line, the trio that they have, I don't think you can really look across the league besides maybe Houston and find or I think Atlanta too, and find a better support line. Like, this is an incredibly gifted support line, and against what the Shock has, which is a very shaky support line, and I'm being generous by that. This is going to be, I think, a matchup that Boston Uprising realistically should just grab by the scruff of the neck, 3-0 this, get into with some momentum towards that last chance qualifiers. And for Shock, like, I would like to see just like a map or something. Like, just don't get 3-0. Please don't get 3-0.
Let's not continue the streak that we've had today so far on our schedule, as you saw already. But I also just want to build even further for the Izayaki aspect of it. It's like you're coming back after recovering from such a significant health, and you're playing and performing at this level.
And he benched Twilight, who's also there's a friend of mine, Volumel, he wrote an article about Twilight, called them like the many-faced god. And like, imagine coming back in from an injury like that and just benching that player, and then you're playing just as good as they are. I mean, it's absolutely insane what this Boston Uprising team has in their back pocket in terms of firepower.
And we've had a lot of discussion right now in regards to what our anticipations are, especially with Izayaki getting back into this. But now we can look at our predictions that we had for this matchup, which is going to be, I think, again, another good one. We wanted to give a little bit of credit for our predictions going into, seeing that it is still Boston favored for us. We do feel strongly about that. Not going to take a map. It would be lovely to see them potentially take a map, but it's still...
I would love it if the Shock took a map. I would love it if the Shock took a map. That would give me some like hope in terms of like them going forward. But yeah, this feels very much like a Boston's just going to roll over this team.
And we get to see the chat polls too. Let's take a look. What are we looking at? 28%. Okay,
that's better than the last time.
Way better than
Glad's I think Washington got like 20% against the matchup in Glads, but this is not as good. I mean, to be fair, Proper's still on this team.
True.
Right? And again, whenever Michael Jordan's got the ball, it's very hard to kind of, bet against that. So if there is a team that I think could like just make a surprise and somehow just turn back the clock and have Proper have one of these moments, it's probably them. But boy, is it a lot to go up against it with this Boston Uprising team and how they've been playing so far.
Absolutely. Turning back the clock and the dawn of time. And we're going to be singing hopefully a song of at least some kind of victory here from Shock, even if it is a map. But with that being said, as we're going to enter into this, we do have the opportunity of a little bit of a caster shakeup here. So we are going to change halfway through, as it's no longer our initial duo. We do have the Vicky Necra duo.
Still contenders at heart.
Still contenders at heart.
Still contenders at heart.
Always. You can't escape you. It will never be able to escape you. By the way, you guys got some moves out here. I know I tweeted out earlier. Kenobi, I see y'all. I see you guys. We gotta touch up on that later on. But I have to be on board with what you guys predded too. By the way, I'm unfortunately not down for the 3 Overwatch. But I feel like that's the direction that we're going to be moving in for this next series. What about you, Necro? What are you thinking?
I think I've got to go alongside you in the desk. I feel like just looking at the strength of Boston Uprising as a team and just how the San Francisco Shock have looked in the more recent weeks, I think Boston Uprising have this one. But I'm also with Kenobi. I'd love to see Shock take a map, and chat looks like they are behind the Shock as well. 28%, that's a lot versus the Boston Uprising.
Hey, maybe they'll shock the world out here. They'll definitely want to be able to put one on the board, but the Uprising look so good. They're sitting in 4th, I believe, in the current standings, and they've only lost against the Titans, which that was a good match to watch, and the Atlanta Reign, which obviously being the best team in the league right now, not an easy team to place off against. So Boston Uprising with this all-star lineup, and welcoming back Izayaki, by the way, who played out of his mind the other day, so I can't wait to see some more of this team, Necra.
Me either. I mean, I just love this meta currently because you can really see these major pop-off moments coming in from the support lines. And I feel like that's something that we hadn't had a chance to see even as much last year, looking at our first season of Overwatch 2. So I feel like it's just been really fun to be able to see players like Vindame, like Izayaki, just coming back into their rosters and be able to show us some really fun moments there. Kiriko, Batiste, Zenyatta, it's great to see the flex supports shine.
Yeah, and we get to see the starting lineups of the day here. We're going to be starting off looking at the San Francisco Shock with Junbin here. I know we talked about it yesterday, Necra. We've been seeing a lot of the back and forth between Max and Junbin. Let's see how long they keep Junbin in for this first game, if they're going to swap over to Max in the second game here. Something else to highlight. We had some funny moments with He sank, he got hit with the car on Oasis. There was a lot of things. I'm not going to call him out. I don't want him to catch strays out here, but you got to take what happened in that yesterday's match, bring it over to today with a fresh, clean mindset. We're going to get started on Nepal so he doesn't have to have any issues with Rialto or Oasis in this situation.
Listen, if we go over to Sanctum, though, I have a little bit of a problem with the environment over there, and there's also a way that you can follow up the map, honestly, actually, on every single point. So, Vicky, let's not count that out of the equation. But for adhesive's sake, maybe hope that doesn't happen. I mean, to talk about the Shock, though, in their match yesterday, that was a stomp by the Florida Mayhem. Unfortunately, just wasn't close, and it felt like San Francisco Shock were not able to find their tempo, momentum, going up against a team that is as aggressive as the Florida Mayhem. Maybe with the Boston Uprising, the pace gets slowed down a little bit, or Shock can bring out something that's a bit surprising. Maybe not going to be playing into those mirror matchups that I feel like they just don't have the upper hand on.
See if they made some of those adjustments. And you talk about bringing it something different. The Orisa, I mean, we got a little sneak peek of the Orisa earlier on here, and it looks like Junbin is going to be taking it out for this first control point.
Orisa is one of those tank heroes we haven't had a chance to see a whole lot of, but even when you saw the Atlanta Reign against their match earlier on this weekend, they got thrown off by a little cheeky Orisa strat there. So maybe this is exactly what the Shock need, a little bit of a surprise factor. Junbin's just going behind enemy territory right now. I don't necessarily like that he's playing away from his team at the moment, not holding down the front line, but he did get that translocator out of the way from Birdring, so you know that you've gotten a little bit of a saving grace there.
And already the point going in favor for the Shock, but they did lose out on Vindame, which is another issue that we've highlighted before. Always losing out on Vindame first has been detrimental in starting off these fights. And this is the space that Uprising are just going to give to the Shock for right now before they try to regroup on the point. Decay getting flowed all the way back. Currently see Proper sending out that pulse bomb before going in for the reset with the recall to try to re-engage here. But it's the stall that's important because they're going to be able to get some of this extra progress at 20% before the Uprising flip it over.
Uprising are going to flip it over. Lijiang already actually had the Valkyrie online. That's really impressive, just the amount of those damage assists that were coming through, as well as the healing. Decay and Birdring really been popping off. Iziaki's now able to cycle through with the nano boost to be able to give that over to Smurf, as Shocker still sticking to this Orisa.
Oh man, Junbin out here spinning the javelin, gonna be able to activate the Terror Surge and catches the backline of Uprising. Smurf is gonna meet them back in the spawn, but Necra, they got some magic they're cooking and it's working with the Orisa.
Oh, they're cooking something spicy over here, Vicky, because that is probably one of the best individual moments we've seen from an Orisa in Overwatch 2 Overwatch League so far. Terra Surge worked. You got a couple of other kills on top of that. Junbin really popping off there, and it looks like they're going to stick to the Orisa for now. It's all about the rotations, though, with this particular hero. You don't have that shield anymore, as this is Overwatch 2, and so Orisa is a little bit more vulnerable. You've got to make sure that you are looking at your self-sustainability and playing close enough to Vindame and an LOS that Vindame can keep you healed up.
Good point, as we saw Hisan go down while he was about to build up that EMP. The duplicate now online from Decay as Birdring gets hacked. Literally one as he manages to get away. Decay just get booted out of that duplicate before trying to reposition, still on this high ground. Holding hands with Smurf, who also has the primal here. Iziaki's nearing that nano boost. They're going to use that focusing beam to find Finn. The backline in a lot of trouble from the Shock, and they get deleted here. Junbin a little late to the party. He was upset he didn't get his invitation, so with some revenge, he's able to find Decay and Iziaki. Junbin is upset. He woke up ready out here for this first map and finding right now 2 picks here, as the rest of the San Francisco Shock are going to try to be able to regroup on this point because the Uprising are nearing that 40% mark.
That actually got flipped right underneath the Shock's noses as well. Junbin had to go try to play in that side room, but even though they give up a couple of percentage on the point here for the Boston Uprising, Shock are able to take it back pretty swiftly, and now are really working behind Proper's Pulse Bomb, and this is where Proper Go Kill has to be activated if Shock want to lock down this first point before something like the EMP from Birdring comes online.
See if it's going to be doable. I mean, they're nearing already 95% here. You currently see the nano boost from Iziaki as he does get hacked from Hisang over on the side. Junbin got taken care of right before he was able to use a Terror Surge. Now, as the Shock forces into overtime, the Uprising managed to flip it from right underneath them.
Okay, so Uprising, really nice picks there to be able to try to take that back, but this is where you really start to struggle a little bit if you're the Shock. You don't have the Transcendence online yet. You're trying to raise Bird Ring to be able to get that online before the EMP, and Boston at this point have a lot of sustainability to work with too. Rally is up, Primal Rage, and we're entering into that last fight territory here. If Shock aren't fast enough and they can't get these ults out quickly, then they might be in some trouble.
Even more important too, the Uprising didn't have that last expensive fight. They really only used that nano boost here too, as Decay does get hacked. He's got the pulse bomb ready like you mentioned, and they're about to get that EMP too, so 4 ults for the Uprising to work with here. My eyes are on Finn to build up this trans and Finn Dame with the rally, but again, they constantly have been getting pressed by Decay and Bird Ring, as Smurf is going to be able to find Finn. It's going to be able to get that follow-up as he activates the Primal. There's a backline gone from the Shock as the EMP comes out from Bird Ring. He's not letting Junbin go yet. After he made that swap originally from the Orisa to the D.Va, he's going to be able to chase him down as the overtime is taking away. Isn't going to be able to get there in time, and that was all thanks to the Primal from Smurf to just push Junbin away and allow the rest of the Uprising to stall.
I was thinking that even with the Primal Rage, maybe even being able to boop Junbin off of the map if you timed it right versus the D.Va boosters. But Vicky, that was still a pretty good round there for the Shock. I loved being able to see the Orisa choice come out there from Junbin. I feel like that was enough of a change of pace here for the Shock to really surprise the Boston Uprising. But I think towards the end of that round, you saw the Boston Uprising really start to wake up here. And Izayaki, again, just having such a great game. This is why we are so appreciative that Izayaki is back here for the Boston Uprising. And these are the pop-off moments that we really love to see coming out from this player.
Izayaki came out with the golden lungs out here because he has been putting in the work since he's been back, and he's looking to replicate that in this series right now. Currently getting started. Seeing some changes here as Finn's going to be on the Kiriko. See Izayaki taking that backwards position, trying to isolate Proper though onto the right, just giving in some of that communication. Clearly see Heesang over on the left side though, getting focused down as Smurf is going to be able to follow up with Bird Ring. That's going to be the first pick in favor for the Boston Uprising, while the point is going to be unlocked.
Got the point unlocked here, and Boston Uprising should be able to take this pretty easily unless, yeah, Izayaki has something to say about that. Look at the nade that ended up being thrown at the back of the points and really kept Lijiang up and active to be able to help keep this fight going here. Boston Uprising taking control, and Shock, this is going to be a little tough for them to be able to get into position. These fights are going to go a little slow as you wait for Heesang on the Sombra to try to get behind the Boston Uprising.
See, he doesn't get that hack onto Smurf. Decay is going to be able to re-engage right now. Currently see Proper building up that pulse bomb while Junbin gets hit with a pretty big ante from Izayaki. He's time taking a nap, forcing him to just relocate. He's got that health pack that he was able to hack originally. Gonna be able to call out Bird Ring on the other side. Playing passively around this point while the Uprising still have control over the point, as Smurf is going to be able to take a nap here. Not only did the sleep land on top of him, but so did Proper's pulse bomb. They trade that as Finn also goes down. Nano boost, letting Proper go kill, and that's what he's going to try to do here with some help from Junbin. They find Izayaki. He goes down without activating the nano boost, and I like the disengage call from the Boston Uprising. They're going to give this space right now over to the Shock.
Gonna give it back, but Smurf is right there, just kind of waiting for that perfect moment for those cooldowns to still be active and for the rally to come online.
Huge ante. Big out here too, landing onto Smurf and Lijiang, but Smurf still surviving. He's about to get the Primal as Uprising have that point to 63%. The Shock managed to flip it just barely, but it was that re-engage from Smurf that allowed them to stall enough time to get some more progress Necro.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, too, Boston Uprising are really okay with walking away with 63% and giving up a little bit more to the Shock. They know that the EMP is ready. Trades.
Oh, EMP to EMP and the ante on top of that here, too, onto Decay and Lijiang. But where's the follow-up after Proper went down and Junbin's going to meet him back? The rest of the Shock forced to back away. It was the pressure and the damage output from the Uprising that prevented them to really get much off of that Heesang's EMP.
Heesang's EMP also just came out so late. Bird Ring was able to grab one right away with the EMP, take a player down, and Boston Uprising just able to capitalize on the rest of the pressure there. Decay also getting Finn. That's devastating. Shock are gonna have to wait again and hope they don't get picked off.
Yeah, they don't have the rush here, too, and you're nearing that final fight territory in favor for the Uprising here, unless Shock managed to flip the point as Jump In gets hit with an anti-proper, delivers that pulse bomb, doesn't get the pick that he was expecting as the nano boost from Izayaki is put onto Lijiang. The fight happening on this point. It's the Heesang versus Bird Ring fight here, as Overtime taking away forces Spin to use the rush over to the other side as Smurf has the primal. He's isolating the backline, and Vindame has something to say as he puts him to sleep. He's got the nano boost that he's going to unleash onto Junbin. They're trying to fight for their lives here, Necro. They were able to flip the point 25% now as Smurf pops the primal, manages to reposition himself right back to the point. He's staring at the rest of the Shock saying, you're gonna have to try to contest eventually here. Proper does, but then he has to force out that relocate here as the rest of the Boston Uprising. Lijiang's got that rally. It's again more patience coming in from the Shock. Boston Uprising are disengaging and playing around the point in such a nice way because they're trying to force the Shock to spread themselves thin here. RCC nearing 50% here. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jump on top of him. Find him, yeah, literally finding themselves in the pit. Izayaki and Bird Ring going down. That just leaves 3 up and alive for the Uprising. And this is a successful fight win for the Shock because they can try things up here with Proper getting that pulse bomb.
It was just scrappy as well. Shock Uprising really trying to juggle around the point to make sure that the Shock can maintain their holds. They don't want to give anything over to the Boston Uprising because that would spell the end of this round and the map. But Shock had to use everything that they had at their arsenal. They're gonna have to hope that Heesang's EMP comes up in time to be able to stop the Boston Uprising in their tracks, and that it's gonna be able to get the follow-up too.
Let's see how he's gonna try to utilize this. Super important. Lijiang also with the rally ready. And Finn's nearing another rush. EMP activated, lands into Decay, and Smurf, huge follow-up from Jump In to be able to find Decay here, but Bird Ring is nearing his own EMP. See if he's going to be able to utilize that with Overtime ticking away, 99-96 here, and Lijiang with the rally, with the nano boost from Izayaki, is going to clear the point and clear the Shock off of it. Boston Uprising take map number 1.
I like the celebratory Izayaki jump into the Sanctum pit. That's how you celebrate there. I mean, you did a great job. You gave the nano over to Lijiang, knowing that Lijiang was in such a prime position in the front line to be able to take out the Shock. It was still very scrappy, though. The Shock were able to put Boston Uprising into these awkward positions to force out these more elongated fights where Shock were able to capitalize on the economy. But at the end of the day, the Orisa wasn't really enough to be able to get the job done on Village, and then you take a look at Sanctum as well. Just not enough left in the tank.
Oh
after
no.
you got that EMP out.
Lijiang really went crazy. And I think as we talk about the highlights from Lijiang and Izayaki, we got to look at the difference between what we've seen so far between Finn and Vindame. But we're going to talk about that on the other side of this break. We got map number 2 going on to Hollywood right after this. Welcome back, everybody. The Boston Uprising take map number 1 in a clean 2-0 fashion. We are moving over to Hollywood, and we see some changes coming into the Boston Uprising roster, with Twilight moving in and Izayaki sitting out.
Izayaki did a fantastic job on that first map of Nepal, but when you go over to some of these maps that have those more long-winded attack points, you really are looking at Twilight there to be able to come in and take up the helm for that support role. This also gives you a lot of flexibility if you end up wanting to play something that's a little bit more inside of Twilight's hero pool, like Ana, one of the heroes that he's most known for. So you couldn't expect to see some of that coming out for Hollywood, as that's going to be our next map.
Yeah, and you got to highlight like the difference between what we're seeing between Finn and Vindame versus the backline of the Boston Uprising. Like it unfortunately, it's something to highlight because Lijiang and Izayaki, their survivability in comparison to Finn and Vindame, for the Shock, it's not there. And unfortunately, we're seeing Vindame getting called out a lot as the first pick for a lot of these engagements, which we have been seeing from the Shock usually. But then when Vindame's out of the picture and Finn doesn't have that support, it could be pretty difficult for them to try to recoup from the damage output that we're seeing currently the Uprising put down.
Yeah, you bring up a great point there, and I think some of the other context that we're really missing for why Vindame feels like he's getting targeted down and focused down more often on the San Francisco Shock is that's just kind of the nature of the dive versus dive in this particular meta. You're looking at trying to get the main support off the board. That's going to be Ana in a lot of these cases with just the healing output that she does provide to the team. And so when Vindame is going to be playing that or playing the Brig, that's another great source of healing for the team. You are going to see the Winston, in this case Smurf from Boston Uprising, try to focus that down. We saw that yesterday as well from someone's Winston on the Florida Mayhem. And unfortunately, Vindame is just in that role that's always going to be enemy number 1.
And with Proper sticking to the Tracer there too, and Lijiang having a great time so far. We've been seeing Lijiang having so much impact and stopping Proper from pressing Izayaki in that previous game. Now it's going to be the same case here with Twilight as the Uprising now starting to take the initiation, trying to take this point. Currently see Smurf already getting on top of this high ground here, but looking at Bird Ring being on the Hanzo, you have those more open sight lines here on Hollywood Necro.
You do, and this is where you're going to start to see Bird Ring and Heesang start to duel it out here on the Hanzo versus Hanzo. An off angle is going to be the primary way that you might want to play this game, and Smurf kind of getting caught with his pants down in the corner over there.
Finn says, I'll give you an ante and a sleep. And they made sure that he was not going to be able to get away from that. So nice disengage from the Uprising just to wait out on Smurf before planning a different approach here. You can already see Decay trying to take a more back-end approach before trying to re-engage with Smurf jumping onto the high ground here. See Shock, though, playing a little spread out, too. That can make it a little difficult for the Uprising to find a position here as they immediately try to press Smurf off this high ground. Ooh, and Bird Ring with the headshot onto Heesang. See him trying to get onto the high ground himself as 3 picks come out from the Uprising number advantage after they just only lost out on Twilight. It's only a matter of time before Proper is going to meet the rest of his team in the spawn, and nobody's going to stop him from already getting these takes on the payload.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from the Hanzo versus Hanzo, and it looks like Heesang doesn't want to play that game anymore. We're going into the streets phase of Hollywood now that the Boston Uprising have unlocked that payload, and so Heesang's actually going to go over to the Sombra, start to get that EMP charge rolling for the Shock, and there's also some great flank routes here for the Sombra to be able to work with. And you're also looking at trying to lock down these health packs too. Look at Heesang kind of on the left side there in the pack room, just trying to keep that away from Decay.
Building into their EMP is going to be that win con that they want to work with. Aside from Proper trying to terrorize that back line still. See Decay getting hacked. Huge here. We're just talking about the follow-ups coming in, and Heesang getting that first pick is great progress to build into that first EMP after making the swap. Lijiang does get hit with an ante, nearing that rally, as well as Smurf with the Primal. Good ultimates that are on board for both of these teams currently. Heesang just backing away right now, but reclaiming this space is huge here, Necro, because now this is also denying that high ground space that the Uprising desperately wanted to get through this choke.
Yeah, and if Smurf wants to take that over, you're committing cooldowns there, and that's where Finn can just kind of drop an ante on you. You have to invest your bubble as well.
Oh my.
That's a great way to clear space.
That is absolutely the best way to clear space here, especially if you're birdering with a Dragon Strike. Make sure everybody on the catwalk is gone as Decay cleans up everything in that side room with Smurf, the Nano Boost onto birdering, just for extra measures here, just to make sure you finish off what is left of the rest of the Shock. And he already got 2 picks at the very end there, but yep, that is definitely one way when they had the high ground advantage first.
Yeah, if Birdring's feeling himself on the Hanzo, then he should stick on the Hanzo here. He still has the ability to switch over to Sombra, which is a piece that we've seen Boston Uprising try to flex around, but the Hanzo's paying off in dividends here for Birdring. Look at that. You just used the Dragon Strike. Vicky, he's 50% to another one.
Oh, but Twilight isn't going to survive through this EMP. He's gone again as the initiation from the Shock comes out. See Smurf holding onto the Primal while Jumpin just used up his as he jumps right back on top of the high ground. Birdring gets hit with an anti. Smurf pops the Primal right after that. The rally now activated from Lijiang. Jumpin just trying to control the space on this payload, but again, it's this disengage and repositioning from the Uprising, playing so spread apart that makes it difficult for Jumpin to really capitalize off of a low target. They try to jump right on top of Birdring, but Lijiang being right behind him, he just used up that rally. Vindame also moving in here too. So much fighting going on as the Dragon Strike that you mentioned online again, clearing up the space on the payload, forcing the Shock to just give that respect while giving up the high ground here.
Oh my gosh, Finn might even go down here as well. Decay gets the stick.
The stake out here, gonna trade that for Finn and Lijiang. Twilight falling low. Twilight has enough sustainability as we've already seen for the rest of the Uprising just yesterday, and you can see Decay also finding proper. That's 3 out for the Shock, and they are nearing the 2nd checkpoint. While finding these scrappy fights that are very similar to what we see on the first map, it's just a matter of their positioning to counter-rotate the Shock that has been able to find the Boston Uprising so much success so far.
And Boston are also waiting to be able to initiate on these dives, waiting for Birdring to get some major damage down to a target. Smurf having those cooldowns available so you can jump or be able to get a bubble down in order to have a little bit stronger of a close quarters fight. But you gotta start being coordinated here through the Shock. You've got to go after one target at a time. And Smurf is making that so difficult. Look at how he's just kind of locking down the high ground.
So I know Birdring has not died once, by the way, so far. He's just putting in so much extra pressure. They've tried to dive on him, and he just doesn't die. Look at this.
He just
tries to get the hack. Exactly. He sidesteps, and also Twilight is so on point with keeping him up to health. You can see him just backing away right now, playing in the back lane, but he's got this open sight line, forcing the Shock to play off to the side, not really close together with Junbin, who has the Primal ready, and he's about to get the EMP so that way they could re-engage.
These are ultimates that need to come online quickly here for the Shock, but they also have to be in the right position to use them. Look at where this fight is going to start taking place here. He's saying has to wrap around the Uprising to be able to get the EMP down, and you've already lost Vindame.
Again, you're isolating your supports, whatever about the EMP, because now you don't have the sustainability. Can you get the follow-up here? You've only took out Decay. Now Smurf activates the Primal. He's hugging your spawn room doors. That is terrifying. I do not want to stare at an angry Smurf literally primaling in their spawn room doors. He backs away in time. You have 1 minute and 55 seconds on the clock to get this payload to the very end. And with the Shock now managing to come out of those spawn room doors after the Primal was done, Uprising are going to give them the respect, going to be able to disengage in time just so that way they can find this different angle.
Oh, Birdring throwing the Dragon Strike to the side. That's going to lock everybody on the Shock into main.
Oh, proper though. Landing that post moment to Smurf is huge. That's going to give some room to the Shock to breathe right now so that way they can reposition, force the Uprising back, and it's going to have to be a reset from the Uprising.
Okay, they almost were able to sink that payload over the line, though. They still have 1 minute and 20 to work with, but should be enough for Heesang to get another EMP online, which honestly should be a fight winner. This should be a map ender coming out from this player, but they just haven't been fruitful. Well, last one came in a little too late. Boston Uprising just putting so much pressure onto the backline. Vindame should be way closer to Finn right now. I don't like this position, even if you have the rally. Okay, but that's pretty good.
They popped the rally because they were able to isolate Lijiang over to the side and then now take care of Twilight. That's more time wasted away from Uprising's attack here. And this is a good sign from the Shock because they're going to have a plethora of ultimates to work with for this final fight.
Yeah, Vinding popping the rally and being able to get Lijiang down did buy some time for the Shock to get those other ultimates online. So you've got the Nano Boost and the Primal Rage. And as we enter into the last 30 seconds of Boston Uprising's attack push, you are looking at having those lock down the cart.
The Nano Boost coming in from Twilight onto Lijiang to help him out as Jumpin popped the Primal here too. He's saying just trying to get into position, dropping from the catwalk. Talk about those ultimates that are online and Heesang's win con with the EMP. It's going to be important since Junbin already used up the Primal and Vindame had used the rally earlier.
Looking at Birdring right now, trying to get the EMP online, and maybe there's at least follow-up here from Heesang's EMP. He does look like he's in a position right now, but Birdring is also working up to an EMP soon. You gotta start getting these picks if you're the Shock.
Activates the EMP, finds 3, and the follow from the initial damage comes in, preventing Smurf from popping the Primal and being engaged in this fight. Lijiang did have the rally, he activates it, Vindame gets called out from Twilight, the backline putting in the pressure from the Boston Uprising as Junbin holds down the fort, holds down this choke here. Proper is going to be able to move in, he's got the pulse bomb, and he lands it up to Lijiang. That's huge with overtime taking away. Shock holding onto this defense, holding onto the choke, also to the right side of the door here as Proper is making sure to take a look at what's happening here. Boston Uprising are taking so much damage. Birdring pops in the EMP. Vindame almost falls low, but there's no damage follow-up that the Uprising needed here to get more from that EMP. Smurf is still alive, but for how long without the rest of the DPS here? He makes a desperate swap over to the Widow from Birdring, and Lijiang plays around the corner, gets out of the line of sight. This fight is going on for so long, but with Birdring getting that pick, yes, the spawn room doors are right there for the Shock to reset, but he's going to be able to find some of these important picks to allow the Uprising to get this payload to the finish line.
Look at that! He just has great sights onto the main. You're gonna have to send Heesang after him here, but is it too little too late?
They isolated Birdring. They knew what the problem was. He had open sightlines. They had to delete him. The EMP coming in from Heesang. Is this going to be enough? The picks came out from the Uprising. The overtime is taking away. The Nano Boost onto Proper as he cleans up the points from the Uprising. They successfully defend against Uprising. Just barely.
Just barely. That was so close there. I feel like Birdring coming out on the Widowmaker almost spelled disaster for the Shock. Look at how easy the sightlines were for Birdring to just sit down main, try to pepper down damage onto anybody that poked their head out onto the cart to contest it. And when you're in overtime, and the cart is that close to the finish line, you have to touch the cart, and that puts you right in the sightlines of Birdring. So really nice for Jumpin to be able to put the bubble down from the Winston and to send Heesang Sombra after Birdring in the back so that the Shock could come back in and contest with the ultimates that they had left.
I'm reeling for that one because the Uprising, they were getting those picks. Yes, the Shock had the spawn advantage, obviously with the spawn being right there, but isolating Birdring was so important, like you mentioned, Necra. Heesang understood the assignment and he delivered there. He was able to get a good amount of picks and did not waste any time. But that EMP at the very end, that EMP and then the Nano Boost that we saw onto Proper, he had the pulse, he had the damage output. It was just another day here in the Proper shop to finish off what was left of the Uprising on that point. But the re-engage too from the Shock, and then Jumpin was going to move in with the Primal. That was going to be a longer fight if that wasn't going to be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the fact that the EMP came in and the Kitsune Rush on top of it, literally everything else that Shock had left in the tank, that was enough. And also, hats off to Vindame. Those are some really nice kunai that got thrown in over there. So, yeah, you know, props where credit is due. But now we're swapping sides, and Shock, they do have a win condition here to be able to tie up the series and bring us into a map number 4, but gotta get through this defense of the Boston Uprising, and you're still basically finishing the map here.
You see Birdring coming out of the gates, this time with the Sombra, not the Hanzo play that we saw earlier on. Junbin getting hit with an anti, gonna be able to restabilize with some help from Finn and Vindame, but looking to your backline is Decay, and they shut him down almost immediately. Yeah, they lose out on Heesang, but 3 members out for the Uprising, just leaving Birdring and Smurf. They're gonna have to go for the reset, and the Shock now are gonna be able to move in.
Ooh, that was a fast take. That was really nice target focus coming in from the Shock to be able to get down those key targets and also wait to be able to initiate the counter dive. As you called out, like getting Decay down early left the Shock available to try to go after Lijiang and Twilight in the backline. Birdring sitting and waiting.
I know it feels like somebody's watching me. Oh, and he called it out right there. I love Snowbird Dittos. I just have to say it again. It always reminds me of the Spider-Man meme of just them both staring at each other and pointing.
Yep.
Especially when they call each other out and they detect each other. It's always great. And then calling up the translocator. Getting into it. So the fight for the high ground is starting. You can see backline hanging out up there while Decay finds Heesang. He's holding on to the pulse bomb here. Ultimate's online for the Shock too. Vindame's nearing up to that rally. But it's the respect from the Shock as they are going to disengage after losing out on that one pick. And Decay just getting to play in a sneaky angle to prevent them from trying to take that platform.
Ooh, this is going to start getting really difficult, though. The fact that you've got the Sombra and the Tracer on both sides of the equation, look at the health packs and pay attention to where these Tracers are going to try to stabilize themselves. I think Heesang actually did a great job there, being able to lock down this health pack from Decay.
I love these scrappy fights we're seeing on other angles too. We had the Tracer 1v1 over on the side. We saw Jumpin holding on versus Smurf on the payload here. Now Jumpin activating the Primal. He's going to be able to get down from the high ground. Smurf still holding on to his here though, and Vindame activates the rally, and it got shut down immediately afterwards. If it wasn't the pull from Decay, it was going to be the damage output coming in from Birdring and Smurf. So that's one other ult off the table for the Shock. This EMP can mean a lot here for the San Francisco Shock if they could get something cooking here, prevent the uprising from setting up again on this high ground.
Wow, they're so split. Everybody is so split up right now. Boston Uprising have the high ground on lock, but where is the rest of the Shock? You have to start playing together as a unit.
Vindame again? The first to get picked off. He, unfortunately, earlier on, we saw in the last fight, used the rally and then immediately got taken out. Now is the first to get taken out in this second engagement. Jumpin's going to meet him back in the spawn, but this is going to delay the rally charge for the Shock. And they needed this here to help with that sustainability. They have the nano boost from Finn, but again, it's just another reset here in this choke point.
I mean, the Boston Uprising are just playing this dive very clinically at this point. You want to be focusing down Vindame, and they've been able to do that time and time again to be able to remove that sustain off of the board. That also means that Shock just don't have the same type of sustain in the front line. The EMP's good.
EMP only lands on Decay here, but they were able to get that follow-up, which is nice, denying some of that extra damage output that Decay could have put in as Jumpin jumps from the high ground here. Vindame now finding Bourbon, getting a bit of revenge. Sweet revenge that he needed right there, but Lijiang has the rally, has been holding on to it for a bit. Smurf is able to find Junbin. Yeah, they lost out on the EMP potential, but they can just hold on to it for this next fight here. They've been able to hold on to these ult and rotate through them really nice as Proper gets hit with an anti. You saw that nano boost that was put onto Proper earlier, but Lijiang nicely forcing Proper off his back.
Lijiang has been so good on the Brig. Like, just series after series, it feels like Lijiang has really just been putting in so much legwork here. The Brig, one of those characters that I feel like you don't necessarily get a chance to see the impact of in the kill feed, but you can absolutely feel it because nobody on the Boston Uprising is dying at this point. There was a great reaction of Lijiang to be able to come in with the rally, to be able to save Twilight when Junbin was trying to dive onto him, and just overall, the Boston Uprising, they've got 4 ultimates to throw at this one, and they've already chewed off like 3 minutes of this time bank from the Shock.
And so always fighting those backline picks that have just delayed the Shock entirely. And then finding these spread out fights too that we've witnessed as Birdring is gonna give some help, try to hack Heesang as the rally comes in from Vindame. Birdring's getting to position to unleash the EMP, 4-man EMP, and Finn is the first one to go out. Jumpin gets put to sleep right afterwards from Twilight. Good follow-up here. They lose out on Smurf, who had the Primal, and Birdring's gonna go down. Finally, some signs of life coming in from the Shock as the Primal from Junbin, and right after he was put to sleep originally, is gonna be activated here. He's gonna be able to jump away in time right back to the safety of the payload and the rest of his team. And the Uprising now, with less than a minute on the clock, finally have to give them some room before they try to re-engage.
I mean, the Uprising, Twilight put the nano boost right onto Lijiang, activated the raid boss, and Shock just decided to back up from that because they didn't have the reinforcements be able to contest with these respawns.
And then isolating Twilight on top of that while Lijiang now activates the rally. Decay finds Vindame here and gets the hack onto Finn. See Smurf activating the Primal, Finn forced to drop down from the high ground. Hi, help me! He gets down from Decay. nailing him in the side room here. As Proper's gonna be able to find Lijiang, but nobody else is left from the Shock. If Dame makes a desperate swap over to the Lucio to allow the rest of the Shock to get here as quickly as possible, because Necra, they got less than 15 seconds now.
They've less than 15 seconds, and they have very little left in the tank. Proper's gonna have to blink all the way forward, get this pulse bomb online, and land a big stick. Finn also really trying to work up to this nano boost right now, but what if Decay hits the trigger first?
Smurf coming in from the heavens, jumping up, dropping from the high ground as Junbin falls low. Huge pick up to Decay, but they trade it for Junbin, which is even bigger because Decay can get in quicker. Twilight going crazy, finding not only Junbin, but Proper too. EMP activated, and it's just a nail in the coffin for what is left on the attack for the San Francisco Shock. Bird Ring clears out the point, and the Boston Uprising finish off the second map.
Boston Uprising may not have been able to get that payload all the way over the line, but they're able to defend when it counts the most. And man, does the backline look good for the Boston Uprising.
Yeah,
it's such a star.
It's honestly, it really, just to be here, just truly honest here, it's a really big night and day difference from what we've been seeing from the Shock. We saw what happened and what drained the most time away from the San Francisco Shock's time bank, and that was those entry picks. Once again, being Vindame in this situation here. Junbin played really well following up from Proper, and we also saw some great EMP moments from Heesang. But man, Birdring also marking down Heesang, just waiting by his translocator. It can be difficult in situations like that, especially on a map like Hollywood when you want to fight for the high ground. But we're moving on to Havana, another map where having the high ground definitely benefits you, and you got those open sight lines, and that's going to be coming to you on the other side of this break.
champions!
San Francisco Shock,
Proper is a generational talent. He's going to be in this league for a long time.
Look at this guy! He's running down Bernard! Benaim just charges the Sigma!
Completely uncontested, tearing through. Coming on!
Gindo tried his best, but it's not gonna be enough. Finn is feeling himself. Look at him.
Shot, but only affects him. Rampage's gonna catch on a 2 from Kellerman. Proper is there! Oh my!
Radiating some of that energy because currently the Boston Uprising are sitting at match point 2-0 after taking care of Hollywood. We are now moving on to map 3 on Havana, Necra.
At this point, this is a victory lap here for the Boston Uprising. That last map was not close, and the dive just looks so clean coming out from the Uprising. So I feel like we're going to just get a chance to see a little bit more of the same here, as Havana proves to be another map that we can see just another look come out here from the Uprising.
Yeah, we get to see some swap-ups too. Iziaki's now moving in while Lijiang sits out for this one, and he's going to be paired up with Twilight, who, by the way, was doing such a good job at checking Proper. His sleeps, I wish we could see, like, just the amount of sleeps he got in that last match alone, because he was going crazy on that, making sure that Proper was not an issue there. Getting started on Havana here, too. Expecting some changes compared to what we had seen on Hollywood now, Necra. Maybe rolling out with Junbin Ramp.
All right, yeah, so this is a map that you can start to see the rush or the brawl come through here. This is a look that we ended up seeing a few times, at least on some of the Havana maps that we've had previously. But the way that this really starts to shake up is that it's not just a Junbin Ramatra. We've got a Widowmaker and a Pharmacy duo. That's not something that you see every day.
How long
you
is this
gotta
gonna
hit him
last?
with the 1-2 though. Vicky, you gotta hit him with the 1. You gotta try to do something to surprise the Uprising. And maybe it's like the surprise a la Arisa that we're seeing here.
They hear them here. They're already gonna try to contest them. I mean, here on Havana, you see a lot of teams try to play right up close to the spawn room doors, and Proper is going to be able to see the rest of the Uprising in his line of sight, looking down the sightlines when they try to press the Pharmacy that's right above them here. And they do already find Decay, who is already trying to mark them down on the Echo. And with Twilight going down, this is all going according to plan for the Shock.
It is. I mean, you see the Kiriko swap here now for Izayaki. Just going to see that kind of double flex support now coming through from the Boston Uprising. And this is a composition where you run it and you're really trying to get some heavy hitting damage out as quickly as possible. See the anti-nades come through from Twilight, the follow-up from Decay and Bird Ring. You can even see the Shark takedowns come through from Smurf. It's all about as much damage output as possible here from the Uprising.
Not gonna be able to isolate Proper here. He's gonna be able to get set up uninterrupted as Birdring once again tries to find some pressure. But with some help, Finn is right there, and it's not going to be enough. He finally gets the hack and then gets the takedown onto Proper. Now you have Finn in the backline needing some help and isolated because Vindame is attached to Keysang, and this is what they needed here. Birdring got into position and he executed perfectly, tearing apart, starting from the backline, the San Francisco Shock, just to allow the rest of Uprising to exit out of the spawn room door.
It took a little while for the Boston Uprising to figure out a way to be able to break this composition from the Shock, but now that Boston Uprising are out of the gates, that Pharmacy and Ramatra will just not work anymore. So you're gonna have to start to look at a different way to be able to play around this, because Birdring took out Proper's Widowmaker very easily there, and so you're gonna see a swap up of the DPS to the Sombra and the Tracer, and you've got Vindame switching off of the Mercy to this Brigitte now. A little bit more of the standard brawl.
That delayed some time, but for how long? Because now the rest of Uprising are going to get set up, pulling up front as Finn's going to be able to get that sleep, as well as find the pick onto Decay. I was wondering what they were cooking there with the Pharmacy, and we could see just blocking that choke with the Diva Mech, and Smurf can't get back into it. Jumping, getting that pick is huge here, as Birdring has the EMP to try to restabilize things. Everything's out for the rest of the Uprising, as Proper is going to make his way onto the point with Junbin, but they got a plethora of ultimates for themselves to work with.
They do have a lot to be able to bring into this next fight. I'm really looking at the EMP though right now. Birdring actually hit that so early.
Okay. And the output that he was maybe looking forward to there, as Finn's gonna also use the nano boost that we got to see. Junbin's got the annihilation as the rush gets called in from Izayaki. See Decay trying to mark down Vindame. He's nearing that rally, the Annihilation. Already used up by Jumpin. He's literally won. They are not letting him breathe. Smurf punching his way into his face. Less than a minute on the clock for the Uprising to get this first checkpoint, though, and the EMP now coming in from Heesang. Finds Smurf and Decay. No follow-up potential here, though. And minus Decay, who's trying to get away. He's got the recall now. We'll be able to get right into the safety with the rest of Uprising, but Proper hasn't been able to get these individual picks until right now with some help from Junbin, with that Vortex slowing down Izayaki and Smurf going down next. One by one as they fall, and the fall from Junbin and Proper, they're going to be able to finally clear out the Uprising.
Another scrappy fight coming through here from both sides. Smurf's Doomfist can actually put a lot of pressure onto the front line of the Shock. You're really hoping for Smurf to go toe-to-toe with Jumpin here and hope that buys enough space for Decay and Birdring to operate in. The Sombra versus Sombra, Birdring's gonna win out on that one. Try to build up to this EMP because you're sub 10 seconds. You need something to be able to get this payload over the line. The Shock looking to try to full hold this.
Birdring's tracking is actually insane here. Overtime now taking away, but the Nano Boost from Twilight was online and put onto Smurf now. Looking for the opportunity. He's about to get his ult. Gonna try to be able to reposition if necessary, as now the EMP coming in. He's gonna be able to land right on top of Vindame with the Meteor Strike. Izayaki also falling low, just trying to reposition. Shock are falling apart here. They've lost out on Vindame and they've lost out on Heesang. Finn's incredibly low. He manages to restabilize with the health pack, but the rest of the Uprising, with none of the Shock left to defend on the point, were able to get that first checkpoint.
The way that the Boston Uprising controlled the Shock right there to be able to get that payload over the line in overtime and also be able to take out some of these big pieces was really big. You saw a lot of the fighting actually going on to the right side of point, not on top of the cart, as the Shock would have liked to be able to have the ability to contest that. But great way to be able to push this over the line here for the Uprising, and now you've got a lot of other tools to work with here. The EMP came online at the perfect moment, but it's really now up to Isayaki's Kitsune Rush to really try to push her way through the Foundry.
Actually around this next corner here too, because you know the Shock want to fight for that high ground control. Mentioned the rush as Junbin's low. As the Annihilation though, and it's going to be great for this close quarter second checkpoint. The rush activated now as Junbin gets hacked. He activates the Annihilation right on time. He was so incredibly low. If Birdring would have gotten that follow-up after getting the hack with Decay here. Smurf is trying to back away. EMP activated, lands on top of Birdring here. Twilight falling incredibly low here too as Decay gets cleaned up by Proper. Backline still survives, by the way, from Uprising. Playing spread apart. The Shock playing a bit messy and trying to isolate some of these targets from the Uprising, but they have managed to hold up the Uprising from now, win the high ground on top of that, and Proper's holding onto that pulse bomb with limited time bank in favor for the Boston Uprising.
Isolating individual members of the Uprising only works if you're able to get the follow-up, and Twilight and Izayaki have just been putting in too much work in the backline to be able to keep the Boston Uprising up and make sure that they don't fall victim to that isolation here. Birdring has another EMP. Vicky, I know we're getting down to that 30-second mark, and this is going to be the last chance that the Shock really have to be able to stop this payload. Otherwise, Boston Uprising could sink this one over the line too.
Oh.
That's a huge pick.
That is huge because now Finn won't be able to use the Nano Boost here when they were holding the Uprising so well. Losing out on Junbin now. You only have Vindame for the survivability, who's nearing that rush. Smurf is jumping on top of the higher ground. He's going to try to deny the entry opportunity from the Shock while the rest of the Uprising are just going to cater this payload along the way towards that second checkpoint.
There might be a little bit of a chance for the Shock to come back into this one and contest. You can see Heesang actually going to go over to the cart to try to trigger some time, but Birdring right there to play Doorkeeper.
Holding hands with Smurf so that way you can activate the EMP at the choke point where Shock need to enter from Decay, finding Vindame, but they trade that as Junbin activates the Nemesis form, finding Decay, punching his way out. Currently see Smurf, who didn't have the problem, use it in that last fight. Twilight's near that Nano Boost and currently finding some of these trades with Junbin and Smurf out. Both Shock right behind this this payload here. Smurf goes out and you can currently see the Nano Boost and the rush on top of that. Proper has that Nano Boost. He's putting in the damage. He's got the cleanup and the triple on top of that. Proper with the 3K cleaning up shop.
That was so beautiful from Proper. Did you see how he was juggling that payload? just waiting for each individual blink to be able to come back online, try to step over the high ground to be able to get just close enough to the cart in order to contest it, and waited for the moment where Finn was able to come back with the nano boost to be able to give that over and finally stop the cart in its tracks. Findame's Kiriko Kitsune Rush absolutely helped out with that too, but that's a great way to be able to stop the cart in its tracks and give yourself a chance at bringing us to a map 4.
Working with what you got at the very end right there, you know, just using that nano boost jump in, also popping the Annihilation at a great time before they had to re-engage with the second team fight there too. Huge here as we get to see the proper 3K replay.
Look at
Talk about his repositioning. Yeah, going back and forth because he's just stalling on the payload, which is beautiful. Isolates the backline, takes advantage of Vindame and the rush and the nano boost just to finish off whatever was left of the Boston Uprising on that point. That was amazing, Necker. You called it out right there. You saw the way he was going back and forth with the blinks, just stalling slightly above the payload so it didn't get any progress on that second checkpoint.
Such a strong understanding of how to stall out a cart long enough to be able to work with the tools that you have in your back pocket. Finn there with the nano boost. Yeah, just beautiful. Beautiful to be able to secure that damage and to secure the defense. But now the Shock, we're going to flip the script again. And while it ended up looking good on the defense for them on Hollywood, they weren't able to get the job done here on the attack. So we're going to have to see some more just high intensity gameplay come out from them to be able to get to that final box.
See Uprising playing way more back here. Smurf playing around that next corner, having that Ram Ditto, duking it out while he's giving them some space here as Jumping gets hacked, playing into that win con of Bergering wanting to boost up that EMP, and to get that charge, finding Isang is definitely going to be able to do it for you. Isang did have those open sidelines right behind Jumpin to try to find some picks through those windows that are on top of them here, but losing on a Hisang now with the Boston Uprising still holding on to the high ground. You can see Izayaki going to be able to now rotate with the rest of the Uprising, fighting them for that space. The Vortex right there on top of it. And they're playing so aggressive that it's forcing the Shock to just hold back. Gets another pick here now onto Vindame.
This is Boston Uprising just playing together as a unit as well. They're going in as a full conglomerate, is going after every individual member that they see standing in their way. And especially when you're running the Ramatra versus the Winston, look at how up close and personal that Smurf can really get with the Ramatra. You can just walk right through the bubble of the Winston. And this is the kind of a similar story to what we see from the Reinhardt versus the Ramatra, right? You could just walk right into the shield.
Almost got that save. Almost. Bergering saw the situation, also dipped after he just got a few shots in the nano boost now. They lose out on Decay. He sinks back into position here as Jumpin's going to be able to create some of that space. He does get hacked. Playing right off that nano boost and almost getting that primal, jumping on top of the high ground here to the safety of Proper, who has that pulse bomb. Blinking on top of the high ground, right on top of Izayaki here, by the way. Decay calls him out. The nano boost now from Twilight onto Smurf, but they lose out Izayaki. Hisang now sends out the Dragon Strike, splitting up the Boston Uprising. Amazing looks on the attack here for the Shock. You can see the way that they're playing spread out. It's also forcing the Uprising to not really narrow down that one target. Smurf is going to have to go down eventually here too. Too much damage output, not enough sustainability, and the Shock are able to get that first checkpoint.
It's definitely a balancing act when it comes down to playing split up enough so that the Boston Uprising can't follow up on a specific target, but also making sure that you do get those individual picks in order to just keep this attack going. This is a lot of time to be able to work with here, and this is usually a point that we end up seeing captured really easily, especially when you're able to get such a nice pick onto Decay. That's going to delay the defense coming in here from the Boston Uprising and give the Shock some room to breathe.
Just been on point with finding these picks here after coming back from being the first pick himself from Bergering. But re-engaging here, Uprising's got a nice amount of ults to work with, specifically that EMP as well as the Shock as well to try to match that. They got Vindame with the rally. Having to stay alive is going to be crucial here. So that's been difficult so far as Bergering tries to call out Finn and gets a huge EMP, finds 3. Can we see the follow-up here? He didn't catch Vindame with that, so he was able to activate the rally, just keep everybody from the Shock up and alive. Currently with Smurf also having that Annihilation. They're just giving the Shock the rest of this space here.
It looked a little messy to work with. Looked like kind of Bergering pulled the trigger a little too early. Then the rally able to follow it up. This is looking desperate here from Boston.
Oh man, and then Junbin with a primal, gonna be able to clean up everybody that was on the high ground. This is doable here, Necro. We see the payload will stop right before that second checkpoint, and currently the Shock look unstoppable on this payload right now. You can already see Junbin holding forward.
Junbin's able to do that as well, just knowing that he does have the ability to go peel back for Finn's nano boost. Finn's on the high ground right now, making sure that he can keep LOS onto that Winston to really be able to lock down these doors. But Boston, they are coming in here with the pulse bomb and the annihilation. They're able to put that vortex down too.
The Vortex to control that space on the payload as the Annihilation gets unleashed from Smurf. He's got the Nano Boost to work with here. If Twilight wants to put it onto him or onto Decay here, it's the survivability, but it's the space that's even more important to note that they were able to buy away from the Shock because they still got 2 minutes to work with right now, Necro.
That's a lot. Shock just have to back up from this one. They don't want to give away any more ult charge into this next fight, while also trying to build up to their own ultimate. So Junbin just kind of juggling around this wall, kind of peeking in and out of this doorway, waiting till he sees the perfect target.
Oh, great communication coming in from the Shock. That was, we're seeing some coordination now coming up. Not so much of the scrappiness that we saw in the last 2 maps now. Finding that dive opportunity, isolating the Uprising now. Finding 3 picks. Currently, the Nano Boost from Twilight is put onto Smurf here. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds. Still enough time to work with as Proper puts down that pulse bump, and Dame is going to do the finishing blow here. And it's clearing up that side choke to prevent the rest of the Uprising from trying to stall. The Furbrain comes in from the high ground. For how long can he stay alive as Izayaki and Decay go down? The Shock shows some life, taking map number 3, sending us over to Colossio for map 4.
They do look way better on this particular map. I feel like they were able to capitalize a lot on the more stable backline that we ended up seeing come out from the Boston Uprising. Kiriko maybe a little bit more telegraphed to be able to see where you're going to flit to with the swift step, and just kind of overall playing way more coordinated than what we've seen from the Shock so far.
Yeah, it's important to note the difference in positioning from the Shock right there, whether it be to disengage and then reposition themselves, but also he's saying finding a lot of these entry pick opportunities from that first checkpoint into the second one here, especially around those corners. The EMP also from Furbrain didn't get the progress that they were expecting it to get, especially from that second to last fight. The Shock showing that they're still in this, Necra. We got Colossio on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. The San Francisco Shock show some life on Havana. You got that ping buff, you got that new housing buff, and you are out here taking one extra map under your belt while the Boston Uprising still sit at match point.
Boston Uprising definitely want to try to close it out here, though. I mean, at this point, Boston Uprising, they are locked, as are the Shock, to be able to play out the knockout rounds as we head even closer towards the mid-season. But Boston trying to get the job done here as Lijiang comes back into the roster over Izayaki.
Yeah, and it's nice to know what went down in that last map as we take a look at Proper out here. His tracer card and his stats from that last map that we just saw in Havana. 23 elims, 1 death, by the way. Actually insane. Yes, he didn't get the alpha from the Pulse Bomb 6 that we were looking forward to, but still, that survivability and peppering in all the extra pressure and the final deaths, too, that he was able to take from the Uprising, super important, because then this stall that we currently saw right here, stalling long enough to allow Finn to get that nano boost and then put it onto him and then finish off what was left of the Uprising was a great look here to allow the rest of the Shock to then feel more in their element, because they looked a lot more coordinated at the end of Havana compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the series, Necro.
I mean, that's just the Proper that we have grown to love after watching the last season of the Overwatch League. The MVP, the Role Star, the Alarm Rookie of the Year. That's the player that the Shock were trying to build this roster around. And so that's the performance that we've really tried to come to expect from Proper. And that's a great performance from him for sure. But looking ahead to this next map, I mean, we really just continue to see this coordination start to flourish here from the Shock. They want to try to bolster up that reputation again as one of those teams to really be in contention for some of those top spots in the league.
Yeah, now as we move into our map number 4, Necro, what can you expect from the Shock to try to be consistent, bring this onto some momentum into this map, because they definitely need it out here with the Boston Uprising taking a little bit of a breather. We saw them come back, maybe refreshing themselves to see what they got to do so that way they don't drop any more maps.
Yeah, well, a lot of the times when we take a look at the push maps, especially as like Coliseum is going to be our next one that we head to, we see a lot of like the Winston, Sombra, Tracer come out from these teams. We've even seen a couple of those rush strats come out. That was really London Spitfire yesterday, though. Of course, it's going to be a team that we do see come out on more of like that Mate Reinhardt. But especially when you see Lijiang coming back into the roster here for the Boston Uprising, I'm definitely expecting to see a little bit more Lucio, a little bit more of these mobile compositions coming through. Or just try to stave off the dive as it comes in.
Especially with how quickly Uprising is to reposition, like we saw in that first map specifically. Really good at calling out the disengage and then wait out on an opportunity to find that one pick. Seeing what we're going to get started off, rolling out here. Excited to see if we're going to see any changes too from the Shock, but it looks like we're just sticking to what was working here previously, and it's going to be Heesang still sticking to the Sombra.
So Sombra Tracer dive coming out here from the Shock, and Lijiang actually going over to the Brigida. I mean, this was a hero that really worked out well for the Boston Uprising when you take a look at how they performed on Hollywood with just such a dominant dive coming out from them. And the Brigida offers so much sustainability to the backline that was something that the Boston Uprising just didn't have in that last map of Havana, and something that the Shock capitalized on. So it's not going to be nearly as easy to dive onto the backline, knowing that Lijiang on this Brigida is going to be giving the Shock some problems.
Let's see, they're trying to call like he's saying, is he going to be able to translocate right back to the health pack? He's going to get that hack on the pack as well. And it's the Lijiang being on this Brigida that had so much success too that we had seen, and Vindame being the one to stick to the Lucio so that way they can help heal for Finn, which isn't going to be the case here actually, because Decay is going to be able to find him first. He's going to get hacked as well, trying to build up that EMP from the Shock. But with that one pick, you could already see Jumpin just backing away, if he could get away, that's to say, because Twilight is marking him down, and Decay is moving up hand-to-hand with Smurf.
Boston Uprising are already taking over pretty swift control of this bot as it inches closer towards that very first checkpoint. Smurf taking control of the high ground as well is going to make it way more difficult for the Shock to come back into this one. And as you're set up so far forward, I mean, Smurf can really just back away, doesn't have to use any of these mobility cooldowns, and can wait for the Shock to make their initial approach. One of the reasons with Boston Uprising has been able to do so well in this dive versus dive is they've been playing the counter dive. They're just waiting for the Shock to come to them.
Especially with the way that Birdring's been playing, taking advantage of these open sight lines. He's about to get the Dragon Strike ready here too, as Decay trying to isolate the back line here as Finn has that Nano Boost ready. Contending on the bot with him holding onto the high ground uncontested thus far. See as Jumpin also gets hit with an anti, and Decay being sneaky with that pulse bomb here, waiting to stick it onto Findane maybe, but Proper beats him to it, beats him to the race line, and it's Twilight and Lijiang that go out first. The Uprising not having their backline, not having the Nano Boost or the rally here, but the Shock did have to burn up their own Nano Boost, so that way they could try to take them.
I think that's okay, though. If you're the Boston Uprising, you recognize that this is an opportunity to take an eco push, and so being able to get out two pretty high-value ultimates there in the Nano and the Pulse Bomb, now you're looking at trying to approach with your own combination of those ultimates as the Boston Uprising have to regroup here. Birdring is going to go over to the Sombra, recognizes that maybe the Hanzo is just a little bit too diveable in this particular format, and when you have this Tracer versus Tracer and the Sombra also on the other side, you need to try to contest with that one to be able to lock down these health packs too.
Especially if you haven't been able to mark down Heesang as well. Important too, but Birdring's already nearing 50% with that EMP and climbing already. Decay also calling out Heesang in his positioning. They know he already has that EMP, just counting out the fact that he's still holding on to it. Lijiang and Twilight having the ults ready, Uprising basically all up to par in terms of their ult economy. Jumpin does get hacked and the EMP gets unleashed onto Lijiang and Decay. Decay manages to get out in time with that just 1 second delay. Just call in a recall or just gets the health back here. Lijiang stays alive. He's got the rally ready, so unfortunately the Shock not getting the output that they wanted off that EMP before they try to re-engage here.
Gotta pump the Primal as well as Jummin wants to try to keep this pressure onto the Uprising, try to force out any of these ultimates from them.
Oh my goodness, you got the Primal and you use the Nano Boost here to keep him alive. Smurf getting hacked as he's going to be able to match that with his own Primal, but isolating Twilight is important, but wasn't worth overextending as that's going to cost Jumpin his own life. Yes, the Uprising didn't use that Nano Boost. Do they need it now as Twilight is trying to help out the rest of Uprising coming out of the spawn room doors with the sustainability? Proper with the Pulse Bomb now, trying to chase down the Uprising as it's a disengage here, allowing the Shock to get some sort of extension with the bot.
Yeah, but Boston Uprising, what? They used the Primal and the Rally versus the Sound Barrier, the Nano, the EMP, and the Primal from the Shock? I think you take that trade any day of the week if you're the Boston Uprising. The Shock still haven't been able to match the progress of the Uprising either, and now that the Uprising are coming back out of spawn, the Shock have to back away too.
And they lost out on Proper here first. See now, Uprising re-engaging. Lijiang gets hit with an anti from Finn. Birdring holding on to that EMP still. Like you mentioned, Necra, been very careful with the way that they want to use these ultimates, just cycling through it and communicating when they need it most, because Heesang's about to get his own EMP for this next fight.
Yeah, but Birdring might just go ahead and strike first here. Look at the positioning.
There's that EMP and able to dive right on top of Twilight. It was the isolation that we've been seeing from the Shock when it comes to these EMP picks. Even if it isn't huge, it's about focusing down that backline, and they were able to find Twilight out of it. Currently, Birdring also able to find Finn before he could send out that Nano Boost here. It's about trying to get this bot moving as well. You see Lijiang with some help from Decay. They're going to be able to get some progress here at 41 meters.
I mean, this is where it started to look really good for the Shock. Heesang able to isolate Twilight. Feels like it was supposed to be able to spell success here for the Shock, but at the same time, I mean, Boston, they just know. They know they got to give up Twilight sometimes in order to really win the war.
Shoulder to shoulder with Heesang and Proper when they were caught in that EMP, and it's going to be their demise here as Jumpin's about to get the Primal for this fight. Decay still putting in some pressure over by that corner with some help from Lijiang. And take a look at Smurf's positioning here too. Just going to be able to re-engage from the high ground here, and then tries to call out Finn, who's by himself, and Finn puts him to sleep. The Nano Boost now. Curly, while Smurf is going to try to get back into this fight, he's got the Primal, and he's found Finn Dame. He's the first to go down in this engagement. Jumpin tries to jump away as he gets stuck here with the Pulse Bomb. Decay finds Finn, and Proper's going to get some revenge, finding Smurf while he's at it. Jumpin has the Primal to start finding some pressure on the bot, but going back and forth is another scrappy fight here, Necra.
I mean, at this point, too, Shock are just trying to get any work that they can done in the backline, but Decay has been marking Proper this entire time. And Lijiang with a quick whip shot there will send Proper back to the spawn room, as Jumpin still has yet to use his Primal, Vicky.
He's so good at finding these whip shots. It's insane. Lijiang activates the rally now. Twilight did get hacked from Heesang. Junbin also activated the primal here. For match side, it's going to be Smurf who's holding on to it. It's fight for the high ground here as Junbin's going to be able to find Twilight again. Isolating Twilight from Lijiang has been important since he had already popped the rally before. Good timing on that engagement. Is it going to be enough now finding Lijiang? They don't have the sustainability, and it's going to be the Shock taking control over the Bolt this time.
You're starting to run out of time here. You've got the bot back to the neutral, and you have denied Boston Uprising from being able to capture that very first objective. But you still have your work cut out for you when you've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock to try to match the progress and also take back control. Boston Uprising, they come back with 4 ults here.
Oh, the EMP coming in, isolating Lijiang, and Twilight getting caught in it as well. He's got the nano boost ready. Junbin fell incredibly low, so the Uprising were so fixated on trying to make sure they could get that pick. Going back and forth on this bot here as a Shock now. They get EMP'd. A huge EMP from Bergring is going to catch Finn and Vindame, and Vindame tries to stay alive with the rally. He activated it slightly right before, and Bergring doesn't give him any room to breathe. He finds both of the supports, and now Junbin's going to meet them up, and Uprising retake this bot.
That EMP has so many people on the Uprising as well, being able to take out such massive sustain in the backline early. Like, a Shock should have been able to win that, but Birdring able to sustain through it, be able to land the EMP himself, and it's just Boston Uprising constantly getting the upper hand when it comes to the ultimate value conversion that they're able to get on these pieces. Twilight as well with the Nano. I mean, you just kind of expect that Boston Uprising will be able to keep up this pressure.
And denying Vindame getting any sort of progress with that rally that he had used from that EMP from Birdring as well, as Smurf takes onto the high ground again, sandwiches Vindame with some help from Birdring. He gets hit with an anti, the nano boost from Finn onto Junbin. He's got the primal ready, but Birdring now finding Finn. Can Junbin stay alive through it? He's got the primal to reset, but he's gonna hold on to it for now because he got hit with an anti and he got dove on by Lijiang and Twilight, who were holding hands in the back line.
Oh my goodness, Smurf's been able to play these dives so well. Did you notice that when he jumped up to the high ground, he split up Finn and Vindame, popped the bubble down, and then Finn couldn't heal up Vindame. He just couldn't do it.
EMP coming in. Is it gonna find the same success that we saw from Birdring onto the backline of Shock? It doesn't look like it is. Lijiang activates the rally now. Give him some extra health over to the rest of the Uprising here, but this is huge now. Yeah, it's a checkpoint, and it's Heesang that had used up the EMP that didn't get the progress that they needed for that fight.
And it's 30 seconds left. You would have loved to be able to see that EMP converted over something here for the Shock, but now they're completely playing on the back foot. Birdring has got the EMP to boot.
Finn again taken down. The EMP lands onto Vindame, and you got less than 15 seconds to match that progress with the Uprising. Twilight has a nano boost now. Vindame gets hit with a huge anti. He's about to get the rally, and they're trying to stay alive.
Okay, Twilight does get hacked, so the intel has been given over to the Shock that the Nano is online, but you gotta be able to give that over to somebody.
That was big. Good positioning and primal from Junbin to get Lijiang off of this map, waving his hands like he don't care, as Vindame also moves in to take care of Decay, what was left of his health. Overtime now that they can't get off this bot.
Overtime activated. You're looking right now at the Shock to be able to stay in this one by activating the rally early. Try to make sure that you have that sustain online, and Proper has to pop off. That pulse bomb has to stick onto somebody in the backline. That's a great way to start this off.
Yeah, or Heesang also building up into this EMP, doing the damage that he needs. The rally from Vindame is going to enable the Shock to move up, get into a better position, while Smurf is going to back away. They've lost out on Twilight and Decay. It's going to be 3 up and alive for the Uprising. Make it 2 now with Lijiang being gone. And the Shock are getting the momentum that they needed on this bot. A little late than never, but this is necessary now. Overtime ticking away. Smurf is going to be able to move in with the Primal.
Smurf has the Primal. 3 other ultimates are going to be coming online here for the Boston Uprising as well, but it's about making sure that you can convert this EMP from Heesang.
Oh, the EMP is huge here for the Shock, making its mark as he's saying, finding Twilight, isolating him. Lijiang popped the rally right afterwards. That EMP had hit 4 as Decay is going to be able to move in. Proper's got the pulse bomb, still holding on to it, while overtime has gone back and forth here for the Boston Uprising and the San Fran Shock. Decay holding on to his own pulse bomb. He's dropping down from the high ground. He finally lands a stick. He lands it onto Jumpin, who still is alive thanks to Finn and Vindame. He's going to have to relocate here currently, just reposition onto the high ground. And Boston Uprising are giving them this space because they're looking to reposition with Birdring's EMP.
Yeah, look at that. He's got the cart right now.
Oh, the EMP on the backline and the anti on top of that from Twilight landing on top of Junbin and Heesang. The Uprising needed that one good play, and that's why they repositioned to re-engage with the EMP. They're able to successfully hold back the Shock even when they started feeling themselves here at the very end, Necra. But it's going to be the Boston Uprising taking the series 3-1.
Oh man, it started to look so good there for the Shock as well. It felt like they were really starting to find their groove in this matchup, but Boston Uprising, time and time again, are able to stave off the ultimate pressure coming out from the Shock and be able to clap back with their own. That EMP coming in from Birdring at the very end there was the nail in the coffin, and just honestly, the Boston Uprising just looking great.
They look fantastic, but we're seeing some of our lower end teams, Zakra, change things up and start figuring things out. You know, we have to give credit. Even though it was a 3-0, the Vegas Eternal have really made it close, have figured some things out here that they got to change up. We saw what's been going on with the Hanzo from Maltho. Now we're seeing things change up for the Shock here, making it a lot closer, finding more maps that they needed. And the Boston Uprising with Birdring being your player of the match. You highlighted him before for all the right reasons, but man, this was a great look between Birdring and Decay. These two work so well together, but that EMP at the very end being the nail in the coffin was beautiful, as well as some of these plays that we got to see on Hollywood. Yes.
Yeah, oh my god, beating Heesang to the punch there so many times. Whether it's kind of like hacking a health pack that you would have liked to see like Heesang or Proper go after, or just honestly cleaning up some of these kills in the backline solo. Sometimes Birdring was able to grab somebody like Finn or Vindame just by himself. Look at the EMP and just being able to pepper in the damage on top. Birdring just was a solo assassin in the backline here of the Shock.
It was beautiful here. You see the 14 elims. By the way, look at that survivability. Again, survivability from the Uprising are on another level out here. Barely scraping by 2 deaths, finding these EMPs on the backline that were so essential. And you know what's nice to note is the flexibility from the Boston Uprising's backline, whether it's Lijiang, Izayaki, Twilight, each and every one of these individuals just brings so much to the Boston Uprising. You're not losing out on anything here when it comes to making some of these swaps work out for this DPS and of course for Smurf as well.
Yeah, the support line of the Boston Uprising.
The birthday
has
buff
been
upcoming.
absolutely stellar, but
what? Birdring, happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Birdring. That's a great way to celebrate your birthday. I didn't want to curse it. I didn't want to curse it because like that happened yesterday. I feel like with the Titans just uniting the cart, and I'm not gonna accept responsibility for that one. But
Necra, you're cursed.
I really am cursed. So that's why I didn't want to say anything. But happy birthday, Birdring. This is a great birthday gift, I feel like, to be able to get the win today and to also try to gain some momentum heading into the knockout rounds. They know who they're playing against, and to be able to play up against a team like the Shock, I think you're experimenting a little bit to make sure that your fundamentals are in check to be able to take out some of these heavy hitters in those top 4 spots.
It's beautiful here. I know there's another birthday, I think, today in the Overwatch League. I think it's Admiral, actually, from the London Spitfire. So a lot of birthday babies out here in the Overwatch League. Make sure you guys give a shout out to both Birdring and Admiral. That's going to be it for this 3rd series. Guys, we got more Overwatch League action on the other side of this break.
Happy birthday from us to Birdbring 2. We see your Sombra play, and it is super cool. Hey! Yeah, we're going to make sure that we give some happy birthday wishes out there. It is awesome after seeing that game. A little bit of a fight back from Shock. You're just
sure was.
Happens,
I'm glad we got to do this live in person, and like you can see my reaction live.
Everybody can really realize what I do to Kenobi
on a daily basis.
But, with us talking about, things on a daily basis, for those that are support mains out there, we want to make sure that you have some awesome skins as well before diving into that match. Yes, support bundles on sale now. You can see those amazing skins right there, and not only having them specifically for Lifeweaver, Lucio, and Brigitte, you also do have that weapon charm for those 350 league tokens on sale until June 13th. So get them while there is still time. You don't want to lose out on that. I know I don't want to lose out on it because we see that Atlanta Reign is already like the top dog right now. You got to get your charm.
They're looking pretty good. Yeah, got to get your charm. And I mean, what a way to kind of like segue into this, talking about the support bundle, because the supports in this match are absolutely phenomenal from Boston Uprising, but I think we can talk about it a little bit more. I do want to give a little bit of credit to the San Francisco Shock going into this match. This was one that I was like, I just want to see at least San Francisco Shock win, right? I didn't expect that there was going to be, or win like a map. I didn't expect them to take the series. I was going to be very surprised if that was ever to happen, but there was one map, particularly that Havana, where I thought Heesang and Proper for the first time both played at their best, and that is something that we haven't seen a lot of, right? Proper has been very good on his own kind of. Heesang has been trailing behind, but I think in that map in particular of Havana, that is the best I've seen the two of them look so far. So that is something that I think is a bright spot for the Shock. Unfortunately, the only one in this series.
I mean, they did make it competitive. It was close to almost going towards that map 5, which I think we were all sitting there in the green room just like, oh, this actually going to happen? This going to go there? And then it, has the turn of events. And, as we highlighted, Birthday Boy, they're going to be able to clean it up. Sombra play, EMP, game over.
But I mean, how good is the support line of the Boston Uprising? I think that, like, genuinely, there are like 3 God tier support lines right now in the Overwatch. Like, it's Atlanta's with Chio and Fielder, it's Houston's with Violet and Shu, and it's this one with Lijiang, Twilight, and Izayaki. I think the combination of, like, you can put them in any order, I think, and you're going to be totally fine having either of them in your lineup, right? But this trio, I mean, is on a completely different level. Izayaki coming back in, playing so well throughout their ability, after that injury that they had, a pretty significant one as well, and still performing like incredibly well alongside, no matter who it is, alongside Lijiang, someone who they won an Overwatch League championship with, or alongside Twilight. We saw the double flex support a little bit from them. They didn't end up winning because Shock were playing so good in terms of their DPS, but yeah, this support lineup I think is one of the best in the Overwatch League. And one of the things about it is that, like, when I look at Twilight, and I talked about this a little bit before, like the broadcast, Joseph Volmo-Franco, who's a friend of mine, made an article calling Twilight this many-faced god, and kind of has dubbed that nickname over to Twilight. And I think that Twilight, Izayaki, and Lijiang are kind of this 3-headed dragon, where it's like no matter what combination of the 3 you have in your lineup, your chances of winning go incredibly up, because the amount of skill checks you have to navigate, especially against a lineup against the backline this good, when you had like Proper going in. Proper's getting slept on cooldown, right? That's Proper. That's our MVP and Rookie of the Year last season. And Twilight, every single time, just putting them to sleep.
Well, the best part of it too is we actually do have some stats and information in regards to not only the relevancy of these supports, but also what they've been able to yield over the course of these 5 weeks and just being able to perform at such a peak level.
Yeah, I mean, these stats are incredible, especially like when you're looking at this enemies slept per 10. I think that's the biggest one for me, because it feels like, especially now with how flex support is being played in the current meta, especially with how Ana is, it's starting to get to a point where, like, if you have a really good Ana on your team, one who can hit these sleeps effectively, like per 10, like 6 enemies slept per 10 is an insane stat line from Izayaki, and Twilight's not really far behind in terms of their ability. They're more like DPS oriented with the amount of damage that they've done, but I think like overall, it doesn't matter which Ana player the Boston Uprising have in, you've got one of the best to ever play the game in that position. So I think it's something that Boston Uprising going into last chance qualifiers is going to be able to rely on heavily. This support line is absolutely out of this world.
They're so proficient, and with heavily talking about them specifically, we actually do get the opportunity to have an interview with Izayaki as well, and we're really excited to be able to speak with them. And after this type of performance that they had today, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear us.
Hello. So Izayaki, I wanted to ask, what is your favorite support, Ana or Zen?
Yeah, absolutely. I love to play Zen because I can show you guys good performance than Ana. So I love to play Zen.
Okay.
So we got the Zen dominance there. All right. So with your recovery, how has it been being back with the team and playing with them like today?
Yeah, I really good to be back because I really want to play game when I was at the hospital, and I wasn't play the game because of it was so pain and I got surgery. So yeah, I really glad to play the match again.
Well, that's amazing, and we are so glad for your recovery and that you're going in that direction of continued better health. So it was a sight to see you here, and you've played wonderfully. So thank you so very much for your time and being able to talk with us, and looking forward to what's in the future for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, very
Thank
welcome.
you.
Oh, that's so great. That's so great.
Likes the Zen over there, which is fair because I think Izayaki does play a lot more Zen. I think Violet's like the only other one who's like playing a little bit more, but like Izayaki, Zenyatta, nothing to slap. I mean, we talked about the Ana quite a bit. When the Izayaki's on the Zen, it's also like basically a third DPS at that point.
It really is, but we still have action ahead of us. We've got one more match for you today. It's been a long day so far, but there is still more to come, and we are absolutely excited for this last one. It's going to be Vancouver Titans versus New York Excelsior, and you know, again, with what we saw recently from this weekend from New York, I'm actually really excited to see how they're going to be able to fend off against the Titans.
Yeah, both of these teams 3 and 4, as we can actually see some really cool fan art that's been made by Gavin of the Vancouver Titans.
It's so good.
Such a good.
It's just got that style to it.
Imagine
you know?
being that talented. Like I couldn't do it.
It would just be literally stick figures in blue and green lines.
Be in MS Paint. Yep, that would be what I would do. But this Vancouver Titans team, as we can look into the roster of them, I think that Aspire and Sugar Free have kind of been really important pieces and an important foundation for this team, but the rest of the team, I think in their own right, maybe not as flashy as like some of the other pieces that we've seen specifically with Sugar Free and Aspire, but I think Crimso's been playing very well, Faith has been playing well. Punk is someone who I think, again, through all the trials and tribulations Punk has had in his career, being able to still perform at a high level consistently, I think deserves a lot of praise as well.
Absolutely, and then of course with New York, we've seen them be able to elevate themselves. They did take that victory over Washington, which was now today we saw them be able to clap back a little bit. But I still think that there is a lot of opportunity for us to be able to see New York really have a competitive matchup against this. And we've talked a little bit ourselves in the back about Faith and what they've brought in from a support line, since we talked about supports as well already. But just a lot of this team as a whole and what they're going to bring into this last match for this 5th week.
And what I'll be interested to see is like kind of where the DPS go to, because I think we've been seeing a lot of movement. Like Sombra's still very important, but like we've been seeing a lot of like Hanzo being played a lot more recently. And I think that's something like hit scan wise too, like as you're seeing in the replay, Shockwave is able to bring out the Ashe, but I think that also there is going to be that question of like, is there going to be Hanzo played? Because I think Aspire, Shockwave, those are going to be matchups that I think are going to be incredibly important, especially with how much we've seen Hanzo rise to prominence a little bit in here, as well as what are we going to be seeing from that tank line? Because I think that these are two teams that if they could probably help it, don't want to opt into the Winston, right? They probably want to play more of that Ramatra style, get into a little bit more of a brawl. I don't think that Winston is something that both these teams would really want to handshake on. If they do, I think it'll be a little bit more of a shaky matchup and it could go either way. But I think that brawl is what we'll most likely see, and maybe some more of that pokey style that we're seeing from New York itself.
Absolutely, and I still really love the bob play that came out from Shockwave on Kings Row during that time.
Off the top rope.
It was so clean. That knock-up just makes you feel so good as a player. But we can take a look at our predictions as well before going into this, and then also get.
I wasn't sure about this one.
I wasn't either. I mean, I still went.
I don't even remember what I picked, actually.
I'm pretty sure I went with Vancouver. I did go with Vancouver.
Okay, you went with Vancouver. I think I went with Vancouver too, but I might have gone 3-2. Maybe 3. Yeah, okay, 3-2.
See, I did 3-1. I was on the fence. I mean, you and I both, I think, trying to figure out exactly what the best outcome for this would be. But I'm sticking with my 3-1.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
I wouldn't be shocked though if this is a New York win, especially because I think even though we saw Washington play I would say down to the level of New York Excelsior, that 3-0 is a great momentum booster for a team like that, and I think that it's something that they can definitely ride on going into this series, because I think it is relatively going to be a close one. Chat, though, does not seem to agree with me.
No, they do not. I mean, 22%. Again, we've not seen something as crazy as we saw with 5% before.
5%
so at
for
least
Vegas.
we're close to that, quarter of a whole percentage thing. We'll leave it at that. But again, a lot of Vancouver fans out there. No surprise at all. You're sticking with us at least in thinking that they're going to win. But it is not us that will be bringing you through all of that action. We have our two lovely casters that are going to be talking about all the action that's going to unfold for the last match of this 5th week, 3rd day. Vicky and Necra, you killed it so far. What are your thoughts going into this? Just give us your insight. We got to know.
So I'm very stubborn. When I choose my pick'ems, I don't change my mind, even if the matches previous prove otherwise. So I had this already 3-0 in favor for the Titans, but then it happened between the Justice and New York day one, and maybe now I can expect this to be a lot closer than I was expecting previously before getting involved in this week. What can you say, Necro?
I think it's gonna be closer than people realize. Like maybe you guys have like a very specific look of like who you think is going to win, but I think the New York Excelsior as a team overall have been pretty underrated coming into this season, especially as you look at their performance in these last few weeks. I feel like they started to really find a groove, figuring out how to fit Fitz and Shockwave both into the roster, with Hanzo now being more of a dominant DPS in our meta. You have Shockwave really picking up that role, and then seeing Fitz flex over to a support when that does end up happening, I feel like really just has done some good here for the New York Excelsior. So while I do think that Vancouver Titans might be on a little bit of a grudge match, trying to get back into things after their loss yesterday, New York Excelsior aren't going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, let's touch up on that actually. After what we had seen from them and the unfortunate C9 outcome between their series against the Houston Outlaws, they're looking for a redemption arc, and this is going to be the team that they're going to be able to nail that frustration on here as the New York Excelsior. They're going to be rolling out with Psycho, of course, being on the May, Fitz being on the Sobra, and then we're going to be seeing Kellen duke it out with the Ramatra against Punk's Winston.
Okay, so a little bit of a brawl versus the dive here from the Titans. The Titans really now looking at trying to make sure that their backline remains stable, as you do have the Brigitte and the Ana, but Punk might have a little bit of trouble trying to figure out a way to work against this Ramatra. If this doesn't work out for them and the get-go here for the Titans, I might expect a composition shake-up here.
Yeah, since we are here starting on Antarctic Peninsula too, you know that Psycho's May is absolutely crazy. His May and his Echo, so putting out these walls are going to allow them to isolate some of the members of the Titans in these close quarter fights by these hallways here. As Aspire jumps right over that wall, he's going to be able to find Psycho and Lep on top of it. The Immortality Field comes in from Creative, but then he gets dinged by the Anti, and Aspire needs to get checked because he is literally running away with this on the point here. Kellen finally moves in to try to deal with the problem himself, but Sugar Free's here to help him out. You're having some fun, Necro, the tactical crouching, just to let them know what's up.
Oh no, it's gonna be one of those matches, Vicky. Okay, I guess I didn't know what I should have expected otherwise, honestly. I mean, Vancouver Titans at this point want to try to stunt on the Excelsior. They want to be able to show that they are able to, get these strong wins under their belt, and they were so close to be able to bring the Houston Outlaws to a map wipe yesterday. So you know that they're here, they're hungry, they want this win.
So does the New York Excelsior here, as Filch is trying to build up that EMP. He's going to get the hack on the health pack right at his feet here as Crimzo in the back. He's got the nano boost. He's going to be able to put that onto Punk, who's going to try to take over the high ground here before trying to relocate into a different spot. Gets caught in the vortex as well. Is he going to be able to jump away to some safety, trying to actually isolate the backline between Faith and Crimzo, but the wall not going to help him out here. Psycho gonna get taken down. They're gonna be able to isolate him, and Kellen only 3 up and alive for the Excelsior here. They did put 16% on board earlier on, but they'll be able to re-engage with a bunch of ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they do have the EMP, and that's going to be really the big tool that the New York Excelsior are going to try to rely upon to get back into this one. But Faith still has that rally ready to go just to be able to bolster up that backline and also try to contest with something like the Ramatra Annihilation that could also come online.
The EMP, not going to be able to find anyone there. It's just exiting out of the choke point, unleashing it, but Psycho is going to be able to find Sugar Free, and with the DPS out from the Titans, damage won't be here as Punk also gets taken out. He's going to hold onto that Primal, and I like that call here because they already have so much already with 85% on the point. They'll give this point over to the Excelsior.
Yep, the Excelsior here, I mean, they didn't even really need the EMP to be more than just a distraction. If you're going to get Sugar Free out of the equation early on, then you can clean up from there. The New York Excelsior absolutely strong enough to be able to do that, but you're also able to hold on to so many ultimates as well if you're New York. You've got the Blizzard, the Annihilation. These are big area of effect ultimates that you're able to lay down on top of the Titans in order to actually just funnel them into a place where you would want to fight them more. So high ground control important here for New York.
Oh no, Psycho, he's staring at the entirety of the Titans that are right here.
Oh, he's in danger.
No, He manages to send out Blizzard, and then immediately you see Faith putting in some extra pressure. Sugar Free's right there, and Punk activates the Primal. The rest of the New York Excelsior go to his aid to help him out. He manages to stay alive, but that cost a lot. Lep had to use a sound barrier. They get some revenge. They finally call out Sugar Free, and they lose out on Creative, who also set down the Amp Matrix. Fitz is going to be able to engage once again with the EMP, maybe finding a lot more out of it than we saw previously. Also see the body block attempt from Psycho. Still going to be able to escape by after isolating him in that side room. And again, it's going to be another reset here for the New York Excelsior while the Titans start making their way to stop this progress. But the EMP from Fitz stops them in their shoes. Lep also gets hit with an anti, but able to isolate Punk was going to be big here as Aspire and Sugar Free are trying to hold on to that high ground, and Sugar Free trying to still hold on to that point.
Get this. I mean, Kellen can just lock things down here with the Annihilation, but does get antied, so has to move away from the point for now. But that does buy some time here for Psycho to get into the backline of the Titans.
Spire's survivability has been out here. Crimzo goes down, and Punk is going to get revenge onto Kellen, but the number advantage is in favor of the New York Excelsior. After they're able to take care of Punk, they don't have the survivability, as it's really only up to Faith here. It's going to be another reset, and overtime taking away is going to allow the New York Excelsior to clear this point. Nobody left to stall from the Vancouver Titans, and they're going to take round one here.
Really clean round coming out from New York as well. They had to give up a little bit sometimes to the Titans, but really to be able to meet their end goal of getting this first round under their belt. And this is a great look from the New York Excelsior as well. They've really been able to rely on this Ramatra brawl, and it's been doing them a lot of favors, just kind of looking towards how they might approach this next point as well. The May was great. You can also still play around with the Ramatra on this next point as we go over to Labs. This is where you're also going to start to see the New York Excelsior try to play around these health packs, as well as just the territorial control once again of the point.
They really sent the whole brigade after Psycho at one point. So much pressure, just trying to fixate their attention on their positioning on that high ground here. A lot more room to work with playing off this high ground here as Kellen gets immediately put to sleep by Crimzo. The Vortex, so much pressure, an anti on top of it. He manages to survive. How is he alive? Creative and Lep doing so much work. And this is going to build into those ults here too, as Punk is going to be the champion on that high ground so far. They're going to win that extra space as Fitz tries to take a different off angle with some help from Lep to put him into that position here. But you can see the way that Titans and Excelsior are just trying to skirmish onto the off of this point without really fully committing, and that's because you currently have Fitz being on the Sojourn and Aspire being on this Hanzo.
Aspire is able to just get these shots really early, and if you're able to get that quick pick, then that's something you can capitalize on if you're the Titans. Sojourn takes a little bit more consistency as you start to charge up that railgun shot, but it means you have less to work with if Aspire's just gonna be hitting these shots consistently with the Hanzo.
Anti yeeted onto Punk, the Vortex called in from Kellen. Somebody's gotta check Aspire. He's got help from Faith here though. Saw the attempt as the Excelsior Psycho just drops down. He's got the pulse bomb here, looking at Sugar Free ready. He tries to toss it onto Creative. Doesn't land it. Creative is about to have the nano boost. Kellen is still alive. He gets put to sleep. The nano boost still put onto him, and he wakes up right now, getting involved. Lep is about to get the sound barrier as Crimzo puts the nano boost now onto Punk instead. He's about to get the Annihilation, and the number advantage once again in a team fight win. Go in favor to the Titans here.
Titans look way better on this brawl composition. You know, Punk showing off the Junker Queen last season, really making a name for himself on that more brawl-centric hero. And I feel like the Ramatra is another hero that really plays to his toolkit as a player. So the Titans really starting to get a commanding position on this point, especially working up to some of these ultimates now after using the nano boost to help try to bolster up some of the other ultimate charge. You're going to see the Titans take over control of this high ground and wait for the New York Excelsior to come to them.
Oh, that's not the special delivery that he wanted. It's not going to be overnight shipping as the pulse bomb does not land here. It's going to find the Tracer duel between Sugar Free down below. Aspire does have that Dragon Strike ready. Trying to split up the team if the opportunity presents itself. Going to be able to have so much info off of that here. Trying to call out Fitz, who's using the natural cover of the pillars here as the sound barrier is activated from Lep. It's going to set the New York Excelsior into position to play aggressive, but they have to get outside of Punk's range as he did call in the Annihilation. runs out. Faith pops in the sound barrier. Aspire gets taken out as he was checked on the high ground. Finally, Fitz moves in to take that spot instead. It's the best spot for Fitz to hold here, and they needed to flip it with overtime ticking away. In favor for the Titans, the New York Excelsior can finally get some room to breathe, but they gotta take care of Faith and Sugar Free first.
They really do, and Faith and Sugar Free are going to make this really difficult to deal with because they're so slippery as targets. Eventually, though, the Titans do have to give up the point, otherwise they're going to end up falling victim to getting staggered, and you definitely don't want that, knowing that you're just one fight away from the Titans to be able to get back into this and take control of the point. But yeah, Fitz is going to put a stop to the Titans coming back in for now. That does buy Titans some time to be able to get this nano boost online and work up to another rotation of ultimates.
Disruptor shot at the balcony real quick, checking that window. Spire, we saw earlier on the Hanzo making that swap over to the Sojourn now, trying to match that with Fitz. Kellen's got the Annihilation. We saw what happened previously with Punk activating at the end of that fight. The Vortex called in from both Rams. Burrito's got the Nano Boost, the ult economy in favor for the New York Excelsior here first. Spire got hit with a huge anti, and then the follow-up from Fitz. Gonna be able to knock him out back into the spawn room. Psycho waiting for an opportunity to not overextend, but to hold on to that pulse bomb to stop the Titans from trying to get on that high ground. And with the pulse bomb delivered onto Crimzo, Sugar Free and Punk are out, and it's going to be another reset for the Titans.
Titans have to go back to the drawing board on this one, but they did hold on to the nano boost that Crimzo has worked up to, and this is kind of what we're looking at here. Vancouver Titans wanted to take an eco push, try to get as much out of the New York Excelsior as they could, but they only got that pulse bomb. That's it. New York Excelsior are going to have 4 ultimates coming into this next fight to the 2 that the Titans have.
Oh my goodness, the nano boost from Crimzo onto Punk. He's about to get the Annihilation here too after using the Nemesis form to send everybody from the Excelsior back. The nano boost from Kellen as the Annihilation wipes out Crimzo and Aspire overtime, taking away. The Excelsior were so close at 84%. The Titans flip it right back in their favor as Punk enters back with the Annihilation. They gotta give him his space. They can't get off this point here with overtime activated right now. And with Fitz now moving in, they see Punk is incredibly low. He gets out of his line of sight to then re-engage. They'll give some extra space over to the Excelsior before they can regroup and then re-engage here.
Okay, the New York Excelsior played that so smart. You see how they were actually able to pincer Punk off of this point, but Titans, they know that they only have one more shot at this one before New York Excelsior can win this round and the map.
From 0 to 100 here too. Let's not forget where Titans were at before the Excelsior flipped this. The sound barrier called in from Faith to start the engagement, but Fitz again with the charge shot here, the disruptor shot going in as well. The overclock activated to take care of all the leftover heads of the Titans. Overtime now ticking away as Psycho delivers the pulse bomb onto Punk. Nobody left from the Titans when they had the lead originally, Necra. The New York Excelsior reclaimed the points.
New York Excelsior, the DPS lineup of this team have been absolutely stellar in these last few weeks here, and I feel like this particular map, absolutely no exception. From start to finish, New York Excelsior made it really difficult for the Titans to walk into it.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge out here. Seeing also the survivability from Lep specifically. We gotta highlight Lep in that last game. He died once and was able to taxi his entire team right back to the point. Also, we saw Punk had to disengage after using his Annihilation in that second to last fight there. And although they were able to regroup earlier, it was Fitz who was the MVP of that very last round.
Oh man, I mean, sometimes it just takes a little bit, right? You gotta figure out what angle you want to take on the Sojourn, maybe start to, get into the groove of being able to hit those railgun shots, but man, did Fitz find that groove. And New York Excelsior off to a great start here in the series.
Yeah, he got like 8 charge shot kills. We saw the overclock kill at the very end. Beautiful look here for the New York Excelsior to get some momentum rolling. We're moving on to Hollywood for our second map. You don't want to miss it.
car. One time give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Get down in the car. One time give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Hustle, baby, we hustle, but the oh my.
Welcome back, everybody. New York Excelsior take our first map on Antarctic Peninsula. We are moving on to Hollywood now, and we got some swap-ups going on after Fitz just absolutely dominated. And honestly, what we saw was the Solar Zord tip at the very end right there after that first map. But now he's making the swap over to the support role now, Necro.
Yeah, this is a rotation that we've seen a few times come out here from the New York Excelsior. Usually they'll have Lep, their Lucio player, come in to be able to play the control maps, as well as sometimes we end up seeing them as well on the push maps. But when it comes to some of these more straightaways that we've got over here, it's going to be Fitz actually going over to do the support role in Lep's spot, and Shockwave. Shockwave's Hanzo. That's really what the New York Excelsior are going to try to rely upon here.
Gonna see the Hanzo most likely come out. Also the Ashe too. We saw him popping off on the Ashe recently here. Fitz,
true.
Gonna get the Ana, the Brig. Brig looks like we're gonna be sticking to. I was expecting the Brig here also going into the second map. Wondering how this is going to change things up, though, in terms of the Titans. Because the Titans, obviously, everybody had them favored out here. The New York Excelsior, though, I've definitely started cooking up different things to work out for this roster and what they needed to really shape up here. And Nepra, although there isn't too much on the line, the stakes are nicely implied here, where the winner of this match has to play the San Francisco Shock in the knockouts, and then the loser has to play Toronto. So that's what these two teams are essentially playing for here.
I think they'd be okay with either opponent, actually. So I think at the end of the day, this is just a moral victory for either of these teams. Vancouver Titans want to try to even up their score line here, and so do the New York Excelsior. They're both sitting at 3-4 right now, with this being their last match in the qualifiers. And Shockwave with a nice pick there. New York Excelsior off to a blazing fast start.
Now we're going upward here with Shockwave. Nice explosive way to make an entry before the Titans now look for an opportunity to then re-engage, it looks like. You get the second tick here. Who's going to start the engagement? You can see Punk jumping in from the high ground with Shockwave with another first pick. Now onto Aspire as Punk gets deleted, melted, not just with the anti, but with the damage output. The New York Excelsior say, you're not ready for this. They immediately speedrun their way to get this payload unlocked.
Well, no one's on the payload.
Oh.
Okay, wait. Okay, we're good. Cool.
It's the high ground.
I know. You know what? Listen, I know what the priorities are, but... Did you remember?
Yes, you do.
Do you remember when you had the volley that I could just shoot at the feet of the heroes?
Oh, no. No?
No?
No.
Nightmare fuel.
It's nightmare fuel. I get PTSD thinking about it, especially on that side room by the payload. Shockwave, Aspire. He's got a family. How could you do this to him? He hits him again, dunking him in the head as they take control over this high ground. Payload's texting away. He's taking a nap real quick here. You can see Fitz is right on top of him. Don't worry, I got you. But my goodness.
That's a real friend right there. You know that's a great Brigitte player when they just stand over your body to block for you and you fall asleep.
All right, the Nano Boost onto Punk right now. Kellen's also going to get the Nano Boost put onto him. Got a plethora of ultimates to work with looking at the Excelsior. The rally was called in first from Faith here. Punk has the Primal. Kellen already used up his when he had that Nano Boost put onto him initially. Also, the space that Shockwave could buy in with that Dragon Strike is going to be big as the rally now comes in from Fitz. Punk still isolating the backline. Somebody up creative as he gets taken down. A huge anti onto Psycho, and Fitz coming in from Crimso. They finally take care of the problem that was on the high ground above the payload, which was Shockwave. It's going to be a disengage here from the Excelsior.
Vancouver Titans finally get a chance to stabilize and catch their breath as the onslaught of the New York Excelsior has finally been put at bay. But Vancouver Titans really looking right now at the EMP from Sugar Free as well as the pulse bomb from Aspire to really help lend a hand in this next engagement. That's so early.
Oh, was it worth though? Is there gonna be a follow-up here? The EMP early inside that side room, and no, there is not gonna be anything done off of that. So they use the EMP here, and that was gonna try to work into that win con for the Titans, which is gonna be detrimental.
Oh my gosh, it's like New York Excelsior expected that. They didn't need anything there. They were like, Sugar Free, you EMP'd us? Well, you're dead. And let's take a look at you playing against a Brigida in a small room. I don't think you like that either if you're the Titans. Aspire getting taken out here as well. This is a quick point B capture for New York Excelsior, and they are swiftly making their way through third.
Shockwave looking back at Fitz like, you want to see me do it again? I'll make you proud coming out of that first map real quick here.
No.
He's been putting in the work, by the way. Look at this payload finally making its move right through the gates of that second checkpoint here. But it's about creating the space that the Excelsior were trying to buy in, as Punk is going to dive in with the nano boost here. He's going to be able to isolate Shockwave, the problem. Good call out from the Titans, as they're going to be able to add in some extra pressure through this choke. Saw Kellen put to sleep just briefly here. And finding Fitz is going to force the Excelsior to back off just for a bit.
We got Punk with the Primal Rage. Maybe Faith getting the rally online as well. Just, you need to be able to sustain through this damage, and you also just can't get picked off by Shockwave. Which is easier said than done here, but you really need to be paying attention!
Oh my goodness! Shockwave! What did you eat? This is crazy!
Oh my god, he's so, like, unbothered.
Like, I mean, he was having fun. You saw it in the chat already earlier here.
Sonic
Shockwave right now. I mean,
not the bouncy arrows.
They do go everywhere. They do be going everywhere. Oh, no. EMP though, coming in, but Fitz, with the reaction, frame perfect with that rally activated to shut down Sugar Free and to get no follow-up off of the EMP that Sugar Free has unleashed again, by the way. And that's with Punk now diving in with the Primal. He got hit with an anti. He can't even back away into the line of sight of Crimson Faith. They're also getting pressed by Psycho here. Fitz fighting these picks alongside Shockwave once again. Dragon Strike moving in here, just trying to control that side room spawn door, and nobody from the Titans could stop the Excelsior once they got this cart moving.
No one could stop Shockwave.
Kellen and Psycho did not die, by the way.
No, they didn't. This is just like, whoa, what aggression coming out from New York. This is one of the reasons why you run the Hanzo, right? You're really looking to try to get those quick picks early on, and then you have that player advantage to be able to initiate the rest of the fight with. But the other problem that Shockwave really poses on the Hanzo is that those volleys of arrows are just deleting these bubbles that Punk is putting down. It's making the rest of the team vulnerable. You can't peek your head out. And when the Sonic arrows are also giving up so much intel about where Sugar Free is, where Aspire is, that's some easy pickings there for the front line as well of the New York Excelsior.
Gotta take a look at the replay here from Fitz.
This was like the bash.
This is huge. Oh, into the sleep. Beautiful. The nano boosted Punk just taking a nap on the cart. Nobody to serve him. You can see he's at his piece.
This happened like a few times, though. This happened a few times where Punk got nanoed, tried to jump in with Primal or something, and Creative and Fix just gave him the 1-2 punch. Got whip shot away from the backline and then immediately put to sleep. That was also one of the finishing blows that the New York Excelsior dealt on that attack push.
Necro, to be a fly on the wall, to hear what Changun has told this team, because he is cooking with the changes that we've seen from the New York Excelsior. They were punching the air after what happened against the Shock. They're making sure that they do not have to relive a memory like that again with the redemption arc that we're seeing. And Nancy onto Punk here. It's just going to be a regroup for the Titans to see where they're going to try to engage to the back.
Look at this, even Aspire actually gonna switch roles here with Sugar Free as Sugar Free takes up the realm of the Tracer, and now Aspire trying to put in that legwork on the Hanzo as well, but gotta contest with Shockwave here. Shockwave is warm and ready.
And Aspire got picked earlier too from Psycho. Not having the best time so far in these entry engagements with the rest of his team. And Titans are just taking their time, and while they're playing slow here, they're wasting some time here and allowing the Excelsior to still get set up on the high ground.
At this point, the Vancouver Titans are just kind of looking for that nano boost, looking for an opening pick. They need something to be able to contest with this one. Kellen may be that opening pick.
That's huge. Look how many members of the Titans that it takes to take care of Kellen. Shockwave immediately answering back says, that's fine. He'll take Kellen. We'll be able to take Faith here. And Aspire goes out right after that from Psycho. Sugar Free delivering with the pulse and then hitting Creative up the stairs. Sugar Free's upset. He is locked in. He's already holding forward. You can see him leaning in front of his monitor right now as they are able to get the first tick. He's going to be able to move up with Punk hand in hand as the nano boost was put onto Punk, so that way they can guarantee that this payload starts moving.
Yeah, and the dive from the Vancouver Titans looked really good yesterday. You know, when we take a look at how that match ended up going with the Houston Outlaws, the Vancouver Titans still put up a heck of a fight, but it came down to those final 2 maps. This is a way better look for them, leaning more into the Aspire. Hanzo Aspire has been such a sharpshooter for the team, and just kind of leaving the Sombra at home. Sugar Free now picking up the Tracer duties also has looked a little bit better, so a little bit more comfort coming out from the Titans, and it's definitely giving them some favors heading into the second point.
See the players in their elements and what they're comfortable with here is Excelsior have claimed onto this high ground, got into position beforehand. See Shockwave, though, putting in pressure from the high ground. Again, needs to get checked here, as Psycho's also been really good at following up from the pressure that's put onto the backline of Faith and Crimzo. See him just waiting. Also, some help from Kellen is going to be big here. They have a plethora of ultimates to work with. All ultimates online for the Excelsior. As Punk activates the Primal, they force Shockwave off the high ground, but that's fine. Shockwave looks at danger in the face, says no way. Psycho gets the pulse bomb pick onto Aspire, as he's still trying to rack up the Dragon Strike here. Rally for rally here between Faith and Fitz. They both go down as Fitz overextends and finds Faith, but that costs his life as Sugar Free was able to get that pulse bomb pick.
Okay, I mean, you still stave off the Titans' attack push, though, as Kellen is able to make his way into the back line, able to build up to that Primal Rage. Titans are going to be able to approach the cart again, but not before the New York Excelsior are going to keep this high ground control. Kellen's getting pincered, though. It does have the Primal Rage, though, to be able to pop to get away.
Yeah, had that for safety measures, the insurance policy coming in to fruition. Kellen is going to be able to back away and still stick on the high ground here, but Crimso's got the nano boost, which is going to be the game plan here to make sure that they have this high ground in the bag, while the payload is going to be taxed along right down below. They're going to have to try to force the Excelsior off by the high ground of the jail. Shockwave gets picked by Aspire. Aspire waking up a bit. He needs to here. He's been getting picked consistently between Shockwave and Psycho and was finally able to get some revenge.
I mean, Aspire is one of the reasons as well that we ended up seeing the Vancouver Titans have that success, or almost success, being able to bring the Houston Outlaws very much closer to that map number 5. And it's because of the sharpshooter that we've really seen, and the mechanical skill coming out from Aspire is definitely something New York Excelsior seem to be struggling with just a little bit more.
Oh, he wanted it so bad. Trying to get the turnaround pull stick, doesn't get it, and then gets shut down by Punk. Not going according to plan for the Excelsior now as the Titans have regained control here in terms of the pacing of this series. They now clean up the Excelsior, and they're going to be able to move forward, clean up some space upcoming in this corner.
Oh, when the New York Excelsior were on their attack push, they ended up finishing that third objective with 2 minutes and 38 seconds left in the bank. So the Titans at this point need to finish the map, and they need to finish it with any time at all. So that's really what they're playing towards right now as we look at Sugar Free trying to get set up here for the Pulse Bomb, and Punk is able to play up even more aggressive knowing that he has the Primal Rage as well.
Aspire. Oh, drop it down and lands the heady out the Cycle. A little hello. So that way he can start feeling himself here too. Making sure that
the Hanzo too.
Yeah, gotta make sure that we keep him in this conversation here. They're gonna also have some ultimates to work with as well as Creative with that Nano Boost Necro.
Creative's got the Nano, maybe give that over to Kellen. Shockwave is also very close to the Dragon Strike, so you can send that down a flank as well. But Shockwave's dead.
Huge here. And Fitz had also got the flail originally onto Punk to just push him away briefly before Sugar Free now moves in. Tries to send out the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't get the stick here that he was looking for or the outcome. Now Punk activates the Primal. See the anti landing onto Sugar Free. Creative though, getting tossed around with the supports in the back. Managing to restabilize as Punk manages to get away too, to retreat onto the high ground. They're just gonna wait out on this rally. They got 2 minutes to work with.
Yeah, you want to make sure that that overhealth expires from the rally before you move in, especially knowing that you have the rally of your own, and that could be the sustain you need. But Shockwave sends that Dragon Strike right down main.
And you see Punk trying to dive right on top of him, and he can't get away. Shockwave being able to get that pick, but Aspire having different plans. Sending out the Dragon Strike is going to be able to catch Psycho in the line of sight, and Faith getting the follow-up onto Shockwave.
Oh, look at this, though. Sugar Free's taking that off angle to be able to try to put some pressure down onto Kellen, making it way harder for Creative right now to make sure he can get the heal up.
Well, we got a minute, less than 30 seconds here as Punk made the desperate swap over to the Doom. Sugar Free goes out without having that pulse bomb ready. Creative was able to call him out. Future's Faith is going to be able to try to get that shield bash in as Punk immediately gets deleted by Shockwave. Now Creative playing safely in the backline as it's back to the drawing board for the Titans.
Titans still have a minute to work with, though. I think that the Doomfist was there for the Titans to be able to try to get the point with the advantage that they ended up having there. You had a couple of members down on the New York Excelsior, so if you're able to get back fast enough, maybe that's exactly what you need. But the respawn advantage is so big here for New York Excelsior. Even if it's going down here, it's not that big of a disaster yet.
Huge plays being made by Aspire, coming to live with 9.4k damage and climbing right now. Kellen moving forward, but they've lost out on Creative, who just sent out that nano boost. Is it gonna get what he needed from it? Sugar Free now cleaning up what is left. Creative making the desperate swap over the kitty goal, but Fitz was right there, but too much pressure preventing him from regrouping on the payload.
Yeah, New York Excelsior right there, we're trying to play for the overtime onto the Vancouver Titans. You still had 23 seconds to be able to get through, and that was a lot to ask for. Even if Fitz was right there, you had like the full team of the Titans to get through, plus the sustain that they ended up having. It was just too much damage on the board there for Excelsior to stand through. So I think that overall, you were looking at Titans finishing up the map. They only have a minute, though. That extra bit in the time bank also going over to the New York Excelsior's final time pool. So they got over 3 minutes to work with here, as it's going to be Titans up to the attack first.
And that's going to be important because we saw how quick the Excelsior were able to take that first point with Shockwave getting that first pick onto Aspire. They're able to spread out the Titans. Now, though, we're starting things off on the defense for the Excelsior. It's going to be the Titans attacking first. Again, like you mentioned, Necro, look at this limited time bank that they have to work with. But it took a little bit of time. Aspire got some important picks at the very end right there with Punk also able to get the follow, putting in a lot of space between the Titans and the Excelsior.
And while the Excelsior ended up having such a lightning-fast attack, the Titans still were able to start to figure out how to break this Excelsior defense with Aspire on the Hanzo. He really did warm up as you went into those further points of their attack push, so Aspire is not wasting any time. The Titans are going to heavily lean into this Hanzo pick from Aspire to see if they can get the job done here with only a minute on the clock.
Nice INT onto Psycho. Punk tries to engage off of that. Back away, realizes not a good idea to fight for that high ground with the way the Excelsior are playing spread apart with that in their line of sight. Less than 30 seconds here, and Shockwave again gets the first pick here onto Aspire. Now they don't have to worry about these open sight lines as the Excelsior to get in a more aggressive stance and diving right on top of Faith and the follow from Shockwave. You got less than 15 seconds now to put a toe onto that point, and that's one way to do it with Sugar Free still alive to get that pick.
Okay, well, I mean, you did end up overextending here, and the Titans are going to punish you for that. Got a little greedy with the picks that they wanted to get here, and the Titans should be able to cap this point.
Overtime ticking away, and Aspire and Sugar Free were upset. Aspire came right back on the Sojourn changeup, and Sugar Free cleaned up the back line. Titans still in this.
Titans absolutely are still in this, but with overtime active, they cannot get off of this cart. And so you're going to have to see them try to play together as a unit, which is something that the New York Excelsior are going to try to disrupt. Titans, though, Crimzo has beaten Creative to the punch of getting this nano boost online, and Sugar Free put in so much work on that first point that the pulse bomb's going to be ready too. Titans have a lot to work with heading into this first engagement of overtime.
Nano boost online for Crimzo. Same cannot be said yet for Creative. They cannot get off this point, and that means Excelsior have the high ground. It's up to Punk to force him off. I mean, isolating Fitz is a good idea, but you got Creative right there. Faith calls out Psycho, trying to rest their backline. Shockwave still finds Sugar Free, though. Punk unleashes the Primal, splitting apart the backline. Overtime still activated as Shockwave is going to rain down from the high ground. Gonna be able to reposition here as Faith once again gets another pick. He has been on point and he's about to get the rally. They shoot down Shockwave. This is big. This is extra progress for the Titans with their limited time back that they had.
Titans are taking an inch and turning it into a mile here, and they are such a momentum-based team that this is really playing them so many favors right now. Sugar Free still hasn't had to use the Pulse Bomb yet. Faith with the rally online as well. You're really trying to get all of these ultimates out of the New York Excelsior's bank, and Titans are finding insurmountable value with their own.
Jumping onto the high ground is going to be Kellen with the Primal. Oh my goodness. Faith deletes Kellen with some help on the high ground and then immediately gets retaliated from Fitz here. He activated the rally and didn't get what they needed as the overtime activated still for the Excelsior while they keep their feet planted. Oh, they got it all the way there. Well, the Titans were able to finally get into that second checkpoint and the Excelsior were just looking at them from the high ground.
Oh my god, Excelsior, you're gonna get staggered here. Unless they're able to start to finish off the card, the overtime's gonna expire really quickly. You can't get off of the card if you're the Titans.
Oh no, but they've lost their backline now, Necra. They're staggering here, and now the Titans are gonna get even more progress on this point. They got to regroup here for the Excelsior.
The Titans, they're doing it. They're just doing it. They only got a minute in the time bank right now, and look at how far they're getting. They're almost towards that third and final objective. And Crimso is working so hard to be able to get this nano boost online, try to give it over to Punk, get that front line strong before New York Excelsior were able to pull the trigger again. Oh my god!
Nice follow. Oh, and he still can't get away. He still can't get away. What is this right now? This coordination from the Titans put to sleep with the anti and then Punk finishing off Kellen. More time ticking away. Are they about to finish this run? With no time, they find Shockwave again. They're hugging the spawn room doors. Punk getting even more space. Ready as he says hello to the support line of Creative and Fitz. They have managed to make this work. The Primal has been activated. Fitz is falling incredibly low. He's not going to live for any longer. Sugar Free cleans him up. Punk waves his hands with the Primal, and Aspire finishes off what is left of the Excelsior. They did it, Necra. The Titans, with less than a minute, get the completion.
The odds were so stacked against them.
Initiating.
Chris was like, uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. Uh-oh is right. If you are the New York Excelsior, you can't afford to make any mistakes. New York can't lose fight. I mean, like, you can. You have a 3-minute time bank, but also this can go so wrong. This could go so wrong for New York here. If you lose a fight and you start to get off kilter with your ultimates, that's a problem. And if Vancouver Titans just take some eco pushes here, they can come at you with a full slate of 5 and bully you off the card.
Oh my gosh.
God, Crimso showed up so big on this push.
Crimso has shown up big this entire map. It's actually insane. He's got 15 elims. He's only died 3 times. And his healing output, by the way, 17k. Creative is right behind him with 16.8, but the survivability is the difference because Creative has died 6 times, doesn't have nearly the same efforts done with the elims. It's crazy to see the way that they've been able to waver off the pressure that Psycho's been able to put down, but also notice Shockwave's pretty quiet, not really typing out here like he did in that first round.
Yeah, you saw the come through in the chat, and I think Shockwave right now maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure to try to keep this duel up with Aspire. Does get Aspire pretty low here as he's able to take control of this high ground, but Shockwave's job right now is just to get some space ready to go and also make sure that he doesn't get taken down here by Sugar Free or Aspire.
Oh, I love the stall on the rooftop to prevent the dive from working between Punk and Sugar Free. They're trying to isolate Shockwave and also Kellen with his reaction to give some support over to Shockwave with the bubble. Jumping away now, seeing where the Titans are going to be approaching from the back of the point. Oh, we see the shield bash coming in from Faith here as the big anti lands onto Crimso and Aspire, but they lost out on Punk at the beginning of that fight. Backing away now as Shockwave was able to get that successfully. Just poking in and out now is going to be the Excelsior. They need to try to capture this point with the time bank they've built up for themselves in their initial attack.
We're going to see the point capture maybe come through here, but the reinforcements for the Titans are starting to come back. They're stalling. Titans are stalling right now. They want to try to get as much of this time bank whittled away as possible without expending too many of their ultimates. The longer that they end up bringing this fight, the less time that New York Excelsior have to work with and the less mistakes that they can make.
Oh my goodness, but Creative and Fitz are putting in work and keeping Psycho and Shockwave alive. Sugar Free tried so hard there. And then the rest of the Excelsior just cleaned up what was left of the Titans. And they're going to get this payload moving, and they got a minute and 20 seconds now to work with.
Minute and 20 seconds is still a little bit of cushion. New York Excelsior could afford to lose a single fight here, but then they would still have to play flawlessly as the overtime would start to activate on that second engagement. But here, you just want to keep this momentum rolling. The Nano Boost first. Kella's got to make good work of this one.
Yeah, from the Nano Boost, he's got the Primal here too. He put in some pressure, but Faith activating the rally is going to force him away, as Fitz is going to answer right back with his own rally now. Faith falling incredibly low, and they lost out on Sugar Freeze. Aspire now answers back with the Dragon Strike. It's found the backline. Punk isolating Fitz. That's going to also delay even more time away from the Excelsior, as it's a ready reset happening from them.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I was talking about. You lost this fight. New York Excelsior could afford that. You have 30 seconds remaining now to be able to get back to the cart. And you still have tools to work with. Shockwave's Dragon Strike, Kellen's Primal Rage. Psycho's going to have a post-bomb coming up online very shortly as well. But this is where you can't make any mistakes. You had your one life. It's off the board. That's it. You've got to play flawlessly from here, or Vancouver Titans are going to walk away with this one.
You gotta feel the pressure that the Titans had to feel before, but with losing out on Crimzo, less than 5 seconds on the clock to be on that point to force the overtime, and this is a great look already for the Excelsior to get this second checkpoint. They do lose out on Shockwave. Kellen fighting for the high ground here, seeing Faith low, they solidified that pick, but Sugar Free again has now found 3. Initially it was with Shockwave, now he's found Kellen here next. And they were able to fight for that high ground originally here, and Psycho's just taxing along this pillow. They have to, overtime again, taking away.
Sugar Free still behind the Excelsior, though. Can't get off the point, though. Overtime is active, and New York Excelsior, they can't afford any mistakes.
Oh, talk about mistakes, though. Fitz could have gotten his rally for this fight, and now the Spire was set up on top of the jail. They isolate the rest of the Excelsior, and the Titans say, we are still in this. After a close series yesterday, they're making sure that this is going to go down to the wire, taking Hollywood.
That was so impressive by the Titans. Holy moly. 1 minute in the time bank? That's all they had on that second round. And they were still able to get all 3 points. 6-4. When have we seen that? When have we seen that?
With no time from the very beginning. Shockwave came out of this popping off. We were wondering, what did this guy eat today? Then Aspire started ramping up, so I'm in the conversation here too. Crimzo did a fantastic job staying alive, helping peel for Faith with these nano boosts. These sleeps too put onto Psycho when he tried to toss out the pulse bomb. So all right, well, it's none of my business, making sure to take care of him, annihilating him from the equation. But also, there were so many good moments from each individual member of the Titans. Faith also went crazy getting 18 elims. He was on top of these rallies. Like, he constantly was getting shut down by the Excelsior because he was a problem. All right, we got a tight series now in Necro. We're moving on to Shambhala Monastery for our 3rd map, and that's going to be on the other side of this break.
I'm playing Joe,
Chase a point.
I'm not there.
Pick one. Nice.
I'm playing
Norte.
Nice.
Good point.
Recovery. Good shot.
What a cringe map.
Welcome back, everybody, with the Vancouver Titans taking map number 2 with a 1-minute time bank full cap on Hollywood. Necra, I don't remember the last time we've seen a 6-pointer map in the Overwatch League, but it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. I don't know if it's happened at all, actually, in the lifespan of Overwatch 2 in the Overwatch League. It certainly has not happened yet this year, and it was absolutely a sight to watch. Now I don't know what to expect. Do we get another overtime push? Shambali Monastery has also been kind of living up to that as being one of those maps that has gone into multiple overtimes, especially in APAC.
Yeah, we're seeing some change-ups going into the lineup of the New York Excelsior. Now Fitz is moving away from support back onto DPS. Helen and Lep reunited again together here, as well as Creative now. We're going to be able to see what's going to happen because so far, the New York Excelsior looked like they were on fire. Shockwave was finding himself some crazy headies going into that second map and immediately just fell from his hands, seeing what we witnessed after their initial attack into the defense from the Titans and then their attack.
I think a lot of what happened to the New York Excelsior is that Vancouver Titans just put them into panic mode. You could tell that the New York Excelsior's dives were starting to fall apart there. Kellen kind of overextending, Titans really punishing that, especially when you ended up seeing the tail end of that second point B capture for the Vancouver Titans. New York Excelsior still had 3 members alive waiting on the high ground, and Titans were able to just stagger them out. So let's see what's gonna happen here. I don't know what was going on in the match chat over there. So I'm just gonna go ahead and focus on the fact that we are gonna see the Ramacha Brawl come out from both of these teams as one of the reasons why Left is going to be slotted back into the roster to make sure that you have that Lucio available for them to move around the map.
See if some of these fights usually happen on Shambali, just playing so close to the spawn as Fitz is trying to get into position here. See Kellen and Punk trying to duke it out. Psycho and Sugar Free, though, respectively on the Mei, is going to be able to create and isolate some of these individuals with the Mei walls, especially down this entry sightline exiting out of the spawn room door. Sugar Free falling low, and so does Punk. The Immortality Field coming in from Crimzo, saving Punk and Sugar Free in that instance. And Sugar Free is going to be able to move up and then find Lep, but that's going to force him to overextend as Kellen is going to be able to claim him. That's 3 out, make it 4. Everybody wiped from the Excelsior here as the Titans with another successful team fight on the defense.
Wow, the Titans right now, like, they're angry. I get it. You know, after that first map, I feel like they just didn't get the chance to show us their full strength as a team. And now, with the momentum that they generated on Hollywood, you're really looking at this brawl to try to keep taking everybody out.
What happened? You guys were out here. The biggest fumbling of all bags, and Aspire now is upset. He's moved in to clean up what's left of the team. But they were looking so good. They made those adjustments. I'm not too big of a fan of the Fitz Brig, and now, of course, that's why we're seeing him back on the Hanzo, but too little too late when you think about the mental boom that last map could have caused.
At this point, too, I mean, this is just also Titans being able to play on these maps that really do favor their hero pools. They also started to figure out exactly how to be able to break the New York Excelsior here, and that's why you see this, like, beautiful kite, the Blizzard on top, Sugar Free.
That was expensive, but it's worth to hold this position right now because you use the Blizzard. You see Aspire still clicking these heads with these charge shots here. Punk in the Nemesis form is duking it out in the ring, and they clean up another team fight.
Titans' game right now is to try to buy as much time off of this clock as possible. It's working. Oh my god, it's working. They don't really have a whole lot right now. They're looking at Crimso's amplification matrix to try to stave off this attack push from the Excelsior, but Excelsior walking back into this one with a lot.
Oh, Vortex to Vortex here as Fitz is going to be able to get that charge shot onto Punk. That's going to at least give the Excelsior some extra room to work with. The wall to isolate Sugar Free. or to run when you're in the line of sight of Fitz. They also have so many ultimates to work with once they get around this next corner and into that next choke point that's up ahead. Of course, we know that Shambali really does benefit the defensive team.
It does. It really does. And Vancouver Titans are absolutely capitalizing on that one. I mean, look at this. Your sub 1 minute territory. Titans have already done their job of trying to hold this payload at the door. You get 2 more fights here if you're lucky. And Titans, you know, they're just trying to get as much out of the New York Excelsior as possible before trying to come back in for that last minute contest.
And look, they're playing off this high ground, exiting out a little window that you saw them exit from. The amp matrix from both sides now activated, and Punk gets deleted by Psycho. Be able to find that heady. Lep also has that sound barrier that he's still holding on to here, as Aspire's also holding on to the overclock. He got less than 30 seconds now on the clock here. Here's some extra space as well from the Disruptor shot, as Psycho and Kellen coming in to clean up the leftover Titans. As Punk was the first one to go down in that fight. They didn't have that space to work with from the Nemesis form that Punk could have had.
New York Excelsior are still executing a lot of patience here with these ultimates. You actually can see a last-second contest come in here for the Titans. Oh, the able to block them off. Punk's alone.
Oh, and Aspire has unleashed the overclock, and he's found Fitz shutting him down. The Blizzard called in the Annihilation Faith, moving Punk into position with the sound barrier. It is a cleanup, and nobody's left from the Excelsior on this point. As overtime takes away, it's going to be a full hold from the Titans.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Titans wanted. Oh my god. They played that perfectly. You hold that spawn as far as you can. You get it down to like that minute 30 mark. If you lose another fight there, no big deal. If you're able to stop that on the second fight, then you're good. As soon as you round the corner, though, and you go in for that last-minute contest, Titans were able to overwhelm with that ultimate economy. They had saved so many ults in the bank. New York Excelsior just didn't have enough to be able to stave that off. Also, Aspire doing Aspire things. Let's just not count that out, right?
Is actually insane. Putting in so much damage. Looking at them through their spawn room doors in that brief amount of time, I think he had put in like 3.5k damage in like a minute. He was going crazy.
Yeah.
He finished that round with like 17 elims, 11 final blows. But everybody across the Titans, the survivability was on point. Punk also was at such a good position. Aside from that one fight that he was the first one to get picked off, which is the only fight that we saw live from the Excelsior. But now we're swapping spots now, Necra. The Excelsior is sitting on the defense. We saw him do a really good job in the previous map here, but I think the momentum has shifted significantly here in favor for the Titans.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I mean, the Titans also don't have a whole lot of distance to have to cover with this cart before they're able to take the lead in this series after New York started with that first map win. But this has been starting to look really one-sided here as the Titans come out of the gates.
Titans are angry, and they're looking to find some of these picks as Punk is taking that off angle. Caught in the Disruptor shot. Maybe move away as they try to get involved with Kellen. Sugar Free also, seeing that the wall is put up by Psycho. Punk is going to be able to just burst right through it here. See the Vortex on the ground as Kellen gets eliminated from Aspire. Aspire says, I'm not having the New York Excelsior win today. It's been such a detrimental piece here for the Titans, and Punk gets taken out from left, falling incredibly low, and Crimson had already used up the Immortality field early, but look how quick he's about to get the Amp Matrix in comparison to Creative.
Yeah, Crimson has just been absolutely feasting on the amount of damage coming in from the New York
Aspire!
Look at that! Oh my god! Aspire with the 3K right there. That is just unbelievably clutch for the Titans. They have so much time to work with right now, Vicky. Like 3 minutes on the clock. New York Excelsior, they've got to come back into this one, but Crimson's got the Amp Matrix already to be able to push the New York Excelsior away. They're clinical right now. Absolutely clinical from the Titans.
Crimson holding on to that Amp Matrix now as the Vortex from both sides put down on this choke. See the walls also coming in as the Amp Matrix on top of the payload gets activated, looking from right to left to prevent the Excelsior from splitting up their attention. Fitz has that overclock ready. It's Creative still looking down the Amp Matrix here himself. He's hanging out more so towards the back on the high ground. Overclock activated as well as the Blizzard now from Sugar Free. Psycho gets caught into it as he sends out the Blizzard. not the timing that you were expecting here, as the Titans are just going to hold forward thanks to Crimson's Immortality Field. They're going to reposition. They have the number advantage. Annihilation activated from both sides. It's Kellen that needs some help. Fitz gets deleted from Sugar Free. And Leb had already used the sound barrier earlier. So only 3 alive here for the Excelsior, while the Titans just have a free road to just traverse through to finish off what is left of the Excelsior while moving this payload across the way.
Oh my god. New York Excelsior are going to get staggered here if they're not careful. And Titans at this point actually just going to push in the car. Can Kellen get there?
No way!
He can't. He couldn't get there.
Maybe through the window attempt? Like, oh. The wall too. There was just so much pressure. There was so much pressure coming in from the Titans. In that moment, they didn't feel like they could push. The wall was also up at one point there too. See Left that was trying to wall ride through the right side from that choke. But there was just, they had no time to work with. I mean, the Titans just like, you know, you could take map 1. It's completely fine. We'll just go in for a 3-1 instead.
The gentleman's sweep, if you will. I see how it is. The false sense of security, maybe. No, I mean, listen, Vancouver Titans played out that first map, like, as they should in front of the New York Excelsior. Fitz just went absolutely crazy there on that first map, but, you know, Titans really starting to get to a groove here for this one, and they've got the stats to show it. My God, did Aspire put in such a deadlift on that one.
It was actually crazy, and now we are at match point for the Vancouver Titans, sitting at 2-1 versus the New York Excelsior. We got map 4 underway. It's going to be onto New Queen Street, and it's going to be on the other side of this break. Shout out to the Vancouver Titans fans watching. That looks so fun, Necker. I always love seeing the energy from the fans coming through, and the team is doing it. Aspire popping off, Shambali coming through. I mean, that must have been the biggest deadlift that we saw at the very end from Aspire. Everybody from the team was popping off, but Aspire specifically, he got angry. After what happened at the very beginning of Hollywood, nah, scrap that. They're out here with the first 6-point map that a team could take for the season, and we are out here with the stats for Aspire after that previous map. Look at this, 2 deaths, 16 charge shot kills with 17 final blows and 25 elims. Insane.
Yep, that's a deadlift right there. My goodness, Aspire was a part of basically every elimination that the Vancouver Titans ended up dealing to the New York Excelsior, and this is exactly what the fans of Vancouver Titans want to see. Like, get loud, because I know the team can hear you. They are absolutely feeling that energy right now and want to deliver. They absolutely are too.
Yeah, it's beautiful seeing what we've seen so far from the Titans, especially after the outcome of yesterday's game, making sure to reset that mental and go into it again. Mal, I don't know if the same could be said about the New York Excelsior. They looked great. They looked confident. You saw what Shockwave was saying in the chat, you know, starting things off on Hollywood originally when he was in this lineup afterwards, and then seeing how that's all transitioned now. Now, we can't let that mentality, though, boom, the New York Excelsior. You got to let this keep rolling. Just reset, go again, because we are on New Queen Street.
Yeah, you saw the players got a chance to take a little bit of a halftime. Maybe this is a great place for the New York Excelsior just to clear their heads, clear their minds, and head back into this next map, feeling what they were feeling in that first one. We're going back to basics as well. There's no swaps, there's no subs coming in from either roster, and this is where we saw New York Excelsior start to shine. On the Antarctic Peninsula, it's another type of control-oriented map. As you head over New Queen Street as well, you're really going to try to play on these off angles that the map provides. Very similar nature of how you might want to run these teams.
And while we get set up, I'm wondering here, are the Titans getting that extra boost after first map? I wonder if they're eating like breadsticks or something in that room. I mean, they're feeling. I mean, you never know out here. I mean, they maybe they do. We'll have to see.
Oh no.
As we get rolled out here. No changes that we've seen from the New York Excelsior. We're sticking to what we had in the previous map now. Fitz sticking onto the Sojourn perhaps as well. This Titans maybe cooking up something different on this approach on New Queen Street. But this is something that we have seen before with the Junker Queen.
The Punker Queen? Are we getting the Punker Queen right now? Oh my god, we're getting the Punker Queen. Okay, Vicky, I am here for this. Junker Queen, when it first came out, was a hero that Punk immediately picked up on and was able to do so much with. And so being able to see this again, like, I'm really excited to see if it sticks. Fitz is gonna get the first blood, though.
Yeah, I want to see Angry Fitz out here. He's already found that first pick onto Aspiring. But the quick disengage decision coming in from the Titans, just so that way they could regroup as a full-man squad.
Yeah, and you're actually gonna see Crimzo go over to the... Whoa, what's happening to the Titans right now? Okay, they see the Mayra Montreal come out from the Excelsior, but they're looking at the Doomfist Zenyatta. Crimzo Zenyatta.
All right.
My.
I want to see this cook out here. We've seen Crimzo on the Zen before, and he's been doing such a good job already for the Titans. See Punk already getting on top of this high ground. Oh my goodness! He bashed his head on top of the roof of that side building and then deleted left. Called him out. Being out of position just slightly with the rest of the team when he thought he was safe over on the other side of the train. Now Punk gonna be able to get away in time, but he got isolated by Psycho's Maywall. It's fine, he's gonna be able to reposition here right behind the bot, but then unfortunately gets slowed down as Fitz moves in, finds that nice shot here onto Punk. He gets deleted here, but the Titans, it's gonna be another reason the Excelsior have now found some momentum on their side.
Yeah, look at that. Lep able to get up into Sugar Free's face, but this is going to be where we start to see the New York Excelsior get stopped for now. The Vancouver Titans are coming back into this one, and they're trying to hit hard and hit fast. That's why you see Crimzo on the Zenyatta. You've got those Orbs of Discord to help amplify the damage onto the Titans. Make sure that you're just chunking down the Excelsior here.
Peeking through with the damage. Right through the wall, getting hacked right behind him, just trying to call out where Fitz could be. Oh my goodness, he almost got that charge shot on top of him. And nice anti onto Psycho and Creative after Psycho unleashes the Blizzard and Creative put down the amp. But there's nobody other than Fitz in sight and Kellen to really help out and make anything work from there. And Sugar Free's gonna shut them down.
Yeah, Sugar Free getting a nice shutdown here, but you are going to start to see some compositional swaps happen as well. You know, you saw Fitz go over to the Sombra very early on, recognizing that maybe it wasn't going to end up being a right pick here to play the Sojourn. And the Sombra also is able to take advantage of the fact that Crimzos and Faith are going to be on more stable heroes there with the Zenyatta and the Ana. But it's a full dive switch up here as Excelsior come back out of their spawn doors.
I like the combination between Crimzo helping out Sugar Free with the falls on these Discord orbs. They hack onto Punk now. Fitz having to be careful as Aspire unleashes the overclock. Trying to get an angle as Creative gets taken out first, but Lep is about to have the sound barrier here, and he's gonna have to hold on. Oh, he actually used it! He actually used it! They lost out on Kellen and Psycho, and then Creative was the first one to go down there, so that was only onto himself and Fitz. Not what they wanted here.
No, it was not what they wanted. Are we gonna see a swap up here from Lep? No, that was such a waste of the sound barrier. Oh, you hate to see that. I think what Lep was hoping for there is that there would have been a little bit more time for him to be able to get the sound barrier up before the rest of the team went down. Like, I think he hit Q before you ended up seeing those eliminations come through onto the rest of the team. So really unfortunate there, but Fitz is able to land the CMP and very, very big.
Yeah, losing out on Crimson Aspire. They got the revenge that they needed here, but they've already gotten a good amount of progress with this bot, already nearing that 60-meter mark here. And it's going to be a reset for the Titans, but it cost that EMP. Kellen does have that primal, but again, they just lost out on that sound barrier, which could be detrimental since Faith is going to have that nano boost.
I think you're okay with that right now. I mean, Lep used it, so he's going to be able to get that back online. He's been playing a pretty aggressive Lucio game. Look how far up he is with Kellen. And so you're able to at least get that damage down to really help to get that sound barrier back up. But yeah, wow. I mean, if you're able to get up close and personal like that, of course Lep takes those eliminations.
Amazing dive call out right there from Kellen to isolate the back line here. Spire's gonna go down, and so is Punk and Sugar Free. It's gonna be another reset for the Titans, and Excelsior are starting to shift more of that confidence in their favor because it's the momentum that they gotta build up after getting boomed the last map.
I think you gotta see Fitz start to put some focus down onto Punk and also Crimzo. Crimzo's actually gonna switch over to the Brigida, maybe getting a little bit too hard focus there from the Sombra.
Oh, Aspire getting the nano boost with the charge shots. Finding Creative as Kellen takes a nap. Creative had used the rush earlier on, but they lose out on the backline of the Excelsior. Kellen's trying to run away, manages to do so successfully. Just wait out on the rest of the backline here if they can, and Fitz just tries to harass Punk for a brief amount of time before stalling out. He thinks he can get away, and he cannot. The Meteor Strike, specifically to call out Fitz to prevent him from actually getting more profit out of that, but he's gonna have the EMP for that next fight.
Oh my gosh, all the while that the fighting was happening outside of the point, Punk pushed this bot so far forward. They got the checkpoint. Just like that, they got the checkpoint. It's unlocked, it's activated. Titans are gonna keep moving forward with this one to the angle.
Got 4 minutes here for the Excelsior to get this EMP to work. Aspire used the overclock and he stays alive after using the EMP. No follow-up opportunity because he gets the 3K and he shuts down the Excelsior. It's a tug of war fight here for the Titans as they're going to be able to get even more progress on this bot nearing 75 meters.
Gosh, Punk as well, just kind of looking for that little squishies in the back line here. Psycho, what you doing here, buddy? That's not good. Ooh.
All right, he's got help from Lep. Lep got into the fray just immediately right afterwards. And he's about to have the sound barrier next.
Yeah, you gotta get that back online, I think, especially when you're looking at some of these more higher value ultimates from the Titans as well. But Crimson going down here is huge.
Anti onto Kellen, but the sound barrier from left allows the rest of the Excelsior to take a much more aggressive position. That doesn't stop Sugar Free from still getting that pick onto Kellen, but it's the number advantage that the Excelsior are going to run away with, swapping this bot back.
Titans have such a big lead though right now. New York Excelsior want to try to get towards this first objective. Actually can't get the follow-up onto the hack from Faith, but they do have the knowledge right now that Faith does not have the nano quite yet. New York Excelsior don't have a whole lot here to be able to try to keep pushing this spot forward. We're gonna see a fight happen here in the neutral, and Faith has the Nano.
Nano boost activated as Crimso's gonna also call out the rally. Nano boost Crimso as he's gonna hold forward, enable Punk to get into position here as Aspire in the backline has found left. Excelsior has ultimates to work with here, though. The bolt bomb sent out from Psycho doesn't find anybody, and creative is incredibly low. He manages to restabilize, but with Kellen gone and Left making his way back to the fight, it's gonna have to be the Titans now taking another team fight.
Titans got that done with the rally and the Nano. Punk did end up using the Meteor Strike as well, but these are ultimates that are pretty expendable here. Punk is really just using that ultimate to try to get back into the fight as quickly as possible and to allow to play a bit more of an aggressive game. But New York Excelsior now, they got to get back into this one. They have the EMP, but hopefully they don't use it here. They don't need it right now.
No, they just used up the rush, and it's perfect because you can see how quickly the Excelsior is able to move into position with that speed boost here, and they're going to be able to now clean up the rest of the Titans. Again, it's very back and forth, and still the progress on this bot is in favor for the Titans with less than 2 minutes.
Oh my god. I thought for a second there, I saw Crimso actually pick the Life Weaver, and I was like, no way. We're gonna see more of a compositional change up here, though, from the Titans as we end up seeing a bit more of a traditional dive come out from them, but right into the loving arms of Vince.
Knowing that they constantly have been going from that side room out of the window as a different approach, and they are able to find the EMP to delay even more time away from them to help the Excelsior get even more space, while you currently see Punk get away, jump right into safety from that other side room there. Now you got 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Excelsior managed to get that checkpoint.
Yeah, we saw something actually a little bit unconventional happen from the Vancouver Titans. Faith and Crimso actually swapped the heroes that they were playing. We got into a very awkward position where Crimso was playing the Brigitte, but you know, Faith is really good at that hero. You can actually see how Faith is able to take out Fitz right away. But you gotta start stemming the aggression here from the Excelsior. You still have a fight to be able to get back into this one. Sub 1 minute territory now, but Titans, they got one last chance here to close out the series now.
What is this positioning, the staggering too that was coming out? The backline needed all the help, and Kelly was just getting away with murder on the high ground on this building here. Finally getting away after activating the Primal. Punk is chasing after him. Crimso finds Left, so no sound barrier for this fight. It's going to be big because you have less than 35 seconds on the clock, and the Titans are putting the damage on the board now.
Now they've got everybody on their comfort picks, and they have 5 ultimates to spare. They're moving this bot forward. They have the lead. Vicky, they could keep it here and shut out the New York Excelsior, as this is going to be the final fight. 15 seconds left.
Sound barrier lands onto 4, doesn't hit Fitz as he's trying to build up that EMP in the back. Aspire on the high ground, unchecked though, has activated the overclock. Left falls low and Creative has the rush. Nobody's contesting Aspire. Overtime's gonna be activated now. Aspire calls out Fitz, trying to get the hack. EMP still not online just yet. The rush used up, overtime activated here. Punk's got the primal. Aspire still gets pressed from the back, and Punk has found Fitz and Left. While they're so fixated on Aspire here, no! They had to jump back, but still the bodies were in favor of the Titans. The Excelsior did not have Left. They did not have Fitz. It was only up to Kellen, Psycho, and Creative, and they were so fixated on Aspire.
They C9'd. I give up. I give up. This happened yesterday.
Nectar, you're cursed.
It didn't happen right this time around, but I swear.
You're cursed.
It's always push. It's always push, I tell you.
Man, and to build up into that, Fitz had ult, but Fitz died in that fight. And it was unfortunate there, but Aspire was such a problem, unchecked on the high ground over to the side, that it took 2 members of the team to really check him. And because of that, they also deterred away from the checkpoint when it was set to overtime, and they were at a disadvantage in terms of meter change up. So the Vancouver Titans, you know, they come out on top, Necro 3-1.
Listen, it's Aspire doing Aspire things in this particular matchup, and you do have to send multiple people after him, because while he was on the sidelines, he was just taking names. And Aspire, man, oh man, your player of the match here, and so well deserved on the Sojourn, just really showing up in such a big way there, and showing us why Aspire was able to help put the Titans in such a commanding position for this match.
And starting with their success that they also found onto Hollywood, why they were able to push the payload all the way to the finish line, cap it fully with literally just a minute in the bank. And from there, it was just a steady momentum climb for Aspire for constantly being the problem. In that last map alone, as you can see here, he got 19 elims, 8 deaths, was putting in so much damage, but specifically, it was the combination between Aspire and Punk to help enable also Sugar Free to finish off the backline that was done so many times. As we take a look at the hero stat card here, 14 final blows, almost 14 charge shot kills, by the way. 3 overclock kills there, but it's a survivability that I like to highlight, and that was all thanks to Crimzo and Faith, where I want to also say Crimzo, his survivability was crazy throughout the entire series, and the impact that he had as a player.
I honestly, like, the backline, you heard Kenobi and Richard on the desk talking about some of the stellar backlines that we have, looking at the Atlanta Reign with Chio and Fielder. You also have the backline from the Boston Uprising, and you look at that trio. But I want to start talking about the backline of the Vancouver Titans, because Faith and Crimzo, I feel like, have been underrated coming into this season. And while Crimzo is playing the flashy flex supports, the Batiste, the Ana, you know how good he is on those individual heroes. Let's give some credit to Faith there on the Brigitte. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild, and Faith was also such a big part of why we ended up seeing the Titans fare as well as they did against the Outlaws yesterday.
Yeah, paired together with Crimzo, those two really do slap out here. And the Vancouver Titans getting their revenge match that they needed to redeem themselves after what had gone down between themselves and the Houston Outlaws just yesterday.
I see and curse the New York this time, not the Titans.
Not yo. I don't know how you do it, Necra. I don't know. You're walking C9 curse out here. We've seen it already a few times go down this week, but that's gonna be the bow to wrap up our final series of the day. We had some 3-1 matches that we were able to cover, Necra. It wasn't just 3-0 Overwatch after our first 2 series, and you always love to see that happen, especially from the teams that really wanted to put in their all for this final week before the knockouts. That's gonna be it for us, guys, and that's gonna be that final series wrapped up. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we're gonna toss it over to the desk to break down the action.
Someone in TP. Someone in TP.
Just love. Carry one.
Someone in TP.
Oh, come here. You have to touch.
Take out.
Yeah.
Nice. Perfect.
Shitters.
What a final game that we had for today to just wrap this whole 5 weeks up. It was, a C9. Necro, we're just going to acknowledge.
It's the second. Necro, there's a problem. There's like some bad voodoo, I think, with the C9s and Necro. That's got to be fixed at some point, or else teams are going to start coming for you. This is like this is a BP level, I think. We're maybe not BP level, but this is getting close. Like, this is like, there's bad Pachmari, and then there's Necro like with the C9s. But it's starting to creep up there.
It's within the same sphere, absolutely. But as we're going to be taking a look at some of the plays we've got here again, we can really just talk about the match that we did have going through this, final moment. And honestly, got to give a lot of credit here to Vancouver Titans, but you also can't underrate New York with the way that they've played, especially what we saw earlier on this weekend, and being able to still carry some of that power into today.
Yeah, I think New York definitely put up a good fight, but I mean, the Necro mentioned it during the cast or during the wrap-up. I think this backline does deserve a lot of credit. I think especially Faith, who is someone who I think, if we could say, has someone who has benefited the most from the Brigitte coming into fruition, more so in this meta. I think Faith stands as one of the people who really, really has benefited, and the Vancouver Titans, I don't think would have the same success if Faith has not been popping off as much as they have been on the Brigitte with Crimzo. I think it is Faith's far and away best hero, and playing it at such a high level right now that I think that it's really helped the Vancouver Titans. But man, Rich, I mean, this was an absolute Sojourn masterclass from a Aspire. I mean, unreal on this Shambali in particular, deadlifting 17 final blows out of 28 for the Vancouver Titans. Just an amazing performance from Aspire.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where we talk a little bit about before when it comes to compositions. We've seen a lot of the Sombra and the Tracer and the Sojourn. Having that hit scan has been a little bit, on the fence of how viable that it can be when we see so much of this backline flank and aggression that can come through. And Sojourn is one of those few things that can really counteract it. But what we've seen here today so far and how they've competed against it, it has been foolproof from Aspire.
And we're going to be able to see the stats from Aspire soon on the Sojourn. But what I love about Aspire is kind of his story, right? If there was any, we're on the desk, obviously, Tier 2 takeover. If there was anyone, I think, who embodied the like path to pro story, it is Aspire. Remember getting signed to the Toronto Defiant a while ago on a 30-day contract, playing so well on that contract, able to get another 30-day, and then continuously performing at such a high level when it was like a question, is the NA talent there? And I think Aspire, alongside Sugar Free and a lot of the players on the Vancouver Titans, showing that it's there in spades. As you can see, those stats for Aspire on Sojourn this match, just unbelievable from him. And I think the Vancouver Titans really, I mean, if there was anyone that I would want to hang my hat on right now with Sojourn, I think Aspire is right up there with the best of them.
Stands true to their name, aspiring for greatness. And we've seen it here today, that we do have such amazing play. And we actually do have the opportunity to speak with said individual. We have Aspire here with us to give us a few words in regards to, this match that we just had. So with Aspire coming online, how are you doing, my friend, after that match? We did just see 3-1, stellar job all around for the final match that we had. How has it been for you going into this last week and now being able to perform at this level and the way that you've continued to develop and your just overall play, looking into now the future of what weeks are to come?
I think from the previous matches, I think we're going to have like a pretty good time in the knockouts or the tournament to compete with the higher teams. I think we've kind of shown that we can take maps or just compete with like the top teams like Houston or Glads, and I think going into the tournament, we have a lot of work to do, but I think we can definitely compete and get that spot for Korea.
So talk to me a little bit about the Sojourn, because Sojourn, a hero that was very prevalent last year and like now kind of like has fallen out a little bit with the nerfs that they've given her, but you still looked absolutely bonkers on it, and I think that it was an incredible performance for me. What are your thoughts on like Sojourn's viability right now in this current meta?
I don't think she's that amazing, honestly. I think in the rush composition, I think she's probably the strongest pick. And that comp is kind of a comfort. It's either Sojourn or Hanzo, whatever you can get value with. But when it comes to like dive maps, I don't think Sojourn's very good at all. I think you kind of have to play the Tracer Sombra a lot of the time. Or the Hanzo, sometimes that works.
Okay, awesome. I mean, all in all, you've really been able to perform at such an extremely high level, and we do greatly appreciate the time to chit-chat with you. Cannot wait to see how you continue to perform along with your team. Super excited for you, and we appreciate the time, my friend. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys too.
Definitely. And now, with the conclusion of that interview, we can take a look at today's scoring. We started off, as was mentioned, by the cast, that there was a lot of 3 Overwatch to start, but then things at least shook up a little bit. And there was still some surprising competition, despite it being a 3-1. Like, there was some extensive play, especially when we look at the, Shock Uprising, that they almost brought it to that map 5.
Yeah, I think Shock Uprising is one that I would be interested to go back and look at, because I think it was one of the better looks that we've seen from Shock in a while, especially against some really good talent in the Boston Uprising. But I think today it was a lot of Hanzo play that was important. Support play was also important. I think going into the last chance qualifiers, now that we have everyone seated up and ready to go, I think we're in a great part of the meta too, where there's so many flashy picks that we can play and a lot of pop-off potential from not just DPS players, but also the supports. I think it's going to be a great meta to go through last chance qualifiers.
It is going to be a great meta. And you know what else is great is some of these surprise factors that we've had. And one specifically that I think you and I, coming into this conclusion after all these weeks, is going to be the Florida Mayhem and what they've really been able to do, especially with some of their really strong independent players.
I think the thing about Florida Mayhem that was so interesting to me was like they come into Pro-Am, right, and they play so well, win the entire thing, but everybody's like, it's kind of like preseason, right? Is everyone really trying their best? And then Mayhem comes back into the regular season and they're still punching people in the mouth. I mean, this team from top to bottom, I think you have some of the most mechanically gifted players. And when we talk about supports in particular, I think RuPaul has been someone who has been a revelation. I remember back when me and you were casting Collegiate, when ISU was like had RuPaul on their team, a lot of the teams that we interviewed on the other side were like, hey, maybe it's the RuPaul effect sometimes that's going to bring ISU the win. And I've seen a couple of that happen in the Overwatch League. So I think that this team really has, melded into one of the best teams that we have on the Western side in Overwatch League, and I cannot wait to see what's next for them going forward. I think that they are definitely one of the favorites to get into the midseason madness and head to Korea.
Yeah, and like I wanted to piggyback off of Pro-Am as well. We saw some significant and tremendous play, even further proving that point as we can see those stats that are coming in here.
I think he was MVP too, in the finals MVP.
Absolutely.
I think that RuPaul, I mean, again, when you just look at these stats, I think whenever we look at supports also, I think the biggest one for me, especially in Ana, has got to be those deaths. We've seen a lot of Anas who are dying very early in these fights, taken down, not positioning well, but RuPaul always playing life extremely well, 3 deaths per 10 minutes, and you can see that's ranked second among the Anas, which is insane because when you look at the other Anas in the league, it's like, you got Shu, Shu is still here.
Yep.
Twilight's still here. Like, I think also Lijiang is not Lijiang. Izayaki, another one. Like, there are so many good Anas, and if you're dying the least out of all those Anas, like, you're proving something to the world, and I think RuPaul and Mayhem are doing that.
And as we talk about a lot of the surprise factors, now we also have to talk about some of the disappointments that I think has really been a shakeup, and one specifically really has to be the Toronto Defiant. We had such massive expectations for them, and over the course of these last 5 weeks, before we even had day one, we knew that with their roster, their history, and what they've presented as a team, that this should have been an accelerated group of individuals, but it unfortunately has somewhat fallen flat.
I mean, if you would have told me that like Toronto had signed the American Tornado Corps, all of these players are going to be back playing together back when they were on American Tornado, so dominant contenders, and you would have told me they're going to squeak by into last chance qualifiers, I would have been like, what do you mean? That's not real. There's no way they're going to get 9th or 10th, wherever they ended up finishing towards the bottom of the league, because this team had so much potential in terms of that pre-built synergy. They all looked good last year as well, and this was just one of those moments where Toronto unfortunately did get a little bit deflated.
Yep, and this was actually one of my best moments, even though it might not have felt so best for Toronto Defiant. The C9
best for Dove.
in the back, being completely out of sight, out of mind, just sitting there chilling on the tracers. I could have done the sit emo and been just like, I'm just gonna stay here. I ain't gonna go nowhere. And you know, that's got to be my play of the day. But you yourself have a really good one as well.
Yeah, my best of the day. I was focusing on supports a lot today, but I think Izayaki was someone who I was really impressed with, and Mr. Sandman putting people to sleep. Izayaki with some of these sleeps, I mean, I feel like I could have made a montage to the song Mr. Sandman of just these sleeps from Izayaki, and some of them were just like, look at that one, that's almost across the map, and then is able to follow back up onto a Sombra. Like, this is just incredible play. And in mid-air boop as well, like, I mean, what more do you want from a support player?
Bring me asleep. Bring me asleep indeed. But, you know, with us looking at, you know, both of the highlights, we also have to just talk about an overarching one, which is, you know, serving justice. And we do specifically have a tweet that we do want to highlight as well with what Washington has been able to come out on top with. They had fought so hard to redeem themselves after the challenges that they had. And one specific line, I told the players that the mistakes that we make don't define who we are, but what we do about it. And that is just such a powerful statement coming out here. And just with the energy, the life, and the just fiery passion that they have to be able to succeed, and they know it. They're sharing it amongst one another.
I mean, this is one of the most wholesome moments I think I've seen in Overwatch. Like where Flora puts up an amazing masterclass performance on Hanzo. Then, you know, another player comes over and hugs him, and then Get Amazed is right there to hug him as well because they know how well Flora played. The smiles are all there. I mean, this was just an incredible moment, and what a way again to bounce back. They got absolutely fleeced on Friday. Oh,
there's another one. There we go.
Overwatch's new team of Destiny. I think that's true right there. This was just an amazing performance, and I think the entirety of the Washington Justice organization should feel really, really happy with how they were able to bounce back.
And with what we've seen so far from the West, we cannot go without talking about the East as well. You know, the full region schedule that we can look at and have a peek to see what they've had as well. And again, there is still that on the 3rd, the beginning of the East region knockouts at that 1 a.m. time where it's going to be Dreamers versus Charge. Then we have O2 Blast versus Fuel. That one's going to be
that's a big one.
fun.
One of those teams is not going to be going to the finals, which is going to be incredible for me. Like Dallas Fuel, last year's champions, not going to be even having a shot to go to midseason madness, and O2 Blast continuing to potentially, you know, crown themselves as one of the best contenders teams, if not the best contenders team to ever play. If they can somehow get through this bracket and get to midseason madness, there is, I think, a case for O2 Blast to be considered one of the best contenders teams we've ever seen.
And the stakes are high, but we can also take a look at our current full bracket West knockout standings as well. We see our 2 top dogs that are there, able to make sure that they have that guaranteed slot moving forward, but then we have their other 8 that are going to have to battle it out to see who gets those 2 remaining spots. And we say farewell to 3.
This middle of the pack is just an absolute juggernaut. I don't even know how I would be able to decide where they go, but you can see the bottom half, Toronto Defiant squeaking in, New York Excelsior, San Francisco Shock at 10th place, a place no one expected them to be in, I think, going into this season with the firepower that they had. London Spitfire put up a good effort, and I think we'll see them definitely down the line, but unfortunately not able to just break it in at the end. But we do have all of our teams secured who is going to get that chance to go through last chance qualifiers and get to the midseason match.
And we even get the bracket. This is the one thing we've been waiting for until we finally round out the day, so we can see that it is going to be a lot of these matchups. Some really good ones, I think, you know, as we take a scan across this. And I mean, just again, Mayhem. Gladiators I'm looking at specifically is one that I'm really looking forward to, and towards the bottom half of it, again, like how the Redemption's going to work through to see what they can do. It's going to be an amazing collection of Overwatch.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Mayhem Gladiators. I know Gladiators didn't play that great today, but like, I think that's a matchup to look out for, especially with how dynamic and how high level a lot of the players are on that team. It's definitely going to be a barn burner. Uprising, last time they played Justice, 3-0'd them very convincingly, but after the momentum of today, I wonder if the Washington Justice have a little bit more of that destiny in them to be able to match back up against the Boston Uprising and make it a little bit more competitive this time.
No shame to be felt after today as we get to now take a moment here. It is you and I, Kenobi, on this desk. It has been a lengthy day. We've been so grateful to have this space as all of the other talent that you typically get to see on stage. I know they're having a moment together to celebrate Costa specifically and the wedding, which just sending nothing but positive energy to the two of them, celebrating this amazing day of their life on their life path. And we also do have a just great picture of, you know, these two individuals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wonderful event. Really happy for them, and all we can see
and the whole
as well, the talent as well, all looking dappered up. Loving the sunglasses from Mr. X. He's rocking them really well, but all of them just looking incredibly dapper. All smiles on their faces. Again, big congratulations to Custa and Sab for an amazing, amazing moment, an amazing ceremony that they had, and this was just a great thing for them to go through. But Rich, it's time that we start, you know, winding it down a bit for us.
Yep, it really is. But before we end it, you know, with the action that we had here, there is still more Overwatch action to come. That does it at least for this part of it, but there is so much more Overwatch. Calling all heroes. Load Screen Recall Minor 1 concludes with the epic finale tonight at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So head on over to callallheroes.gg to watch and make sure that, you know, you can support that. I mean, it's amazing that we get to have even more competition outside of just this main stage.
Keep supporting Overwatch Esports. It's been a great time. I know that we are very, you know, honored to be on this desk, you know, with you specifically.
Absolutely.
It's been an amazing time for the both of us, and I am just very appreciative for everyone for bringing us out. And I had probably one of the most fun weekends I've ever had with you, Rich, and with the rest of the desk that was here yesterday. So this was just an amazing moment. I love Overwatch Esports, and I can't wait for the more of it to continue today and the rest of this week.
It's something to just kind of to relish in and, you know, be thankful for the opportunity. Absolutely. And we've had some amazing games over this 5th week, but you know, from us here on the desk, it has been an absolute privilege to be part of this final week. The Spring Stage Qualifiers, big shout out to all of those behind the scenes, giving us such a chance to, you know, be able to present this broadcast to all of you today. So we wish you a wonderful rest of your day. Take care, happy gaming, and we'll see you next time.
This ends now. Coming through. Calculator. Cooling down.
what good looks like.